favorite, the master and expert of sending packages and shipping, Adam Prendon.
Oh, what's up? What's up, gay wad? You can't make those jokes. That's homophobic. What are you doing?
You drop a G bomb right in the beginning of the stream. Oh my!
Can I,
Why? This
can
is a
look?
stream.
Can you say gay wad on YouTube, or is that
I have
like
no. I actually don't know. I guess we'll
gay
find out.
wad seems like 1950s? Oh yeah, gay wad.
Right. It does. It does. But this is a stream about love.
Is
Okay.
it?
This is a
Yeah.
stream about love and peace and friendship between three foreign countries, maybe.
How much leg
America,
grabbing is there in this interview, Sitch? I
not,
want to know.
there's not a lot. There's not a
Not a
lot of
lot of.
love grabbing, sadly.
What's going on with Trump's face there? It looks
I mean,
very.
he looks tired. He doesn't look happy. No one really looks happy. Right at the beginning of this meeting, no one really looks very happy about anything. Like
He's like, I
frustrated.
set aside 15 minutes out of my day to force this guy into signing this fucking peace deal.
And he couldn't even show up in a suit. What does he think? He's Elon?
Yeah, exactly.
Where's your
Where's
tech
your
support
tech
shirt?
support
Yeah,
shirt? Oh my God. Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. All right.
So we're gonna watch this. Is very interesting because a lot of people obviously only saw the blow up at the end. They didn't see the whole thing, which I do think is important. There's an interesting context, I think, that underlines this whole interaction that I haven't really heard anyone talk about at
Mm-hmm.
all, which is that when presidents of countries are interacting with each other, they all have their own different factions and goals of the conversation, and very often they don't align. So, like for example, Trump's goal is like, I need to, I said I was going to broker a peace deal, so I need to do that. I want to placate my base, which wants me to basically stop spending money in Ukraine and probably get money back from Ukraine. I want to play nice to some extent with Putin so I can get him to the negotiation table. I don't want to just call him like a dictator and shit all over him and blah 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 blah. Right. So that's
Right.
kind of like Trump has like those goals. And then Zelensky has goals of, he does want peace. He does want the war to end. He obviously doesn't want people to die. But he also is like, okay, obviously I don't want to give away all my resources to America. But also he needs to retain power in his country. He needs to retain control in his country. Not even for like a selfish reason, but just for the reason of, you know, when you're in the middle of a war, people have to have trust and faith in the president to lead the country in the right direction. And so if he starts to go soft on Putin, that's going to cause conflict for him back home. People are gonna be like, what the fuck? This is the guy who's invading our country, who's killing people, taking, kidnapping children, causing mass casualties, bombing civilians, blah, 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 blah. Why are you being nice to this guy? Why are you playing soft on this guy? And it can cause a conflict because Zelensky's kind of goal and how he needs to manage his reputation and the way that Trump has to manage his reputation are like not aligned exactly, right?
No, they're totally divergent. Yeah.
Yes. And then also on top of that, like one of Trump's goals is to sort of criticize Europe, both to placate his base and then also maybe to promote Europe to spending more money or to want to donate military, more military on the ground troops or aid or kind of deal with the situation themselves. Where Zelensky has to go back to Europe and make deals with Europe. So he's like, I don't want to shit talk Europe. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make with all this is that usually when two leaders interact with each other, there's going to be a lot of like strays that are going to be thrown at each other, like unintentional things that actually can harm the other person's credibility with their own base while the other person is basically building themselves up. And I think part of being like a good diplomat is sort of trying to navigate those strays in a way that is not autistic, that is, suave. And I think Trump and Zelensky kind of do a pretty good job. They're throwing a lot of strays at each. Both of them are throwing a lot of strays at each other, and you have to watch closely because people do this thing where if they're on one side of the conflict, if you're like very pro Zelensky and anti Trump, you're only going to see the strays Trump's throwing at Zelensky. If you're very pro Trump and you're very anti Zelensky, you're only going to see the strays that Zelensky throws at Trump. You have to see both of them just to kind of see the dance that goes on here. And I think they both do like a pretty decent job dodging the strays or kind of just working around the strays. And then you kind of have at the end of the conversation, JD Vance just kind of stumble into the whole thing and just knock all the tables over and everything in like the most, inartful, inelegant way possible.
There's a
So,
huge backstory with both of these characters that they take into this too. So a lot of your response to this is the set of facts that you believe around Vladimir Zelensky.
yes,
So
yes.
that I think is paramount in this situation. It's interesting because I wonder how many of those facts Trump actually believes, because the MAGA and the right have this whole set of facts that they believe about corruption and whatnot, and I don't know how much of that Trump believes. Um, it is interesting because in the back and forth, like Zelensky lays it out perfect. Putin has violated every written agreement that they've signed, and I think they've signed like half a dozen written agreements already. So he's
Hmm.
basically just saying, whatever written agreement we have with Putin isn't really worth the paper it's written on, which
Right.
doesn't really look good for Trump because all Trump cares about is getting that piece of paper
Getting the
so he
paper.
can, yeah, exactly.
Right.
So, yes, you're exactly right about the strays. There's like kind of a language barrier that I think hurts Zelensky quite a bit as well. Because I
Right.
think he's saying things that do come off as offensive, like the whole, you're gonna feel the pain too. I think I can see where that would obviously be offensive and it'd be something I would avoid because I wouldn't want to
Right.
offend my American audience. But I think he's probably that might be because of the language barrier. He probably did not intend to be offensive in that
Yeah.
particular
There's an
exchange.
there's an interview afterwards, and I missed this until someone pointed it out. There's an interview Zelensky gave afterwards, and he didn't know what the word regret meant, like the English word regret. He had to ask his
Really?
translator what. Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
definitely right. That could be another big issue here is that there could be a language barrier. Obviously, Zelensky, I think, only learned English, as an adult. It wasn't, he wasn't born speaking English or anything. So that could definitely be a big issue. And then, you brought up this good point about like what does Trump believe, where that's kind of I think that's part of the issue with this is that both Trump's strength and weakness is sort of the question of like, what does he believe? Because when Trump says something like, oh, Zelensky's a dictator and he started the war, you go, okay, well, does he believe that? Or is he just saying that because he's trying to pressure Zelensky into a deal? Because then as
Well,
soon as
and
like,
to sweet talk Putin, to pressure him, like sweet talk him into a deal.
right, is he trying to pressure Zelensky? Did he say that because he honestly thinks it's true? Or did he say it because he's trying to pressure Zelensky and sweet talk Putin? Because then as soon as it seemed like Zelensky was gonna sign the deal, Trump nixed it. But when Zelensky was coming to America to sign the deal, someone was like, "Oh, you still think Zelensky's a dictator?" And he's like, "Did I say that?"
Not really. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And so you're right. So it is unclear. You're like, okay, what exactly does Trump believe? And it's hard to
Yeah.
tell very often in these situations. So, which again is a strength and a negative. I think it can be a negative in this negotiation because Trump is basically asking Zelensky to just trust him. He's like saying, "Trust me, trust me, trust me. I'm going to do this deal for you." And it's
Right.
hard when you don't know what the person believes to trust them.
Yeah, so Ukraine has had a bunch of corrupt rulers. What is he?
Yes.
Prime minister, president,
No, he's
president?
president. They have
Okay,
both.
so they have had a bunch of corrupt prime ministers and presidents, and whenever something goes down, those corrupt presidents who've usually, it's assumed, been taking bribes from Putin from Moscow, right?
Yes. Yes.
As soon as something comes down, they leave. They
All
run
right.
for fucking Moscow so that they can get out of danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when the shit hit the fan in Ukraine in this latest dust up, Zelensky doesn't leave, which is a huge indicator that he hasn't been taking money from Moscow and that he's not corrupt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like a lot of people completely ignore that because they continue to call him corrupt and say that he's, I guess, stealing money from Americans.
Well, I think they make the argument that, I mean, I don't believe this at all, and no one's really provided evidence for this, but they'll try to make the argument that, oh, well, it's because he is corrupt, but he's corrupt by like America, by the West. The West is, yeah, Putin is not paying him off. The West is paying him off, essentially.
Paying him off for what? To fight
I
Russia?
To fight Russia, yeah. Which even that, like in terms of what you're talking about, that doesn't really make sense because it was America that told Zelensky, you should leave. Like when
Yeah,
Russia
we
was
offered him a
invading,
fucking ride
yeah, when Russia was invading, America went to Zelensky and were like, hey, you should leave the country and like run it from somewhere in Europe so you'll
from
be safe.
Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, and he, no, I think it was in Europe, but anyway, so and he was like, no, I'm gonna stay here. Like, fuck you, I'm not
He
leaving.
said, send ammunition. I don't need a
Yeah,
ride.
that was the line. Yeah, sand ammunition on the right, right. And and so that does show like some to me that shows okay, well, this isn't a person who's just doing this for their own corrupt purposes. They're not just doing it for money or whatever.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's like a big thing. A lot of people look at this exchange and they think they're making the argument that Zelensky is a Tim Pak dictator that's just there for a handout and to steal American taxpayer money. Like that's the narrative. So
Well, there's been a very sly narrative that has been crafted
mhm.
that is essentially saying, oh, Zelensky doesn't want peace. He just wants war because somehow, because he wants to like, he thinks as long as the country's in war, he'll be in power forever and also just keep getting money and being corrupt and blah, 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 blah. Right. That's
That
the,
can't that
the
actually
narrative.
cannot be true because he volunteered to step down if he could get a security agreement
Right. Well, I I agree with you, but the counter that some people make is that they'll say, well, he only offered that because he knew that
that
they'll
we
never
wouldn't
get
give it to
into
him. So
NATO
call his
or
bluff
something.
on it.
Well, I
Give him
know,
a
but
security
that's the thing.
guarantee.
Right. Right. So
Anyway, look, you can't convince people. They're already dug in. They already have their set of facts, and they're never gonna abandon those set of facts, no matter how many counterpoints you share with them. So
well, I get the thing I just wanted to show is that before this meeting blows up, and it does blow up 100% because of JD Vance, there's pointed questions, there are strays, there's little bars back and forth, but you guys can watch. The conversation is completely calm until the very end where JD kind of nukes the conversation for whatever reason. So
yeah. Well, I can this look on Trump's face says it all right there. Like Trump is not.
right, right. Well, obviously there's that. I mean, the negotiations have been kind of tough back and forth up until this point. So that's obviously underlying the whole thing. And then when Trump does get at like mad at the end, he starts saying things like, when you're mad at someone and all these other like problems you have start coming out because you're mad. Like that definitely happens in the conversation. It is pretty interesting.
There's
So
hilarity in here. There's a
yeah,
lot of hilarity. So
it is. It's very fascinating. You kind of get like a behind the scenes peek of what they're arguing about. So
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had little
we had the perfect phone call.
negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside.
So he says rare earth correctly here, but then for the rest of the interview says raw earth. It's like
Oh,
he continually says raw earth.
that's fine. I didn't catch that. That's funny.
And it's a big
I mean,
commitment
can
from
you
the
say? Are you not supposed to say raw earth?
Raw earth. It's rare
Is that
earth
rare
minerals,
earth?
right?
I guess because
Yeah.
that does sound
But
weird.
raw earth minerals. Oh,
Does that just
okay.
mean like
I
just
like my
dirt?
cooked earth.
You just have like dirt. You just picked up from the ground. Oh, look, it's some raw earth. That's just dirt I got in the ground
Yeah.
here.
Useless dirt.
Yeah.
the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop, and we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding.
I just want to pause for a second. He did, if you did catch it just a few seconds earlier, Trump, I mean, even Trump said that it's funny because this comes up later in the conversation. In the beginning of the conversation, Trump says that both Zelensky and Putin want peace. That's what he just said. He's like, Zelensky wants to end the war, Putin wants to end the war, and then later it's because a lot of people are accusing Zelensky of intentionally not wanting to end the war. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, look, Putin wants peace, and it will be very peaceful when Ukraine is safely back in Russian control. So, I mean, that's the peace he wants. That's the
right.
problem.
But even like in this first minute though, there is a stray here, and again, whenever I pull up a stray that either Zelensky or Trump throws at them, I'm not necessarily attacking them and saying they're wrong for doing it, but I just want to point this out so people can kind of catch these little things that kind of agitate people as the conversation continues. There's already a stray that Trump threw out, probably unintentionally, where he's talking about like wants to stop the soldiers from dying on both sides, right? Because if you're Ukraine, you're like, no, you want all the Russian soldiers to die. You don't give a fuck about those people. That's the whole point of the war, is you want to kill their soldiers off. And then, but Trump, he's trying to make it, appeal to Putin because he wants to bring Putin to the table. So it's like a conflict, a little bit of a conflict right there.
This is just everything I read. Putin doesn't give a fuck about his soldiers.
Of course. But I'm just saying from how Trump's going to handle the situation.
You know that they're using North Korean soldiers as like drone bait? They send some idiot North Korean kid out to kind of attract the drone so that they can shoot them down.
That's pretty bad. Yeah.
Like, okay.
Both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop, and we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding, and we're going to
see. That's a good flag right there, is to say, okay, we want the money to be used, not like we want to take the money, but we want it to be used to rebuild the country in a good way. That's a good flag right there.
Right.
Be working hard, but we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say, until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that
that's another stray. And
that's
stray, interesting.
Totally, yeah.
That's a stray. That's the stray that Vance throws up that kind of blows up part of the whole situation, is because the implication there, and people are probably missing this. The implication is essentially, he's like, oh, well, Biden should have ended the situation. He could have resolved the situation. It's basically taking all of the power and responsibility and agency away from Ukraine in that statement. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's offensive. It's offensive to these people who've risked their lives.
Right. It's in a country you're talking about where, how many thousands or millions of people are dead. So
yeah, still fighting to this day. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. If I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But you
and see, that's another stray there too. It's essentially the implication could be taken is like everyone that's died in Ukraine and all the people that have lost their lives. It's all for basically nothing.
They died in vain, Sitch.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Right. Only if Trump came along, God, Emperor Trump, he could have avoided all those deaths.
Right.
I mean, maybe in that Putin would be too worried that Trump would put boots on the ground and he not invade, but negotiating some deal, I think that's like laughable, right?
Well, it's interesting because
he's going to invade.
Later in this conversation, once the blow up happens, Trump points out, he's like, Obama gave you sheets and blankets and I gave you missiles.
Yeah, javelins.
And so I was looking into that, and that was in 2017. And that was part of the reason why I've never bought into the whole like, oh, Trump is just Putin's puppet. He just does whatever he wants. I've never bought into that narrative because of, he has pulled America out of missile deals that Russia wants, missile defense deals that Russia wants. He did give Ukraine javelins and things of that nature, which even Obama didn't do. I mean, he gave more than sheets and blankets. He gave, millions of dollars in non arms aid, and even including military aid. Like I think they gave them vehicles and flak jackets and things of that nature, but they didn't give them any guns. And Trump was like, no, just give them missiles. It's fine, which I think is pretty based. But I do wonder, because it was early in Trump's presidency, back when he still had like a lot of the more hawkish people in his administration where near the end of his administration, most of those hawkish people had been kind of like purged out of everything.
Right.
So,
They're more in the Sheets camp.
maybe, I don't know.
Your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave.
See, it's interesting, and I think Trump realized that he kind of threw out that stray.
Right.
About,
He's trying to clean it up a little bit. Clean up on aisle 4.
Right, but this is why to me this conversation is so interesting, is because I think Trump realized he threw out that stray about like, oh my God, all those people died for nothing, and then that's why he immediately follows it up with like, oh, but they're so brave. They're so brave. Right.
He's weaving back.
Right. So
he's like, holy shit, I ran over some Ukrainians there. Here, let me back up.
Right. He realized it's like, he realized he just like bumped into someone and they just spilled their drink, and he's like, oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Like, right. So this is sort of the interesting, subtle parts of these sort of high level talks.
And we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough.
See, this actually comes up later too, because it was supposed to be over very quickly because Putin was going to win the war in like 3 days or 3 weeks or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. And the reason it's lasted 3 years is because Ukraine has hung in there. Totally hung in there. Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, a combination of Ukraine being like way better than everyone expected, and also Russia being way worse than everyone expected.
Yeah, and supposedly we're getting a bunch of battlefield experience for our weapons on their battlefield as well. So we're not losing out completely in this arrangement.
Yeah, it was interesting. Ryan Macbeth, that's his name, right? Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, I think so.
He was talking about that he went to this. They even have like these like training sessions where the Ukrainian military people basically tell all the Americans like all the things they've learned in the battlefield that no one has known, because this is the first time there's been sort of like this
drone warfare,
you know, at these kind of high level countries fighting each other. So
yeah, it's brand new. Who knew you need a North Korean soldier out there to be the drone bait, right?
Right.
So ridiculous.
Right.
I guess they have 2 North Korean soldiers in Ukraine now that they've gotten a bunch of information. And those North Korean soldiers didn't even know that they were fighting in a war. They were like, what?
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, they told them it was a training exercise.
Oh my God. That's terrible. If they're like, oh yeah, just go run out there, it's a training exercise, and they get like kamikazed by a fucking drone or something.
Supposedly, I think it's like 10 or 20,000 troops that North Korea sent over to Putin. So yeah, exactly.
Fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So
look at the look. Look at the look on Zelensky's face.
Yeah.
God, this is a thing. I don't think any one of them want to be fighting. They're like, yeah, well, how about they go home? How about they get out of our lands?
Right.
Like, imagine if someone is just camped out in your house. A bunch of soldiers are camped out on your property.
A squatter has come into your house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're like, we need a peace deal. We got to end this. Well, but the squatter's still in my fucking house over here.
Right.
Look, it's a peace deal, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things.
I wonder how the lunch was, Sitch.
It was canceled.
Got any ideas how that lunch went?
It didn't go. It was completely called off.
I know.
You see, you should have signed. You should have should have showed up, immediately signed the deal, and then you have the press conference, right?
Yeah. It's the body language here is just so. Zelensky is not happy here.
They both look kind of guarded, which is interesting.
Yeah. He's being marched to his own death.
We appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And really I hope that this first document, will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security.
So you could kind of interpret some of this as like strays to Trump too, because a lot of he's talking about like, I want to sign this. This deal is the first step to further giving us more aid, right? That's kind of the way that Zelensky's framing it. And so obviously, if you were on the MAGA side of wanting to pull back aid, pull out of the whole situation, you're like, oh, you don't want to hear any of this, right? So this could make it more difficult for Trump to even sell these sorts of deals to his own side, kind of the way that Zelensky is talking about it. Which the whole mineral deal is kind of fascinating too, because the argument for I almost knocked my cup over. The argument for the mineral deal being the security guarantee is essentially saying the U.S. will entangle itself so much into Ukraine economically that, Russia won't attack the country. And it's weird because before that mineral deal idea came up, that was like that was the exact thing a lot of the Trump supporters didn't want. They didn't want the U.S. to be very heavily entangled into Ukraine at all.
Yeah, of course. All that has to be laid out explicitly, though. I mean, maybe, and look, I've watched a ton of media on the fallout after this. If Europe finally starts stepping up, like this might be the best situation for Ukraine going forward. So
yes, yeah.
So all of this may turn out to be better for Ukraine in the long run. So obviously, I think they're gonna pin Zelensky as the fall guy, no matter what. But I think we kind of both saw that as the outcome of this.
Yeah, well, a possible outcome. I mean, some people think this is all intentional. I think it's more of the whole "it's better to be lucky" situation. But yeah, an outcome of all this could be that Europe basically, America has been trying to get Europe to fucking shape up and ship up militarily and take control of things for decades.
Okay? Yeah.
For decades and decades and decades, America has been like, Europe, we can't be the world police anymore. It's expensive. We don't want to do it. You need to actually, pick up the stick and actually build up your militaries, and you need to help us police the world. And Europe kept saying, no, fuck you. But this is the first time that it seems like Europe's finally saying like, oh shit, maybe we do need to be the world police. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, this could have some kind of beneficial outcome where, America is able to cut back on military spending, where Europe does start to build up its military and all that stuff. And that could be good. I mean, it's good assuming, right now it seems inconceivable that America and Europe would ever go to war with each other. So assuming that continues, then yes, and we're allies with Europe, which, I mean, we're shitting on them pretty hard right now, but, it could all end up very well with America being able to pull back a lot of its military resources and money resources and spend them on home.
This number is surprising to me. I just looked it up. So in 2022, how much do you think how much of our GDP was spent on defense?
In 2022?
Yeah.
I thought every year we spend about 30 to 35% of our GDP on military.
See, we might spend 30 to 30% of the budget.
But the budget. You're right. You said GDP,
but we only spend in 2022, according to Google, we spent 3.45, almost 3.5% of GDP on defense.
Interesting.
Europe is supposed to be spending 2% of each of their countries of GDP on defense, all of the NATO countries. I think they're lucky if they get to 1%, right? So they're spending about half what they're supposed to spend, what they're obligated to spend with NATO. So if they actually start, stepping up and doubling their defense spending, that's probably going to be a good thing for everyone. So yeah. It is in their backyard. That's a place where I agree with Trump and the conservatives.
Yeah,
Europe, you should take care of your own space. So
yeah, it says U.S. spends 3.45% of its GDP on military. Russia spent 5.9%. Germany only spent 1.5%.
Right.
And then in terms of, I was off on the budget too. It says in 2023, United States spent 13% of the budget on defense.
Oh, really? I thought it was closer to 30%. So
yeah, so did I. But well, there you go.
yeah.
Guarantees, because for today I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do, and I really count on your strong position to stop Putin, and you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we.
So there's your there's your obvious stray that the Trump and the Trump team keep complaining about is, every time Zelensky calls Putin a psychopathic murdering killer, that's another stray there.
Makes it hard to do the deal. Yeah.
Right.
I just.
But you could have a good cop, bad cop situation where Zelensky's the bad cop and Trump's the good cop.
I mean, I don't think you can trust Putin. I think Putin has a horrible track record of breaking every agreement. Like his whole modus operandi is to make an agreement where he buys time and then break the agreement. That's what he does all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's part of the part of the blow up here at the end. That's part of the history I don't think people understand, which, I mean, that's fine. Obviously people don't, who knows the history of Ukraine very well, but because that was basically what happened, 2014, Russia comes in, they take Crimea. And then, Obama's, he's like kind of tough rhetorically, but he's pretty soft at the end of the day with Russia in terms of like military and sanctions, all other stuff. And, Ukraine and Russia go back and forth with all these various agreements. And every time Russia agrees to something, it's essentially that's just them buying time until they can regroup their forces. And then they do, and then they violate the peace agreement. And they kept doing that for, 8 years until the biggest version of that was obviously in 2022 when they just invade wholesale.
Yeah.
We can stop him, but for us it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later.
There's another stray right there.
Yeah. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secured. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this,
That's another interesting little aspect of the deal that we didn't really heard up until then was Ukraine. Zelensky's basically talking about because of the war, they've had to ramp up their drone production. Most people don't realize that we unfortunately get most of our drones or drone parts from China, which is not great, especially when we don't trust China and we might, have conflicts with China in the future, especially if we're talking about military drones. So it'd be nice if we had an ally we could get drones from that wasn't China. And so if that becomes Ukraine, that would be very beneficial. And that's why it's talking about like kind of trading drones for missile defense shields, because Ukraine essentially they want like, the Israeli Iron Dome missile defense shield, which Russia is whenever someone gets a missile defense shield, Russia gets super triggered. So that would be like a really big sticking point in any future negotiations.
Iran supposedly produces a bunch of drones too. I think they're producing drones for
great
for Russia. Yeah.
Right. Great.
So yeah. But look, I don't. Are the drones? Are they doing it with Chinese parts? I don't know about their drone production specifically. I don't know if they're building them from scratch or where they're getting their parts. So.
Right.
But it's interesting. Yeah, they do want air defense. I mean, he's also asked for F-14s. I think didn't Biden give him a few F-14s? I think so.
And they were not allowed to fly into Russian airspace. That was kind of like the contention and everything. So, But I don't know. I mean, maybe China's giving them parts. I would think China, who's pretty allied with Russia, would not necessarily be selling Ukraine drone parts, but I could be mistaken.
Right.
To speak about the contingents, I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And then the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me.
That's crazy because that's the Russian demographic problem everyone's talking about. They're like, look, we got 20,000 new Russian citizens here.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
They just stole all the kids.
And our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we exchanged, released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's. You have just can I now?
Yeah, please.
Some minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there. And that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And I mean, it's looking.
You think they negotiated this ahead of time? This is like a fucking ballsy move to do
Probably
this in the
not.
middle of a press conference.
Probably not. Yeah, I was gonna say like this could definitely count as a stray in terms of, well, first of all, the continually hitting, Putin is like a psychopathic evil killer, and then also, like here, look at a bunch of people like playing into that. Look, here's all these people that have been, emaciated when they're released from Russian prisons, and the conditions are so bad, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
Tragic.
Yep.
and then I hear someone on Twitter say, "Well, what about Coach Red Pill?"
It's tough stuff.
I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah. Of course. We
And I
want.
think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and
Now it's raw earth, right?
Okay, I gotcha.
sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot.
Listen, they're gonna take their, the big claw machines that dig in the earth. They're not gonna put any protection on them. They're just gonna penetrate that dirt raw. Okay,
It just
and
it
get
looks
deep in
bad.
there, deep in that raw earth, and just pull it out, yank it out, get in there.
There is this narrative that Trump is a buffoon, and when he says raw earth, it plays into that narrative.
I
think
guess.
he
I
should-
mean, I guess it didn't really bother me, but I didn't
You
even
should
notice
get
until
a
you
big-
pointed it out.
he should get a big sign that says rare earth. This is something you mispronounce things all the time. So
I do.
see why you're
do,
giving him
yes.
grace.
Exactly.
A lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas.
I beg to differ. I think we have a lot of raw earth. I think raw earth, everyone has a lot of.
But we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out.
So this is a really big stray that Trump is throwing out at Zelensky here. I don't know really if he's doing it, because the question was, how is this deal going to help Ukraine? And his answer is, we're going to take the minerals for ourselves and build a bunch of shit in America. Right? It's like, I don't know, man. That's not the best way to answer that question.
Well, he can't really say that it's going to be good for their industry, and they're going to be developing a bunch of jobs over there. I mean, his base will hate that. He's really limited in what he can say because he is talking to his base.
Yeah, but I think, yes, exactly. I mean, you theoretically, I think you could try to, it is a tightrope walk. You're completely correct. I think you could walk it in a way where you sort of, the whole point of these like diplomatic talks is you're supposed to try to frame everything as the win-win scenario.
Right, yeah.
You're supposed to try to figure that out, right? And I think you could phrase it in a better way to get that win-win, where it's like, oh, well, American company, we're going to, use that money to fund American companies to go into Ukraine and help rebuild it, right? It's a win-win. America.
We're going to create jobs in Ukraine.
Right. We're going to build
Ukraine
up the country
first.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just saying I don't know that you can. I like what you're going for here, the win-win, but MAGA is going to reframe all of that as just Ukraine first.
Yeah, but I think
creating jobs in Ukraine. Look, you should tell them, look, they'll develop their own industry and they'll sell us things and we'll tariff them for 25%, and then we'll make 25% off of those goods and services that they sell to Americans.
Trump has a lot of leeway, I think, that his supporters give him. So, I mean, listen, 95% of presidents are going to say something like, oh yeah, we're going to, try to build up your economy. In reality, it's like they want to, they're going to take the back end, right? Or the U.S. is going to take, a big chunk on the back end. I think people understand that.
How about this? We're going to build American jobs, creating jets and military equipment, and we're going to sell it to Ukraine. We'll be selling them stuff that they need.
Right. That's true. That's a good way to frame it too. Yeah.
I mean, he wants jets. Why don't we just give him jets?
Well, that's part of why, like, the mineral deal that they were supposed to sign, like, the specifics don't exist in that deal. It's really it's because they couldn't agree to specifics. So it's essentially just a deal to work out a deal in the future. And so it could very well be, because I do think that there's a good chance that they'll come back and sign this deal. I'm not sold on this. It's just like, it's over. I'm not sold on that. I think they can come back, but it is very possible that the deal will end up being something like 50% of Ukrainian resources essentially just have to go towards paying America for like military shit or other goods and services or something. So it's not just like we're just taking it. It's just like, no, you just have to buy shit from us, essentially.
They're not going to like that either, because they're going to frame that as the government spending my tax dollars on private jets for Ukraine. That's the way they're going to frame it. So anyway,
some people might frame it that way. Some people might they'll say Trump got, Trump supporters obviously want to say Trump got us a good deal. So I do think there's going to be, a high level of charity to any deal that he comes up with.
Right. They're going to want to say that Trump got us a good deal?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah.
Really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we...
I mean, we're on the 20th time you said raw earth.
I know. You can't stop him. He's getting the whole rest of the conversation. He says it a lot.
I mean, it stands out. If you say it once, you're fine, right? But look, he really thinks it's raw earth now. I'm convinced.
Okay. This puts us in great shape.
And long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting.
Mr. President, you've mentioned raw earth a lot. What exactly is raw?
Well, wait, you missed it. This is another stray
Okay,
here.
okay.
That's kind of important.
And long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting.
Because like a big part of this is that Trump is essentially, he's trying to sell to Zelensky, hey, trust me, my presence, my aura will kind of bring Putin to the table. My negotiation skills will bring Putin to the table. And simply having this kind of like economic deal will create the security is essentially the argument. And obviously Zelensky doesn't believe that. He does not believe that. Yeah. I mean, you don't believe that. A lot of people don't believe that, but Zelensky and Ukrainians are the ones you got to convince. They don't believe that. And so when you say something like, what are the security guarantees? And Trump kind of says, well, 95% is the mineral deal. That's not going to fly very well. That's another stray. It's not going to fly very well with how like the Ukrainian side is going to look at the situation, because you have to keep in mind that Trump's trying to sell this deal. The Ukrainian side is going to look at it like, oh, Trump is just trying to kind of get us into a deal to sign very quickly and then move on because he just wants a political win. Like that's how Zelensky's probably looking at this whole situation. And so saying that line right there kind of could feed into that narrative.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it, and we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think, we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day, all they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And
Hassan argument, typical.
Well,
why is he doing the Hassan argument?
It's interesting because there's a couple things going on, because he keeps saying we need to have the deal first before we talk about security, which could be interpreted in a couple ways. Again, that's another stray that could be thrown at Ukraine because they don't want to give up. They don't want to give up minerals and resources for nothing.
Yeah, they're buying security with minerals. We got to talk about the security. That's literally what we're here buying.
Well, and that's sort of, and that's part of the conflicting interest, is because Trump is basically trying to sell this as like, we're using the minerals to pay back what we gave you. And Ukraine is trying to sell it like, no, we'll give you minerals for future help. Right. So they're both kind of trying to frame it differently. But then also there is this, they don't directly say this. It comes out kind of during the blow up. There's this conflict between the Trump team and Zelensky, or I should say the Zelensky team, about ceasefire. And what they're talking about is, it seems like, and I think this is what Trump is kind of inferring here or talking about, is that they're pushing for a temporary ceasefire that will then, after that ceasefire goes into effect, then they'll try to work out a larger peace deal. And Zelensky doesn't want a temporary ceasefire. He's very much against this. And he says this pretty directly in this conversation. He said it in other places. And his reason is that he doesn't trust Putin at all. And he says, judging by the past, he thinks that Putin is just going to use a ceasefire like he's done in the past 8 to 10 years to just use ceasefire time to regroup and then attack again. And he doesn't really want to give that opportunity. So that's why he keeps saying, I don't want this temporary ceasefire. I want like a permanent peace agreement, period. I don't want a temporary ceasefire. And I think that the Trump team is not on board with that. They're pushing for this kind of temporary ceasefire. And that's why Trump is saying, people are dying right now. We have to stop that. People are dying right now. We have to stop that.
It makes me think that Zelensky has the advantage on the battlefield at the moment. They just need weapons. They have the manpower. They need the weapons so that they can push Putin back.
I don't have the military expertise to like autistically go through the information, because I see a lot of sources that say Ukraine's winning. I see a lot of sources saying Russia's winning. I see a lot of sources saying it's a stalemate and no one's winning. I don't know the
I see
answer.
all of that same stuff.
Right.
All that same
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question, but you're completely correct that Zelensky is acting in a way that make us think he thinks that Ukraine is winning
Has
and
the
that
advantage.
Russia,
Yeah.
yeah, because obviously if Ukraine was losing, or at least if he thought Ukraine was losing, he would be massively in favor of a ceasefire to help them regroup.
Yeah. I saw a bunch of videos of Russians that are speaking out in Russia, and I saw that Russia had 20% interest rates and 20% price inflation at the moment,
Wow.
which has to
Okay.
be like a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
That one guy, I can't what's his name? Ryan Beth.
Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, he said something, and this is something I've constantly wondered about, but he said that if the war ended, Russia's economy would probably collapse, which makes me
Right.
think, oh, okay. So is that, if he's asking for a ceasefire, is that,
Well, we don't know.
if that's the case, it's hard for me to
Right.
imagine. I mean, he might stop shooting, but it's hard for me to imagine he's not going to stop the war effort, right?
No, right. Because now I don't know. I don't know the answer to this because on one hand, I want to say Zelensky should roll the dice here and just take whatever mineral deals offered and basically try to force Putin to the negotiation table. Because if Putin and Trump start to negotiate and they can't come to negotiation because Putin is asking for some fucking ridiculous terms or whatever, and they can't come to negotiation and Trump and Putin have some big blow up. I mean, that's going to be a very big political win for Zelensky. It would kind of kill the narrative, well, not fully, but would
Right, that
definitely,
he's standing in the way of peace.
yeah, it definitely harmed the narrative to a lot of the MAGA side that Zelensky is the holdup to the peace process here. So that's definitely possible, and I don't know. Maybe he should take that chance. I think what Zelensky's afraid of is that essentially, kind of what you're saying, is that Putin will just agree to whatever because he doesn't give a fuck. He'll just agree to some kind of short, ceasefire thing, but they're going to just keep military production just completely pumping. There's going to be no stop whatsoever.
Of course, yeah. They're going to be building up ammunition and weaponry at the front lines. They're going to be waiting for their moment.
Right.
Yeah, and they're just going to say, "Oh yeah, look, we got this land. This is our land. We live here now."
Yeah.
No, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected.
Isn't that another strike? Because doesn't Zelensky say it wasn't a loan? It was a.
It's.
I think he does.
It was. I don't remember if Zelensky says that in this conversation. I know that the president of France said that in the other conversation that we watched.
I think they argue over it.
Okay.
There's
it's a stray. There's a couple of strays. There's a stray in terms of, yes, any attack on Europe is a stray because Zelensky has to go to Europe and ask them for money and support. So that's a little bit of a stray. And then obviously there was a little bit of an attack on Biden, saying like he's basically saying Biden is stupid for giving Ukraine money in the first place.
Right. Yeah.
Which is obviously a stray to Ukraine. I looked it up because I was curious because Trump keeps bringing up this loan thing, and I try to get to the bottom of it. I think I finally got to the bottom of this loan thing here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the comparison between the US and the EU in terms of money given. So the US has appropriated, that means that they've authorized legally money to be spent on Ukraine, $182 billion. Now, out of the $182 billion appropriated, only $83 billion has actually been dispersed yet. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So there's still a bunch of money that's sitting around in limbo. 45 billion of that has been, to my understanding, is that 45 billion of that has been giving them not money, but basically paying ourselves to give Ukraine our old weapons.
Right. Yeah. So we're taking the money and giving them our hand-me-downs.
Yes. Now, out of that, we've given $20 billion in loans. And I believe the majority of the loan money is basically from the frozen Russian assets.
Oh, it's their interest on the 350 billion.
Yes, yes. And then on top of that 20 billion, there was 9.4 additional $1 billion in loans, and Biden already forgave half of those, of that 9.4 billion. So there was like 29.4 billion in loans. It became, I guess, if you get rid of the forgiveness, it became like a 25 billion in loans. So, yeah.
Why isn't Trump playing hardball with Putin? Like, it seems like he has so much leverage here. He could just say, "Oh, remember your 350 billion? We're going to give that to them."
Well, that's kind of the $1 million question that a lot of people are asking is, yeah, why not? I don't know.
Remember all that money you got frozen? We're just going to give it to them. You illegally entered a country.
Right.
We're going to let them spend it on nuclear weapons.
Well, that's why, just out of the sake of my own curiosity, I would like to see this sort of mineral deal move past, just because I want to see Trump negotiate with Putin and what that looks like. Is it going to be like what everyone on the left fears, where Trump basically just gives Putin whatever because he wants it to be resolved? Or is it going to be Trump playing hardball and saying exactly what you're saying, like, oh, we have your $300 billion. We're just going to rain money on Ukraine and rain weapons on Ukraine. And I'm not Biden. They're going to be able to fly those jets right into Moscow and start blowing shit up,
The name of the video is telling. This is Fox News that we're watching, right? Trump,
Yes.
Vance spar with Zelensky in heated meeting, gambling with World War III. Like, Fox News has adopted that framing. We can't do anything because we're gambling with World War III.
Right.
We can't do anything.
Yeah. Well, that's the quote that Trump threw out there.
We just have to sit back with a stick up our butts.
So, okay, but so let me finish. So, in terms of what the EU has given, the EU has given $198 billion, so slightly more than the US. Of that 198 billion, 65% is given through grants and 35% is given through loans. So Trump is incorrect to say that all of the money that Europe has given is loans, but he'd be correct to say that they've given a lot more money through loans. I believe they've given something about 50 or $54 billion in loans. Well, we've given about 20 to 25 in loans.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Europe has given more money through loans than the US has. So that's the answer to the question.
They're hoping they can get that natural gas and raw earth minerals.
There you go.
So that they can pay them back in good stuff.
Right.
American taxpayer has to be protected too, but this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country.
Mr. President,
This allows
Like China? We're going to use this weaponry in China?
us to do that.
That's another thing a lot of these foreign policy people are saying, that Trump and the Trump administration want to pivot to China. They don't want to mess with this. They want to focus solely on China. Have you seen that as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Which is, is fair. China is a threat. China attacking Taiwan is a big threat. So it does make sense.
Right. So they just want to get this off their plate and move on.
Right. But then the counter to that is how this situation is handled and dealt with could very well be interpreted as a signal to China in terms of what is it going to look like in terms of America and the West resolve about China invading Taiwan.
Yeah. Yeah. They're sending giant signals to China right now before they pivot, right?
Right.
That they're they want to be hands off.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just, yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points if we speak about business and investment. We never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. The next documents, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good will for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent. We We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really.
So yeah, that's what you're talking about in terms of Zelensky's. Like Zelensky's trying to sort of repair some of the Europe strays. Like, well, Europe's our friend. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Like,
and he's answering the actual question, like, how is this helpful for Ukraine, right? He's saying, look, it'll help us develop our LNG, and that LNG is needed by Europe, right? I think, isn't Europe getting the LNG from Russia? Isn't that part of the problem?
They were. I don't know if they still
Yeah,
are,
that's why it makes Russian viable. Look, if they stop doing that, that's probably why Russia's economy is on the verge of collapse.
Yeah, and well, that's another reason Russia was so worried about Ukraine leaving their sphere of influence as well, is because they want to be the dominant gas station in Europe.
Yeah. Did Trump or Putin try to do some mineral deal with America, with Trump specifically? And there was a bunch of people I watched one video where they were saying a bunch of people are upset in Russia because they've been demonizing America for 3 years during this war. And then all of a sudden he's like, and we're going to do some sort of mineral deal with America, the people we've been demonizing for the last 3 years. And everyone's like, what?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Russia has been pushing for, apparently they have a lot of aluminum and some other things
that
we
too.
need. Yeah, that they're kind of, I mean, and it makes sense. Russia is basically trying to say to Trump, hey, forget Ukraine, forget Zelensky. That's some expensive boondoggle that you're going to be involved in. You're going to have to build those resources. Who knows how long it's going to take? Who knows if those resources even exist, which is something Trump has kind of said. But here in Russia, we already have like the mines and the capabilities and everything. Make a resource deal with us instead. That's what Putin's kind of throwing out there.
Yeah, but if you're some mom who sent your kids to go fight in Ukraine because of the evil Americans, and now we're making
mixed signals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Now we're making an aluminum deal with America.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but Putin is a dictator, so he has more leeway, I guess, in terms of not really caring so much about what the base says or what the population,
what the public thinks. Yeah, but they're just
right.
marinating in this propaganda. This anti-Western propaganda. So
right.
Gave a lot, Mr. President. Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No,
much less.
No.
See that right here. This is.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This is totally getting under Trump's skin. It is.
But this is a really good moment because it's showing so there's kind of like these incidental strays of attacking Europe, and then Zelensky's like, okay, he has to push back. He feels like he has to push back on that because he needs to go to Europe and ask for their support. And then so you get this kind of like in public confrontation between the two of them. But look, this is why Trump is so much better, at least before he gets angry, than JD Vance. There's no blow up. He just kind of makes it a joke. He just kind of laughs about it, right? People in the room just laugh about it. Everyone in this room understands what I'm saying. They understand what's happening. And so people just kind of like, they just kind of like brush it off. It's like, okay, like we get it.
He does brush it off.
Yeah.
But as soon as JD Vance throws out you've disrespected Trump, that's when Trump is like, what? I've been disrespected?
Yeah. How dare you?
Shit.
Yeah. When he throws out the how dare you insult them. So,
partners, they really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No. Okay.
Look, he touched it. He touched his leg. He did give him a leg touch.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he did the leg touch.
Now let's just end it right here. No more questions. Thank you. It's been a great day.
Right. No Greta Thunberging allowed.
Right.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know. I don't compare myself to anybody.
Who's asking these fucking questions? It's like, you have an opportunity here to ask an important question, like, what president do you see yourself with? Trump. Okay.
Well, they have invited a bunch of MAGA
it's just
journalists
like,
in
God,
so they can get
Jesus
questions like
Christ.
this.
I know, but it's like, fucking hell. What
this
a waste
is the purpose
of time.
of having
I
those
know.
people there. So
stupid.
yeah, it is totally stupid. It is an interesting question in the fact that he answers Abraham Lincoln. Now, why is Abraham Lincoln so famous as a president, right? Because he kept the country together during a tumultuous time, right?
Right.
Is Ukraine in a tumultuous time?
Are you
Is
saying
Zelensky helping
like
keep
Abraham
his
Lincoln?
Well, I mean, if you're going to make the comparison,
There
it
you
seems
go.
like Zelensky's more likely to be seen as, well, if Russia actually takes over Ukraine, obviously Zelensky's not going to be remembered at all. But if he can actually keep Ukraine sovereign through this period, oh yeah, he's totally going to be remembered as like a Lincoln type figure. Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah.
Trump, to my recollection, Trump has always, like, I remember someone's like, who's the greatest president? He always throws out Lincoln and Washington. Those are like
Of
his
course.
go-to answers.
Of course.
Which
yeah.
are like, that's like 90% of America's go-to answers, which is fair.
Well, no, I don't. Why doesn't he say Reagan? Like he might have a shot at Reagan, right?
Well, people perceive as Washington and Lincoln as, he has said Reagan in the past, but those are like very safe, non-partisan answers.
He should say Nixon.
Yeah, he doesn't want to say Nixon. Doesn't want to say, Hoover or something like that, or FDR, something a little
Right.
contentious. So
Yeah.
Look,
he makes it obvious he's making a joke. So
yes,
Yeah.
I know. I'll just say it's a waste of like get these reporters out of there. These bullshit questions. You could be the most like pro-Trump person on the planet. It's definitely an important, interesting question. You could ask Trump from a completely pro-Trump perspective about this Ukraine situation. That's not like just sucking his
Right.
dick.
Oh yeah.
here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know, but I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak. And I don't want to have that. Think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed.
So you can see that's another stray there too. You can even see Zelensky reacts to it when he says, again, trying to promote sympathy for the Russian soldiers. You see the little head cock from Zelensky.
They're the invaders. Yeah.
Right. So
These are the people killing my countrymen.
Right. And to just the people who just come in. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing for Trump to say any of these things. It makes sense from his perspective. He's trying to pull Putin to the negotiation table, but just showing that there's sort of in these talks, there can often be conflicting interests that sort of grate at the other side's, how they have to hold themselves in regards to their interest with their own countries.
Isn't this why it may be better to send a diplomat than someone who's been on the front lines?
Yeah, but
they're a little bit more detached from the whole situation.
I mean, you're correct, but you do need to have the presidents of the respective countries, have these conversations, right? Now, I don't know if you usually have them, this publicly and this long and, to this capacity as Trump normally does, which again is at both a benefit and can also be a detriment.
I guess that's an interesting question because it would seem like a slight if someone of lower stature came to negotiate this deal.
Yes.
Yeah, to
Well,
Trump, right?
that already happened. Well, that happened to Zelensky. I mean, they
that
sent
happened to Zelensky. Yeah,
the
exactly.
Treasury Secretary,
Yeah,
to try to force him to sign the deal,
right.
which is interesting because, when I said that, I forget, it was like a few weeks ago, when I said there was a lot of reporting that was saying that the Treasury Secretary came to Zelensky and in one meeting tried to get him to sign this, multi-billion-dollar resource deal. Some people were pushing back saying, well, that's just a source. You don't know if that's true, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, a lot of people are saying, a lot of different sources are saying it's true. The Trump administration has not pushed back on it. Trump implied it was true by basically criticizing Zelensky for not signing the deal then and there. And then there was an interview with the Treasury Secretary where he said the same thing.
Right.
He was
yeah.
complaining. He's like, I had a 45-minute meeting with Zelensky and he wouldn't sign the deal. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's confirmed that he was trying to get him to strong arm sign this deal then and there, which, I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar resource deal that's supposed to be the beginnings of negotiations to end a war that's been going on for 3 years. And it's like, here, sign this without reading it or going back to Ukrainian Congress or anything.
Yeah, I don't think they have a lot of respect for Ukraine, obviously. So that's why they have no problem with it.
Right. Well, I just think it's just a bad. It's not, whoever came up with that idea is stupid. It's not a good negotiation tactic because, again, the whole point, Trump is telling Zelensky, trust me. You have to trust me. I'm going to work out some deal with Putin. And maybe he will. Maybe he completely can. But it doesn't, like, if the opening gamut to that is you send the Treasury Secretary to basically act like a used car salesman who tries to get you to sign something on the spot and gets very agitated when you don't, sign something on the spot. That's not a good way to breed trust in the negotiating relationship.
This is Trump's go-to move. Well, we're going to withdraw aid. Trust me, or I'm just going to withdraw aid. I'm going to walk away. Like he has walked away. He's basically walked away after this meeting. So,
right. No, but but I'm saying if you want to do that move, I think you have to give more signals of trust in the opening gambit here.
Right. Well, no, I'm saying, look, Trump's move is you're forced to trust me, so you have to trust me. You have no other option. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So that's why they can go in and spend 45 minutes. They're like, what other option do you have? Sign or fucking fuck off. That's basically what they're doing.
Right.
But they never anticipated that Zelensky was going to be like, okay, I fuck off.
Right. Well, even though, but I think that's
and
sort
Europe
of the
is like,
mistake.
what? He fucked off. Oh, shit.
That is the mistake in terms of thinking how to handle this, because it's like, okay, and I don't know if it was Trump's thought process or the Treasury Secretary's thought process or Marco Rubio or JD Vance or whoever came up with this idea. It's not a well thought out idea because you have to look at it from the perspective of, okay, this
is an existential threat for him. Exactly.
Yes. Not only is it an existential threat, but Zelensky has not given in to the, if you want to call it bullying or pressure of Putin, who's invading their country. Why would you expect them to be strong-armed by America? Right.
You think the guy who put his fist up in the air after an assassination attempt would get it? You really would.
You would hope
really,
so.
really, really
you
would.
Hope so. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Look, they have both the same mentality, right?
Yes.
I'm not going to let you fucking bully me.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's what's so interesting about the exchange, because you'd think Trump would get that. I don't understand how he doesn't get it. So I guess he feels he has no other option. So,
well, I think because he's looking at it from the perspective of like, well, we just have, because we're paying Ukraine, we just have the, the leverage. That's how he's doing it.
And I think, go ahead. Well,
I was going to say, which is true to some extent, but then as you brought up in the past streams, it's also not true to an extent, because how bad is it going to look politically if Trump just pulls out everything from Ukraine and either the Ukrainians get slaughtered and Trump just looks fucking horrible to the country, or Ukraine just basically jumps on board with the EU, or there's rumblings about them joining China. I'm kind of skeptical about that, but jumps on board with the EU, works out some deal with the EU, and then EU reaps in all the benefits and profits of some sort of, raw earth deal.
Yeah, well, Trump has his out now, because if Zelensky is assassinated and Putin takes over the entire country, Trump and all of his supporters are just going to say, oh, well, obviously it's Zelensky's fault. You know, if he just was more grateful, none of this would have happened. Like, that's going to be the excuse. So he kind of has an off ramp if terrible things happen now.
I think the very strong, I think the pundits on the internet pundits and a lot of strong Trump supporters, yes, they will 100% say that.
Right.
I don't think the average American who can be swayed will look at it through that lens. I don't think they'll look at it through that lens.
I hope you are correct. Obviously, I'm not sure about that. And I'd like to see more of the public polling on Ukraine, because I think I think the average American might be swayed by that.
I don't, because it's sort of, someone brought up, I forget who it was, someone brought up a really good point where they're like, most Americans overwhelmingly wanted America to pull out of Afghanistan, right?
Okay,
and yet,
this is a good point. Yeah.
And yet the pulling out of Afghanistan was such a bungled fucking mess that all the same people, even though the majority wanted to pull out, the majority also thought Biden's handling the situation was catastrophic.
Right.
And so
yeah.
I think it's the same thing. Yeah, the majority of Americans do want Ukraine and Russia to come to some sort of agreement, and the majority of Americans do want the war to end. But if it gets, if it ends in some sort of like fucking bloodbath against Ukraine, I don't think most Americans are going to be like, oh, well, it's Zelensky's fault.
It's a great point. I think they might think it's Zelensky's. I think they might put the blame on Zelensky if it turns out to be a catastrophe.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's going to come to that. I hope it doesn't come to that, obviously.
Yeah, so no, I think Europe is probably going to step up and help Zelensky take care of business. I mean, that's the thing that I'm looking at. Like, is it just physically possible for them to take over the United States? If the United States steps out completely, can Europe take over? Obviously there's going to be some setup time, and the talks that the Prime Minister of Great Britain is giving make me think that they can't immediately, but they have some hope that they could in the future, and are probably working towards that busily right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I still think that there's a pretty good chance that this mineral deal is going to end up getting signed down the road anyway.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think this is going to be just an unfixable thing. So
right. It could be. It could be. Look,
it could be,
Trump,
but
Trump took back the dictator thing, right?
He did. I mean, I mean, he got super heated with Kim Jong-un about, he's literally talking about nuking Kim Jong-un, and then he went over there and they had fun together, right? So Trump, this is a very like masculine sort of thing where people butt heads pretty strong, and then they cool down and they become friendly again. So that does seem to be something that I think Trump is capable of doing. So we'll see. But I definitely think that this deal can be salvaged.
Right. Yeah. I do think the Europeans are going to start going down a path where they don't really need America as much anymore.
Oh, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
And now again, it is I could be incorrect in terms of that Trump could just perceive this as like, I'm just going to use this as an excuse to off ramp ourselves from Ukraine. Like that 100% could happen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why it's so fascinating.
Right.
We'll see, won't we?
It's going to be very fascinating next couple of weeks to see how this all kind of plays out.
As we speak, and I don't want to have that. Think of the parents. Think of whether they're in Russia or Ukraine. Think of the parents.
Yeah, see, look, did you see Zelensky's face when he says that? He's like, "What?"
He says later in the conversation that he does want Trump to be on his side more than Putin's side. He's like, "Look, he sees himself as an honest interlocutor, and Putin is not." So,
well, I believe they asked. It's interesting. Asked Zelensky. Zelensky says he thinks Trump's on his side, and Trump says, like, I'm not. He says, "I'm not anyone's side. I'm on America's side," or something later. So, which is not a bad answer, but
of all these people being killed needlessly,
they came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president.
See, that's important.
Yeah.
He says, look, they came to our territory, okay?
Right.
They broke into our house.
Right. There's the strays that play there. Right. And then he says,
how do you feel if you're living along the line that it's going to become part of Russia with 20% inflation and 20% interest rates and an economy that's on the verge of collapse. Like, aren't you going to wish you were back in Ukraine? Aren't you going to
Not
wish the
great.
line didn't move?
Not great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because, again, I understand the logic. It makes perfect sense of the whole Trump wants to play nice with Putin to bring him to the table. Like, that all logically makes sense. I'm not even saying I'm against that. But it's funny because, like, on an emotional level, it's usually the left that takes that stance of, like, think of the criminal, right? Like, the right always complains that the left is like, think of the, you're thinking of the criminal instead of the victim. You
Right.
know, why are you sympathetic to the criminal? Fuck the criminal. And it's interesting because it's sort of reversed in this stance. Now I understand it's reversed not for emotional reasons or intuitive reasons, like the way that the left-right dynamic normally works. It's a purely logical reason. So
Yeah.
But then again, so we had that stray of, like, kind of the both sidesing situation. And then there's like Trump kind of unfortunately follows it up with another stray of, the war should have never started, wouldn't have started if I was president, which again is, I understand what he means. He just means in terms of like that he would be so strong and Biden was so weak that Russia, sees this as a time to attack. But obviously, if you were Ukraine, you could definitely perceive that as a stray, as like, oh, well, you fucked up, you're stupid for even getting this conflict started in the first place, especially after, Trump made that comment last week about Ukraine starting the war.
Right.
This would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
To President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
It's really unfortunate that reporter asked those two questions, because Trump never comes back he starts to answer the question, but he never comes back to it. And that is kind of an interesting question. He said, are you going to keep sending military aid to Ukraine? And he started to say yes, but then there's not like a full answer, because then he asked the second question to Zelensky and Trump just kind of hands it off to him.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Trump got away.
Do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes. And Putin, the president, speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory, they came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, with really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall. I think
we've had very, very good talks.
That was interesting. We had
that was
praise.
Good,
yeah. So we had praise, and there was a little bit of a stray. So there's the praise is like Trump's on our side, America's on our side. Then there's the stray of like, the Russia's our enemy. He should, he didn't say this, but implicitly saying like, you shouldn't be crying for dead, Russian soldiers. And then it's like in a sandwich. And then there's praise at the other side of it. Like, well, I think Trump can bring peace to our country. He's going to be remembered as like a great president.
Yeah.
So
a little ego stroking.
Right.
Vance is like, that's my job.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you?
That's the real reason Vance got mad. He's like, how dare Zelensky head in my way?
What about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said that there would be no compromises with Vladimir Putin.
I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table, for example, elections? Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. That's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately...
So there's a two strays, well, as you just saw, because there was a question to Zelensky that he didn't get a chance to answer. And you see he got kind of agitated because he tried to speak and he didn't answer there. And then also just, again, the whole framing of like, America's not on the Ukraine side, that they're neutral, that both sides are vicious, blah, 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 blah. So,
Yeah.
but I think it's important, and the reason I point this out is you can see Trump and Zelensky I think are handling these strays pretty well, pretty appropriately. They're not blowing up at each other. And it's just like, you know, Vance obviously has the autistic spurg out when he gets, you know, a minor stray thrown at him.
Right. Yeah.
your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered.
We have another brilliant question. Trump, are you going to be an amazing president? Are you going to just be the best president ever, Trump? God,
It's just,
so good.
look, it's so fucking stupid. They constantly want to compare Ukraine to Iraq, which just, there's no comparison.
Right.
Like we were the aggressors in Iraq, quite obviously. And there was a sustained campaign to deceive the public into thinking they had weapons of mass destruction to actually go into Iraq.
Right.
It's just, I don't see how people can make those comparisons.
I think this is the same guy who then after this asked Zelensky the suit question.
About the suit question, yeah, exactly.
And apparently, I didn't realize this. That guy is Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Wow.
So
MTG.
yes. So I guess that's why he's there asking these dumb fuck questions.
As a peacemaker, this would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question.
That's good that he says this here. Notice when he's calm, he says this, really it's the lives that matter. It's not about the money. But as soon as he gets triggered, he's like, the fucking money. It's like night and day.
I didn't notice that. You're right. That's a good point.
Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind.
That's interesting.
Not triggered here. He realized, it sounds bad to be talking about money in the context of this brutal war.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But later on, when he's triggered, all that fucking goes out the window. These are stupid questions, too. I think that guy should be taken out back and fired.
I hope I'll be known.
Fired. What do you think I was going to say?
Exactly.
Come on. And recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. This could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot, that was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote.
I hate the fucking third world war stuff because it just plays right into Putin's hands. Like you're basically tying your hands. You're saying, we can't do anything because it might lead to a third world war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe you got to do something. Look, if there's a third world war, you're going to be fighting in it, dude.
By millions and millions of votes, we won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would...
It still can. Oh, God, it's so infuriating. Calm down, Adam. Don't get triggered.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's a little early in the process to be
right
throwing this out?
I understand. I guess it's a stray towards you. Like, I get why he's saying it, because, there is a contingency of his base, probably a lot of people in his base who are worried about World War III, which is not an unreasonable fear at all. It is a completely logical fear. And they do fear that the ramping up of tensions could lead to that. And so he's just trying to placate that side.
I understand politically what he's saying, but I have no faith in Trump's negotiation ability to stop World War III.
Right.
Like, if we're headed towards World War III, we need to be making plans beyond, oh my God, the deal maker God is going to come in and negotiate some deal that everyone's just going to magically put down all of their weapons and start handing each other flowers and ecstasy and making out. Okay. Right.
Yeah, that's why.
Look, why conservatives used to believe this, right?
Right.
Speak softly, carry a big stick, trust but verify, that kind of thing. Strength, peace through strength. What is this nonsense?
That's why I wanted to see what the actual negotiation with Russia looked like.
Of course.
To have this examples, like I said, okay, can Trump negotiate us out of World War III? What is that actually going to look like? So I do hope we still get that, just so we can see it.
Do you have faith in Trump to negotiate us out of World War III?
So far, no.
Yeah.
No, but I'm open to having my mind changed, but so far, no.
I saw some talk today where they were questioning the Prime Minister of Great Britain. And like, he said it perfectly. He's like, we have to make plans on what we're going to do without Putin. Like, because Putin is not necessarily going to agree to anything. And if he does agree to anything, it's a strong chance that he's fucking lying.
Right.
Like, we have to put together a strategy, a game plan that's going to that he's going to be forced to submit to. And Trump seems to think if he can get Putin to agree to something, that's like a big win. Would Reagan ever think something like that? Oh, I just got to get old fucking Gorbachev to agree to something, and then it's a huge win.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question because, again, obviously, so the defense of Trump would be like, well, we don't know what he's saying behind closed doors, right? So maybe, behind closed doors, he totally says like, yeah, you can't trust Putin or whatever. But then out front, because he's trying to bring Putin to the negotiation table, he'll say like, oh, he'll try to softball him.
Right. He doesn't want to do that.
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't know the answer to that question. That's why I did want to see what the actual negotiation looked like, because I feel like it would give a little bit of insight into, is he really just stupidly trusting Putin or not?
Well, no, I agree with this. The logic of this argument that in order to get Putin to the negotiation table, you have to like butter him up. And Trump is doing a good job of buttering up. I totally agree to that. I just think getting Putin to the negotiation table is not the real goal.
That's not the end all. Yeah, I understand.
It's not who cares? You got Putin to agree to something. I mean, he's agreed to half a dozen of these things.
Right.
With the Budapest memorandum, like, what do you want?
Right. Is he going to be like, Cersei Lannister and just rip up and say like the little piece of paper and say you think your paper shield will protect you?
Well, this is what Zelensky's basically lays out. He's like, this is why we need a security guarantee. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he's afraid of. Yes.
Putin is going to do whatever he is capable of doing until you take those capabilities away from Putin. Or give him, some strong incentive not to, like we did during the Cold War, right? You nuke us, we're going to nuke you back 10 times over. And until you have some sort of policy with teeth, This is all just a moronic exercise. So,
Right.
but look, and this is why I always said, I thought Putin or Trump was eventually going to get bullied into the status quo, because the status quo is we're just going to try to keep Putin in check. And it really, it's the status quo embodies the understanding that Putin can't be trusted, right? Whatever he signs he's going to break.
Right.
And I don't know that that's.
You don't know if Trump is there in that understanding.
Well, if Trump is just trying to get some piece of paper to placate his base, I get it. I think that's a good strategy. But if he actually believes, I'm
Right.
like, oh
yeah,
my God.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Then I have no faith in Trump at all.
Right.
Yeah. Which
I
it
don't know the
does.
answer to that.
These exchanges have kind of leaned me towards Trump does believe this shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly starting to think Trump does believe this stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Strange.
That would not have been a good situation. What was your second
And
question?
my second question for President Zelensky, why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest, why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe.
There's a huge stray right there. He basically said Trump is wearing a costume. It's like a giant stray, but
Yeah, well, there's like a massive. This is not even a stray. There's a massive attack on Zelensky, and then you're right. His response is a huge stray back at Trump unintentionally.
yeah,
But the
because
costume of wearing a suit. Yeah.
look, in the dipshit, it's like just no respect for the fact that he's like in a war for the existential survival of his country, and to most people, like they get that. The guy asking the question is the one that comes off like a dipshit. So,
Oh yeah, no, he is. He is right. And I mean,
Yeah.
also, yeah, exactly, 100%. I mean, I wish Trump would have responded the same way to the other guy. Say that's a stupid question, right?
well,
You
he
know, I
can't
guess-
because
I
he
guess he
loves
can't
this
'cause
guy.
he-
This guy feeds
Right.
him like softball questions
I
all
know.
day.
He
Yeah.
just praised. That's another problem because he just praised the guy. He's like, "Oh, thank you for giving me this great question," and then immediately attacks Zelensky, which is massively egotistical from the reporter's perspective. Because it's like, why are you trying to, there's some sort of agreement that's supposed to be between America and Ukraine that Trump is trying to work out here, and you're adding needless conflict into it with a retarded question of no substance. That's just to get a laugh line, just to get your question in the a clip on YouTube or on social media because people are going to react to it. So total
Brian-
disgusting, move, degenerate
Right.
human move.
Brian Glenn is the guy.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
want to
that
bring
guy.
up a picture just so you guys can all see what a retard looks like.
Oh, really? I don't know. What's he look
Yeah,
like?
he does actually look a little retarded. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, maybe he's
interesting.
like a special needs kid. Was a
Maybe.
special needs kid? or
Maybe,
something.
yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, but pretty disgusting. Now, as for the not wearing the suit thing, even though I think asking the question is disgusting, I think Brian Glenn's a piece of shit of a person. I do think Zelensky should wear a suit. Like, it doesn't bother me. I don't know. It's the same thing with Elon. I think people should just wear suits when they go to these fucking meetings. I think it's fine. I don't think it detracts from anything to put on a fucking suit. So
Sitch is, yeah.
I'm pro wearing
Look,
a suit.
I'm fine with wearing a suit. Obviously, I think the optics would be good. You'd avoid this question from this dipshit.
Right, because it's
who
like,
doesn't
is it an
understand.
insult? Is it a slight? He's not wearing a suit, like all this stuff.
Right. But
Yeah.
look, he's well, the thing that I don't like is him asking, why don't you wear a suit?
Yeah, no, I agree.
When
100%.
it's totally obvious why he doesn't wear a suit. He's like, I want to empathize with my people who are fucking dying right now for their existence.
Right. And
Yeah.
I believe I don't 100% remember this, but I do remember like years ago, he made some comment about, not wearing suits once the war started or something.
Right. Yeah.
So,
One.
Maybe something like this?
something like
Yes,
yours,
sir.
yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so good.
That was a good, yeah. Except in the stray towards Trump was pretty bad, but the insult was pretty good about like, oh,
Thank
maybe,
you for the fucking totally pointless question, dipshit.
maybe. Well, also
See
to say
you
like,
on the front lines.
right. Also to be like, oh, you're some rich fuck, with
Oh, I
wearing some
know.
fancy
Yeah.
suit. So
How many assassination attempts have you survived?
right.
That's something that he could chum it up with Trump over, right? I'm
Yep.
sure Zelensky
There you
survived
go.
several
There you go. That's right. Yeah.
assassination attempts.
They probably
Yeah,
did talk about
exactly.
that.
They
Marjorie
should
Taylor,
talk about it on camera.
Marjorie Taylor Greene on
Mhm.
X praised her boyfriend for asking this retarded question.
Oh, did she?
Of gosh, yeah. So proud of him.
He
for
does
pointing
look.
out
He
that
does look
Zelensky
like a
has-
fucking dipshit, man.
He does, yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have...
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly.
Look, he said right there.
Yeah, that's good.
Gonna
That's
send
good.
some arms over. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good thing right there.
They need our
A good
weapons
green
and
flag.
ammo.
Right.
Yeah.
An anti-stray.
I'm not sending any weapons to Putin.
Right.
We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully
He needs to stop. So it's unfortunate because he had the kind of the anti-stray, but he needs to stop saying this war should never start thing, because it is a pretty consistent stray he just keeps throwing out at Zelensky. That's not what he means. He just means he's trying to do it to pull himself up, but it is basically a slap in the face to Ukraine. He'd be
Isn't
like,
it?
look, you fucked up Ukraine by, allowing this to even happen in the first place.
Well, is it a stray to Putin too? Isn't he saying Putin would be too scared to enter?
You're right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a great
so
point.
why you keep bringing it up? Everyone knows you're just bringing it up to stroke your own fucking ego.
That's a great point. It is also a total stray to Putin. Yeah.
Look, I honestly think Putin's got to be laughing at this point every time he says this kind of stuff. It just
Right.
This is the thing. Everyone is, all the MAGA people love this, completely love this. And I'm seeing a completely different picture here.
Well,
It's like night and day.
the thing, part of the appeal for voting for Trump and all this stuff is that, he's the strong leader and,
This
daddy's
is not
home.
strength. This is not
I understand.
strength.
I understand.
It's
But I'm
fucking
saying like that.
weakness.
Right. And so, and the appeal and the narrative and the messaging for Trump when he was running was like, yes, if I was president, Putin would have been way too afraid to invade, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think when you're campaigning, that's like totally fine. You say all this stuff, right? It's fine. I think once you're in the actual negotiation, you should probably stop saying that. You should probably stop the campaign mode, because you're right. It's throwing strays at Ukraine. It's throwing strays at Russia. He's supposed to be trying to get Putin to come to the table, and he's basically calling him a bitch, right? Like, it's just, there's a lot of things going, and it's all just to placate a base, which they don't need to be placated. They already agree with this.
Yeah, of course. And isn't this something somebody else says about you? It's not something you say about yourself all the time. I'm so great. I'm so great here.
Well,
I'm
normally,
negotiating this deal. Aren't I great? I'm the great one. This never would have happened because of how great I am.
Well, it's interesting because, normally it's considered not great in most American cultural circles to be the person who self-aggrandizes, but Trump, I think Trump gets away with it because he's like this character who's existed as this guy for 40, 50 years in everyone's consciousness as that kind of person. So he's able to basically get away with it.
Oh, so look, he does in the part where he talks about being George Washington or Lincoln. He says, look, I'm joking. I'm being just braggadocious to joke around. But he's not being braggadocious to joke around here. Like, he fucking thinks it. He's like, he believes this shit.
Right.
Yeah. I think this comes off as massively weak. So if you've got to talk about how fucking great you are all the time, especially just in this kind of situation, I don't think it comes off as strength. I think it comes off as weakness.
saying the
Yeah.
Tywin Lannister, anyone who has to say they're king is not king.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done.
That is 100% of the problem. The security is 100% of the problem. So
Yeah.
Look, and this is what makes me think it's all for show, because it's like he just wants to get a document that he can throw at his base and say, look, I got the deal signed. I'm the great deal maker. Okay. Now forget about Ukraine.
Well, I think this is a miscalculation in terms of how Trump is looking at this deal, because this is a huge stray at Zelensky. Because when he says, we hear this, you're falling in the trap of security. That's Zelensky. Zelensky's saying that. Ukraine is saying that. His entire negotiating team is saying that. So it is a massive insult to his side. And it's also, from their perspective, a ridiculous statement, because he's basically saying your concern is stupid, is pointless. It's 2%.
Yeah.
Your concern is nothing. It's this 2% thing, which obviously, whether you agree with that or not out there, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how does Zelensky look at it. Zelensky obviously does not look at that. He looks at it as 99% of the concern. He looks at it as the concern is the security guarantee. And I don't think it really helps Trump to continually say this in terms of negotiation when his entire argument to Zelensky is trust me, I'll be your advocate, trust me. And it's like, okay, well, why would he trust you if you're saying that his main concern is nothing?
Yeah, I don't know how you can get the security part of the deal worked out after the deal is signed.
Well,
This doesn't make any sense at all.
In terms of it depends what he means. Like, to be fair, in terms of the mineral deal, like, yeah, you can come to some agreement about this mineral deal first and then have a security deal worked out like afterwards. Right. Like, I think that's possible. I'm not opposed to that idea. And I think it's kind of what you were saying last week, where, Trump really wants this deal because he really wants to be able to wave something to his base to say, see, this is what, now we're getting something from Ukraine to justify trying to work out some kind of peace. Right. And I don't have a problem with that. I think that makes perfect sense. I think that's fair. I think it's fine. It's logical to do all that stuff. I just think that I think I've noticed that Trump has this way of handling these deals, which in some circumstances are definitely work. Some circumstances don't work. And it's like he kind of looks at each deal individually and like says, okay, while I'm working on this one deal, I'm going to go all out on the other person to kind of like try to force them into the deal. And then once the deal's signed, then we'll kind of look at the bigger picture here. And I just don't think that approach is going to work with Zelensky or with Ukraine or any of this stuff.
Not with foreign policy.
Yeah, well, with some foreign policy, but not with this foreign policy, because Zelensky keeps making the same argument. We've been down this path before. You make these temporary peace agreements with Russia with no security guarantees, and they just shit all over them. They just use them as an opportunity to regroup and attack us again.
Yeah. We looked at the mineral deal, and the mineral deal was kind of a deal to make a deal in the future. So maybe he should have just signed it and moved. I guess he was planning on signing it anyway. So the thing is, what he really wants out of it is some kind of security guarantee, because that's his ticket to ending the war. As soon as they have some sort of teeth to fight against Putin, then, obviously that's going to keep Putin out. So,
right. Well, I mean, he was, even after this interaction, the blow up, he was going to sign it. It was Trump that told him to get lost. So,
right.
Because we went over the deal. The deal is vague. It's basically a deal to make a deal. So obviously he's going to sign it because he doesn't lose anything by signing it.
Yeah, who cares?
And I think that's also part of maybe why Trump was upset by the whole thing, and Vance was extra triggered, is because they know that it's a deal to sign a deal. Everyone knows it's kind of like
it's bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yeah, it's just like a face saving thing. So he's like extra triggered by not just going along with it.
Yeah, Zelensky should have gave him the
medal.
win. Yeah, the superficial win, right?
Right. Well, I mean,
I guess he's
he
not
was
really
going to.
asking for much. Yeah, and he did say, look, he's going to give him weapons and whatnot. So,
Right.
yeah, maybe Zelensky is the one that really fucked up here.
Well, it's sort of, I mean, obviously Zelensky fucked up in terms of the Monday morning quarterback looking back in retrospect. The way I kind of look at the interaction, the blow up, is it's like Zelensky is approaching a four-way stop, and he has the right of way, and he does kind of a rolling stop, where you like kind of stop, but you don't fully come to a complete stop because you don't see anyone, and then you kind of go through slowly the stop sign, right? Which, you're not supposed to do that. It is technically illegal. A lot of people do it. It's not like a huge deal, right? You probably get a ticket, but it's not a big deal. So Zelensky's approaching the four-way intersection. He has the right of way. He kind of does a rolling stop. Then JD Vance is like a drunk driver, and he just speeds straight through the stop sign and he clashes into Zelensky going like 80 miles per hour. And it's like, okay, like, yeah, they were both in the wrong, but one of those was significantly more in the wrong.
Right.
So that's how I kind of look at the situation.
That's a good analogy, I think.
The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. We have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can...
He's just married to the raw earth. I can't help but laugh.
Create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over.
Yes, and that's another massive stray there, because again, and I'm actually really surprised Trump said that, because the whole thing is supposed to be like, this is the agreement. It's kind of like, it's like pretty big mixed signals, because they're saying like, well, we need to get this agreement first, and then we'll get the peace agreement. And he just right there said like, well, we'll just get this agreement, and then, peace will like magically follow. Like, we don't even really need anything else afterwards. And again, that's not really shooting very strong signals of, trust me, I can be your advocate and work out some great deal with Putin energy. So
right.
And also,
it's unrealistic.
Right. And I think also that, if I recall correctly, Zelensky's going to try to talk, and then he basically gets talked over by the press, and they just don't, he doesn't get an opportunity, or he gets a little triggered.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. You had Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week. Both.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck?
He just throws up his hands.
Right.
What does he got to say? I want to know.
Well, he was, because he was, the woman that asked the question is like, Zelensky's shaking his head, So he was going to probably respond to that question or comment.
Your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy.
What the fuck? Who are these people? Can we get these people like out of here? Can we like, listen, if you don't want to send the fake news who's going to go in there and twist Trump's words around to be negative, like, that's fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. But can we get people that are asking like actual questions, not just sucking the president's dick? Okay. I don't care if they're Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or any future Democrat or Republican. Can we not have reporters that are just sucking the president's dick, wasting everyone's time with these stupid questions?
Mr. President, what gave you the moral courage to be so awesome?
Yes. Jesus. And I don't know who that is. That person sounds like they're like 12 years old too. So it's just like, which I know is, throwing stones here, but
Trump is like, I love this guy. I love this guy. Of course.
It's a ridiculous question.
And he's like, Mr. Zelensky, how long have you been corrupt?
Yeah, right. Donald Trump, I have a very important question to ask you about this complicated negotiation that might avert World War III. Why are you so fucking amazing? God.
Guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's that. Why?
One America.
Thank you. One America News. Yeah.
Mhm.
They sent a fluffer when they were supposed to send a reporter. So
Right.
I like him. One American News does a great job.
I wish they would just try to at least act neutral, right? That's all you're really asking
like
for.
there's
Sitch, right?
there's a question you can ask that like is a real question that can make Trump look good, you know, in terms of things like, you know,
That sounds neutral, right?
right, like, oh, you know, like how is this deal going to benefit Americans? And then Trump can go on this whole spiel about how this is going to benefit Americans greatly, right?
Yes,
Or,
totally.
you know, something to that effect, right? It's just not like, why are you so amazing?
Right. What gave you the moral courage?
Jesus
That's
Christ.
very. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, you know, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry,
go ahead.
please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I have to.
Look at this. Look at this.
Right.
Trump is stepping in there.
Is he? This is weird because I'm like, at first I'm like, okay, he's defending him, but I'm like, is he though? Why is he bringing it back up? Would it have been better to
Oh,
just
okay.
not bring it back up? Like, I don't know.
I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed. I think he's
I
dressed
like this guy. I don't know.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So I have.
I think he does work on smoothing it over. He's
Okay.
like, look, there's nothing, no problem with what he's wearing.
That's
okay?
good. That's good.
Trump gets it. Trump understands. He gets
Right.
he gets it. But
Well, but then I don't know. Like, he should. I mean, I guess, you know, Trump's got to be nice to this fucking NTG's boyfriend, but like, I mean, honestly, that guy's like a pawn to be thrown under the fucking, you know, table here in, you know, regards to this negotiation.
listen to
with,
Trump.
with
Or
Zelensky.
listen to Sitch. Sitch is
No, but
like,
that's how you sort of have to look at this. Is like you have two
these
presidents.
people need to be run over.
Well, no. I mean, in terms of like, you
He's
have two
cannon fodder in
Exactly.
my war.
you have two presidents that are sort of like viewing themselves as close to equal status. Obviously, Trump being the president of America is going to be higher status than Zelensky,
Yeah.
but then everyone else is kind of just like below that. And so you have some like reporter, you know, throwing a fucking grenade into this for no fucking reason.
This
It's like,
is
well,
what
fuck you.
This is what bugs me. There's so many people they see Zelensky as a fucking corrupt, fucking bad guy.
Right.
That's in all of the MAGA right wing media. Zelensky is like fucking evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
Yeah, you're correct.
for why? What's that from? Where's that come from?
You're not gonna like the answer.
What is it?
I mean, it's just propaganda.
Yeah,
Propaganda
who's
is where it
that
comes from.
propaganda?
So.
Who does it serve to envision Zelensky that way?
I mean, I said this I guess it wasn't 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah,
I
totally.
remember when the war started and we had this super long debate with Aiden and I guess Spoon too, Aiden and Spoon. And I said, listen, and it was the same thing. Said the exact same thing to Kurt. Is I said, listen, if you don't want to send American troops and American money and American military equipment to Ukraine, because either A, you're afraid of World War III, which is completely reasonable, or you just don't want to send your money there, which I understand. Like, that's totally fine. That's 100% fine. But I'm worried that a lot of people, because they're in that space, are then going to seek to justify that feeling by blaming Ukraine, blaming Zelensky, blaming all these people for everything bad, and basically hand waving away Russia. to kind of justify the position that they already want, right? And I think that's not happening with everyone, but I think that's happening with a lot of people in terms of the way that, is what you're saying is like just viewing Zelensky as this sort of evil, corrupt person.
Right. The situation, there's a selfishness to the situation that nobody really wants to acknowledge. It's easier to think, oh, well, this is a corrupt piece of shit and we shouldn't be sending him our money because he's evil.
It's that, and it's also, I think it's partially that. I think it's also partially just that because the media has done such a shit job in the last 10 years that too many people have adopted the way in which that they understand the world is they just say, I'm going to do whatever the opposite of the media tells me. I'm going to do whatever the opposite the left tells me. Whatever the left or the media tells me, they have to be wrong. I'm going to accept the opposite position. And so when the war started and the left and the media was very pro-Zelensky, a lot of people that are using that lens to perceive the world are just automatically going to say, oh, Zelensky must be bad. Like if the media and the left likes him, he must be bad.
Right. Yeah.
And we even saw it, like I'm literally seeing, I think Elon even tweeted this out, which is like, Elon going down the path of retardation. He even tweeted out like a meme that was essentially just that, saying like, oh, if they're wrong about everything else, why would they be right about Zelensky in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Which is, it's funny because it used to be like when the left is attacking the right, they completely see the fallacy and stupidity of that line of argumentation. It's like the whole Hitler drank water, so water is bad argument. It's the same argument.
Yeah.
It's the exact same
totally,
argument.
Totally.
Hitler drank water, so water is bad, right? It's like, okay.
If Zelensky left, it would be a lot harder for me to support him. But I do think there is some contingent of the left that would have supported him even if he left. I mean, they tried to get him out of there. They tried to give him a ride. So they tried to encourage him to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just so weird.
Well, just
I
again,
guess the left, like the progressives, completely glorifying him too. That's got to really rub the MAGA people the wrong way.
Well, it's funny because this the same token of like the left, the right basically turning Zelensky because the left adores him. I think that also is going on the left because the left never addresses the fact that Zelensky was 100% going to sell out Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and do exactly what Trump wanted him to do. He was like the perfect phone call. Zelensky never turned on Trump on the perfect phone call. He was going to do exactly what Trump wanted to do. He didn't give a shit. He was just going to say, like, yes, I will go on CNN and talk to Fareed Zakaria and announce investigations in the Burisma. I'll do exactly what you want, Trump. He's never attacked Trump for that phone call. And yet the left completely ignores that. And the right everyone ignores that. The right ignores that too. They don't give him any credit for doing that. And the left doesn't give him any penalty for doing that.
Every time I hear it come up in left-wing media, they say that Zelensky denied Trump, that
they're
Zelensky
insane.
told Trump no. Yeah.
They have no clue what they're talking about. This is not what happened.
Yeah, I always notice it because I always think, did he? Like,
nope.
Did he tell him no?
Nope.
I mean, I thought he told him yes.
He told him, yeah, he 100%. But that's the thing. If the left had to come to grips with the fact that Zelensky actually told Trump yes, they would feel conflicted about their sort of 100% unwavering support. Yes, about how Zelensky's like 100%, the goodest good boy that ever good things.
Right. Yeah.
So.
I have more serious things than answer on side question. I will answer on more serious question if I can. Yeah, so please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will never work because I'm like a president. I have this experience and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency from the 2014 Putin broke.
That is a straight Trump there too. The whole I've experienced because the implication is that you don't have experience. So
yeah, Trump is not liking any of this. Trump's whole demeanor completely changed when he's like, "Oh shit, why the fuck you gotta run your mouth?"
I think some people were confused about the ceasefire thing because it's not explained in this meeting. So ceasefire doesn't mean like they're like, oh, he doesn't want a ceasefire, so he doesn't want peace. That's not what he's saying. Ceasefire means a temporary stopping of the war while another agreement is being worked on. That's what a ceasefire means. It doesn't mean the war stops. It means we're going to take a pause for like a week, 2 weeks, a month, a year until we work out an agreement. And Zelensky's against that because he's afraid that Putin is going to use any time in a ceasefire to just regroup his military to put them in a stronger position. And he's said, and this is my research has shown this to also be true, is that for the last 8 years, whenever Russia gets a ceasefire with Ukraine, that's exactly what they do. They get a ceasefire, they regroup militarily to a stronger position, and then they attack again. And so that's why he keeps saying that he doesn't want a ceasefire. He wants a permanent peace.
Yeah.
And that's a stray at Trump too, because Trump seems to be in favor of a ceasefire, because obviously it would look better for Trump politically to get the killing to stop immediately.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Broken 25 times. 25 times. He, not only me, Ukraine before my presidency from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president.
See, that's a big stray too at Trump.
That's a giant stray.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's not even a stray. It's a direct, I would even say it's not a stray. It's a direct
because he's like,
yes.
no, wait a second.
Right.
You were the president in 2016.
Right. Well, Zelensky kind of walks it back a little bit after this because I think he realizes it was a mistake.
Right. Then he fucked up. Yeah.
But yeah. So this is a pretty big, slap.
President in 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those period he had.
That was what he was trying to say was like, oh, well, he didn't walk. There was no agreement between Trump and Putin that Putin reneged on.
Right. But he broke an agreement with Zelensky when he was
while
when
Trump was president.
Yeah.
Yes, right. So
yeah.
The
language barrier is really hurting Zelensky here.
Right. But I'd say this is probably like before obviously the blow up, the biggest fuck up from Zelensky in the interaction.
But Trump is not triggered by it.
He's upset, obviously, but he doesn't do the JD Vance, spurg out, cry to teacher.
Right.
That guy from that medical show that everyone was memeing, the guy crying, the autistic doctor who's like crying. Yeah. That's how I see JD Vance. Is like he's just that guy.
Did you see the Whitehouse put out a picture of him, like from Zelensky's perspective? Oh God, so cringe.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I did that. I didn't realize I saw that picture. I didn't realize that was a Whitehouse picture.
Yeah, it's like a Whitehouse tweet, isn't it?
Is it? Oh Jesus Christ, that's really bad if that's the case.
I believe it is. Yeah.
Listen, that girl that's stalking Trump who's running the White House account, she needs to chill out. Okay.
Did she do that? I don't know.
I'm just joking. But
everyone thinks this is a big own. Look, it's so easy though. If you just eat up the propaganda that Zelensky's a big fucking corrupt piece of shit.
Of course. Yeah.
Then it all looks good, right?
Right.
But you got to ask yourself, why is Trump even sitting here next to him? Why is he saying, oh, he looks fine, his outfit is fine? Why is Trump going to all this effort if Zelensky's a corrupt piece of shit?
We'll see, but no one's going to ask that question, right? But that's a great point. I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I forgot, and I even retweeted. I forgot. It was so psych.
It is the White House, right?
It is crazy. The official White House. It's super cringe, and it's actually weird that they'd even do this because I think
that's
this was
the cringe part. That it's the White House.
The most soy cucked thing that Vance did was the whole have you even said thank you once?
Yeah.
How was that? I know you're very against people demanding public apologies. How are you in terms of people demanding public thank yous?
Well, it's in the same ballpark, obviously.
Right. And so to take a picture,
it's in the same garage, the same one-car garage.
Right. So in order to so tweeting out the Vance being at the highest height of soy cucked demanding a thank you as is pretty cringe. So
yeah. Oh.
Conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have, all the world knows that we have meeting, yes? Why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want.
Is he saying that Putin is going ballistic today because he knows Zelensky's not on the battlefield?
No, he's saying that today or 2 days ago when this was occurring, Russia was literally shooting missiles at Ukraine when he was having this conversation with Trump.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I said.
Right. Oh, I thought you said going ballistic, like he's just being mad.
No, going ballistic, like actually shooting ballistics at them.
Yes, shooting missiles, yeah.
That's where the ballistics actually comes from.
Right. I do, yeah. Okay, gotcha. But no, I do think Zelensky's throwing too many strays out here in this interaction because I understand from
this is massive strays for Trump. He's
Yeah,
basically saying, look, while we're sitting here talking, Putin is fucking shooting our soldiers dead, you cuck.
Right. Putin doesn't respect you is what he's saying. Yes.
Yeah.
So these are massive strays. That's why I'm saying this interaction, I think, is like not a great interaction. It's a really bad interaction from Zelensky. Because I understand like the one part that he does need to say here was a little part he said just a few seconds earlier about how from the Ukraine's perspective, this mineral deal isn't enough. And that's why I think it was a huge mistake for Trump to keep saying that, because it's going to prompt a response from Zelensky, because Zelensky has to go back to Ukraine. He has to sell this deal. And obviously the Ukrainians don't believe that this mineral deal is enough. So that's why he has to push back on it. He isn't, because if Zelensky just says, yes, sir, Trump, yes, sir, thank you so much. Thank you, Massa. Thank you so much. And he just bows his head, right? And he takes a little deal and he runs back to Ukraine. Everyone's going to say, what the fuck, Zelensky, you're a total cuck. You know, we're not going to agree to this shit. You know, we're going to kick you out of office. We're going to find someone who's going to stand up to Trump because Trump is going to just roll over to Putin. Like, yeah. So that's what Zelensky's dealing with. So, you know, unfortunately, that's why I was saying Trump shouldn't keep saying that comment, but then Zelensky kind of amplified it and made the response worse, in my opinion.
When Trump said that Obama gave you sheets and I gave you javelins, should Zelensky say that Biden gave us F-14s? Like,
no.
Can't you do better than that?
That's not a good thing to say.
That F-22 is pretty cool. How about you give us some of those? Right. This is why they wanted Air Force, man.
Right.
Oh my God, that would change everything, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, World War III, if we give them an Air Force, Putin will launch nuclear missiles.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope that we will do it, really, we'll do it. Security, when we speak about security guarantees.
You see Trump, like, Trump is like cringing hard.
Yeah, he's not liking this.
When the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop.
When he says air defense, is he talking about Iron Dome, or is he talking about an Air Force?
I think he's primarily talking about missile defense systems.
Right. Okay.
Which
some sort of
Russia's,
Iron Dome.
Yeah, which Russia is very against anyone.
Because they want to continue to fire artillery into the country over and over and over again. They don't want to waste the artillery getting blown up in the air.
Yeah, Russia has this, their philosophy is essentially that they kind of have the same philosophy people have with like nukes, they have with like artillery and intercontinental missiles. It's like, well, as long as we can shoot missiles at each other, people will be less likely to be peace. So they view these missile defense shield systems as like taking away, that. Now, right. America doesn't believe that. I don't think any other country agrees with that notion or that philosophy. So
what is the thinking? Because you can send ground troops in to Russia while they're firing artillery and the artillery isn't hitting anything?
Yeah, or you could just shoot your own missiles back. So that's why, yeah, no other country seems to abide by this philosophy.
Russia doesn't have air defense?
So I'm assuming they do.
I don't know.
So, but they always get
Probably
prickly.
don't.
They always get, because this was a big thing when Bush was, if you recall, this was like years ago when Bush was president. They were putting air defense systems, I forget where. It wasn't in Ukraine. It was somewhere in some region, and Putin was getting super triggered about it, even though the air defense system had nothing to do with Russia. It was like right after 9/11, and there was some fear that Iran or Afghanistan or one of these fucking countries was going to start shooting missiles at Europe, and so they wanted to put a bunch of missile defense systems, and Russia got all pissy about it.
Seems like Reagan called this Star Wars when they first started developing it, and everyone laughed at him. But now it seems like regular technology, just
that was
status quo
different. I
technology.
mean, my understanding with Star Wars was it was like a satellite that would shoot a laser that would blow up a rocket or something.
Oh, really?
That's why they call it Star Wars. Where the Iron Dome is they shoot a missile at a missile, so it's a little different.
Have you seen the Dragonfire?
What's that?
It's like a laser. The UK
Yes.
has this
Oh,
Dragonfire
right, yes.
laser that's
I know what you're talking about. That does
so
shoot
it
the
shoots
missiles,
missiles down for like $13. Like these missiles are expensive. I don't know, 10,000,
Right, now,
100,000 or whatever.
That would be the comparison to compare Star Wars.
The Star Wars, yeah.
Now they have I don't know if they're
Dragonfire.
ground based or they're like a ship base. They're usually in these like big ships.
The one I saw was ground based.
Oh,
I've
okay.
seen a couple tests of it.
Right.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, that can shoot a laser at a missile. I don't know if those are. I believe, I don't remember why. I believe they're not 100% ready to use that technology yet. There's still some bugs to work out.
Right.
But
yeah.
obviously that would be a massive. I mean, Russia would be very terrified of that, and that'd be a huge game changer in the artillery missile thing. If you had a little laser that for very cheap could just start shooting
Yeah, it's
down
like
these
dirt
missiles.
cheap. It's like $13 a shot.
Yeah.
Which is fucking. I mean, it's like
Mm-hmm.
shoot them all down.
Right.
Wave that wand in the air.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
And we'll go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. You know, it's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to
Hey, look, he pulled his punch. He's like, this mad person.
Well, I mean, after saying that, yeah, some more strays at Putin. Obviously, he's an inhuman monster who doesn't view us as people. So
Trump is still, I don't think, triggered. I don't think he still seems calm.
no, I mean, he just moves on. He's still calm. He's not happy, but they just move on. He doesn't spurg out like JD Vance does.
Right.
Mr. President, under these
He's thinking about lunch right now. He's like, oh man, where's my Diet Coke button?
Well, he's like, listen, we're gonna, because he wants the. I actually, here's my hot take. I think Trump is actually really pissed off at JD Vance. I think he wanted this mineral deal, and that's why he's like sitting, he's fine. He's like, whatever, they'll throw barbs, I'll throw barbs, there'll be a lot of strays, and we're just gonna get through it. And it was only once JD Vance called it out as like, you're being so disrespectful. Once he publicly calls that out,
he's forced
like Trump's hand, it forces Trump to then react. It forces Trump's hand. So that's my hot take. I think Trump is secretly or behind the scenes is pretty pissed off at JD Vance acting like a retarded spurg in this meeting. But
yeah, and just using that word disrespect, that kind of forces Trump to send Zelensky away and not even sign the deal. How can he sign the deal when he's been disrespected in the hallowed grounds of the Oval Office?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. Wow, this JD Vance guy. Oh, man.
They have to pay.
This question.
This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay.
Do you agree,
This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billions, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
President, under these circumstances, do you envision a trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelensky?
Wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and
Yes.
Ukraine or on the Ukraine's.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out. And
That was a little cough, cough. Cough, cough. You keep shitting on Putin. Cough, cough. Zelensky.
Zelensky's upset about it. Look,
I
I
don't
know
know if Zelensky's
Zelensky's
upset about
had the U.S. on his side for 4 years now. So I mean,
Right.
this is tough. I just and this I can see, like, logically, obviously Trump has to play to the middle just to get any kind of deal between the two. So
Right. Yeah. And I don't, a lot of people criticize it. I'm not criticizing that. As long as it works, I'm not going to criticize it.
no, yeah, you got to
Yeah.
see what it
If it works.
produces. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
who knows what's going to happen? But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. They, as you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
Poland's like right on the border, so obviously they're like, yeah, we're paying. Oh yeah, we're gonna pay.
The Baltics, they got a lot of. It's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the
Look, he said he's committed to NATO right there. That's the big question after this dust up. Everyone is like, are we sticking in? Are they going to stay in NATO?
Europeans have to step up more than they have, and I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
That was interesting because Trump tried to fix the stray a little bit there. I think he did. He's like, because he acknowledged what Zelensky was saying.
Yeah,
So that was a good move. That's a green flag right there.
we're getting close to everything falling apart, though.
Yes, we are getting close.
Mr. President,
please, go ahead.
can I ask you about the agreement again today? What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was the
I'm just-
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
Along those minerals,
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with
I think that's like one of those things that's like, I understand why you asked that question. It's a fair question. It's also kind of a shitty question. It's like, you're basically putting, like, how's Trump supposed to answer that question? Like, he's supposed to say like, well, we wanted to fleece Ukraine and they said no, so we came up with a better agreement. Like, what, like, why do you answer
Yeah.
that question? It's like this, like a ridiculous question to ask.
Ukraine got on to how badly we were taking advantage of them, so we had to dial it back a bit.
Right. It's like, okay, we had an opening offer. They didn't go for it. And then we kept working on it until we got something that both sides could agree with, like any fucking deal. Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know,
under
but
these
well, they
circumstances?
don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
This is so fucking Team America. It's like, oh, they're talking about going to war. Give me the phone. You better not go to war. I'll fuck you up if you do.
Right, right. But I mean, it again, like every time he brings it up, it is like a pretty big stray at Zelensky because, like, twofold. Number one, he's shitting all over Biden, who Biden gave Zelensky all this money and support. And so it's like, okay, so Zelensky's supposed to throw under the bus this guy who basically helps, you know, from his perspective, help save the country from getting taken over by Putin. So,
I mean, Biden's kind of out of the picture now, so why not?
Okay, I'm just saying, we'll talk about loyalty. Okay, talk about Loyalty Foundation being triggered. So
no, say Biden was a piece of shit. All he would give us was F-14s. That fucker.
Right. But then
look, then you're upping the ante right there.
There you go. But that's kind of like that's kind of a stray. But then also just again, it's like this whole like it never should have happened in the first place. That keeps kind of saying that like Ukraine has some responsibility in the war happening and sort of like all these people died for nothing, as opposed to like
I
they
don't see it that way.
I think Zelensky sees it that way.
I'm
not saying
Trump
might
see it as
to be
Trump
clear,
is naive.
No, to be clear, Trump doesn't mean it that way, but I think it's very easy that Zelensky can see it that way.
You know,
I think that is how Zelensky's seeing it. So
look, I agree with that. I think what Trump is really saying is, like, he would have picked up the phone when he saw the troops building up on the border and said, "Oh, Putin, you better not.
No, yeah,
you better not run in there. If we got a big red button on my desk and I'm ready to press it."
I 100%, and I've said this like
my little buddy Zelensky, you better not touch a hair on his head.
I understand that that's Trump's thought process. He's not meaning it as that's why it's called a stray. A stray is an unintentional slight against someone else. It's unintentional. It's not intended to be an attack on them. So yeah, Trump doesn't mean it that way, but it can be perceived that way, obviously.
Right.
So, but here, I'll be right back. I gotta let Sammy in.
Okay, good. Tell her I said hi.
Okay. About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if
Sitch, are you back yet? Here it is. I think this is the moment of truth. When the biggest stray comes into play here.
If we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR, you know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. Poland
was one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin is trying to put back together the USSR. It's important to remember that Zelensky is a fluent Russian speaker. So when Putin gives these talks that we're all forced to listen to the goofy interpreter on, Zelensky hears Putin's actual words and understands them. So, and Putin has been pretty explicit about, I mean, he did that interview with Tucker Carlson where he was talking about, let's go back to the 1400s when when the Russian borders went halfway into Europe, right? Yeah.
Fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Okay, this is the super triggering thing here. What he's saying is, Poland is a NATO country, right?
Yes.
Poland is in NATO. So he's basically saying, if we don't hold the line in Ukraine and Putin goes into a NATO country, Poland, then under Article 5, we are obligated to put troops in to fight. That's what he's saying. But I see a lot of people, a lot of MAGA people reinterpreting this as him asking for U.S. troops to be sent to Ukraine to fight.
Yeah, they sought that. I forgot. I don't know who started it. There was some account that clipped this in a dishonest way, and they framed it that way without the context.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of people thought that's what he said.
So
yeah, no, because
spreading fake information.
Right.
You're being completely dishonest. He's not asking for American troops. He's saying you are obligated under the NATO treaty to send American troops if
the argument
they go into Poland.
Right. The argument he's making, which a lot of people have been making, obviously not everyone agrees with this argument, but the argument he's making is that, Putin wants to take over a bunch of countries. He wants to rebuild the USSR. So after Ukraine, he's going to invade Poland, or he's going to invade other countries that are in NATO. So that's why you should support us. We're the front line. You support us so that we can fight the war so you don't have to. That's the argument he's essentially making.
Remember old George W. Bush? We fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here. He's making that same argument.
And I think Zelensky, I don't know, do I personally believe that Putin's going to take over Poland or any stuff? I have no clue. I don't know the answer to that question. I think it'd be I think
he would if he could.
Yeah. I think he would I think if I have to answer, I would say, I think it's highly unlikely just because I don't think he has the capabilities to. And after this, it really shows he doesn't have the capabilities to. So, but I think that Zelensky believes this, or at least he's trying to sell it. I think he believes this. And I think it's also part of why, a lot of the Ukrainians get triggered when the whole JD Vance saying, say thank you. Because they're like, well, we're yeah, you're giving us money, but we're literally dying to prevent the war from spreading to you. So that's how they're perceiving it.
Yeah. So that's just important context for this exchange that takes place after this.
Yes.
Because this is what really gets JD Vance fucking wound up.
Well, no, this is what gets Trump wound up.
Okay, let's see.
Go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kiev or Odessa, which is going to be at the Riviera or Black Sea?
See, Trump isn't really triggered here.
He's not. No. I mean later, once Trump does because what set Trump off? Well, I think what set Trump off was Vance, but then what sets him off on Zelensky is when Zelensky makes his comment about once the war comes to U.S., maybe things will go bad in the U.S.
Yeah,
and it's regarding troop morale. So
yeah, this is nobody in the American media is framing it this way.
No,
the way that Zelensky just framed it. Yeah.
But, yeah.
My question.
I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace without.
Is Odessa in NATO? We should have looked up the NATO countries beforehand. So
no, Odessa's a city in Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if it's under.
Oh, they're asking if he's going to go visit Odessa.
It's not under Russia. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that.
They're like, Trump, are you going to go visit in Ukraine? So I read a bunch of these these books, these insider books, and it doesn't sound like Trump really likes going on these fucking outings, these foreign outings. It
Well, I
seems
mean,
like he has
listen,
a terrible fucking time.
who the fuck wants to do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Who wants to do that?
I don't think he wants to go to Ukraine. He wants to go to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend,
Right.
okay?
We have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of
You have to come,
things have
Mr.
to happen.
President. You have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting, and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes. So,
Mr. President.
See, he's like, look, we're fucking kicking ass. Our kids are going to school underground and shit. We're hunkered down.
Right. But this is why, it's obnoxious, but a lot of times you have, diplomats have these negotiations who are well versed in having like, media training, I guess, or just having these like super hyper conscious awareness of how to have the conversation. Because like from Trump doesn't even realize, again, it's a straight, he doesn't even realize that when he talked about like the city being destroyed. Like it's not, he doesn't mean it as an attack on Ukraine. He's like, look, Russia's like fucked up, the city. But then Zelensky's like, it's just as straight as Zelensky because he's like, well, no, we're strong.
Doing a good job of defending
Like,
ourselves.
Yeah, we're defending
exactly.
ourselves. We're strong. We have our own pride. We're still, going to work and school and all this other stuff. So this is all these like crazy strays that get thrown out accidentally in these sort of conversations.
He's got to be like, we built a huge Trump monument in Odessa at the very center of the city. You must come and see it.
See, there you go. That's part of the mineral deal. Should have been like a giant Trump tower, like you're in the
It should have
Capitol.
been. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to get them invested.
Mhm.
You got to put, you want Russian artillery to hit the Trump sign? Think of how horrible that would be.
Yeah,
Done.
in America, you've got a Hollywood sign. We need a Trump sign in Ukraine, a giant Trump sign on a mountain somewhere.
Oh man,
See,
that would
that's
be
what you should get.
good.
You need
that
a
would
big,
be good.
I don't know. He was saying that the land is flat. I don't know what the geography is like, but you got to get like a mountain that faces Russia from
Mhm.
Ukraine's borders, and you just put like Trump, like in giant gold letters, like right there.
Build a Trump tower.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting close to the. Oh my God.
Yeah.
President, one more. I mentioned Poland.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that
I don't know if I'd call this like a stray, but it's kind of crazy. It's to frame Putin as the victim of the Russian Trump collusion narrative attack, whatever you want to frame it. To say that Putin is the victim of that is a super weird framing.
Yeah, he was the beneficiary of it. Putin was definitely the beneficiary of it, and this comment made me wonder if this came up when he talked to Putin. If Putin basically said to him that, that you were treated very unfairly with the Russiagate stuff, just to kind of get into Trump's good graces. Like a lot of these books that you read about Putin, one of Putin's signature moves is that he figures out whatever the person likes and believes, and he basically mirrors all of their desires and aspirations, and then uses that to gain the person's trust before he fucks them over.
Right, he just lies to their face, essentially.
Yeah. So it makes me wonder if this was brought up on one of those phone calls, because obviously he's been talking to Putin. He said he talked to him a few days ago. I think, says in this talk that he's talked to him multiple times. I think there's only one official phone call that was reported on. So,
Right.
I mean,
No,
why is he bringing this up?
That's a good catch, because I mean, I think you're right, because the context of the answer was, I just had this conversation with Putin, and then he says this. And maybe Trump said this in the past. I've never heard Trump say this in the past. It is kind of a wild statement. Like Trump saying he's the victim, he himself is the victim of the Trump-Russia attack. Like, obviously that's true. That makes sense.
He is the victim.
Yeah,
he totally
is
was
the
the
victim,
victim.
right?
Yeah.
But to sort of like, to put Putin into that box, not only is, I think, it's just incorrect, because I think Putin is the victor, because Putin just wants to cause chaos, division, a division of the country, and all this other stuff. But also, it's weird. It's a bad framing too, because again, Trump is trying to sell Zelensky on like, trust me, trust me, trust me. I'm going to make this deal for you. And yet he's kind of framing it like, me and Putin are brothers in arms because we were both attacked by like the fake media. It's like, oh, that's a bad framing. And I think actually, if this meeting hadn't exploded, this would be the line that like the media would be attacking Trump on. Be like, oh my God, what's he saying here? But it kind of got overshadowed by everything that follows it.
Yeah. I hope Trump doesn't actually believe this. I hope
he doesn't believe Putin. I hope he understands
shit.
Putin's just a liar. Like,
yeah.
So,
but I don't know. I really don't know.
Right.
He wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
See, look at that hedging. Hope we're going to get it solved. I don't know.
Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday.
Are they talking about Zelensky there?
No, he said Starmer. So.
Oh, okay. He's talking about Keir Stammer.
Yeah, Stammer. I don't know the fact claim that he's referring to there. But.
Yeah, Ukraine is going like a little nuts with hate crimes, people posting racist shit on social media and getting thrown in jail for it. So.
Oh, he's talking about I'm sorry, I was kind of like half listening. He was saying, the whole like people in England and EU are getting arrested for memes and shit, which is true and pretty psychotic. So, yes. He's
like, I posted a meme today and it was totally based, and I don't want to get thrown in jail next time I visit London. So
we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco, and we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, we have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of theirs, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
Mr. President. It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And
I think Vance is like, listen, Cheecher called on Marco Rubio, but didn't call on me. I gotta get in there.
Right. Well, this is a lot of people are saying that this is also like a hit job, that Trump was basically employing JD Vance to come in here and throw Zelensky under the bus, to like rough him up so he'll sign the deal, or they'll have an excuse to walk away. I've heard that.
Well, I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't know if you believe. What's your take on that?
Well, I was going to watch kind of closely, before I make a. Right. Yeah. I'm not. I mean, maybe. I mean that could be the case. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
There's a thing, and I could be reading too much into it, but there's an interaction between Trump and Vance after the blow up happens that I'll point out, which is why I think Trump actually did not like Vance's blow up. So I'm not in the camp. I've heard a lot of people on both the left and the right make that claim that maybe Trump or maybe this was planned in the beginning. I don't. That's not my view. That's not.
Is it the little shoulder pat that Vance gives him? Like,
no, Trump says something. I'll point it out when it happens. But.
Trump gives him, or Vance gives Trump this little shoulder pat, like, I did good, didn't I, Daddy?
Once the conversation breaks down, Vance definitely has that energy where, like, you know, when a parent is like yelling at one of the siblings.
Oh yeah.
And then the other sibling keeps like trying to add like fuel to the fire to get the parent to keep yelling. That's the energy of like Vance when like Trump going off on Zelensky. Vance is like, yeah, what about this? Yeah, what about this? It's like, oh God, it's so cringe.
It is.
And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
The principle that will guide us is, did you apologize?
Yeah. I'll be a little bit fair to Vance. I think part of the reason I know,
no,
I'll be fair to Vance. Part of the reason I think he also jumped in there was because he was the one that gave that speech.
The speech, yeah.
So it makes sense that he would jump in there. So.
He's like the expert.
Right.
The free speech expert.
Of course.
What's the deal? Is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
I'm kind of surprised that he says that, because part of the, unless it's, well, maybe there's a reason, because part of, you know, what you said earlier, which I think is true, is if you could get Ukraine to be a massive oil exporter, and if that money is going to the U.S., I mean, it's going to help because, yeah, U.S. can always send their oil to Europe, but Ukraine's like right fucking there. So it's easier. And if it's, you know, we're going to get a chunk of it, so what? So I'm kind of surprised that he said that, unless he's perceiving the oil thing as too big of a threat to Putin. So maybe that's why he's trying to walk that back.
There's got to be a million better ways to sell this. It doesn't seem like it's super well thought through. I think you and I can come up with some plan to sell this. I mean, that would, obviously we wouldn't have to be constrained by the facts or anything because it's for Trump. So, I mean, we just make up some story that's going to sound great, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We're sort of like guessing people's motivations. We don't know what is exactly motivating all parties here in terms of what they're trying to accomplish with their deals.
He super wants to lean on the peace thing. And why don't you just say, look, our main interest is we want peace, stability, and free trade with all of Europe, right? We don't want them to fuck us. If they're going to stick us with a bunch of tariffs, we're going to stick them with a bunch of tariffs.
Right.
But we want peace, security, prosperity. We don't mind paying for it. We just don't want to overpay. Okay. We don't want to fucking throw money in the garbage. Okay.
Right.
Just why can't you sell it like that? Like, we're the magnanimous, we're not too worried about the cost of it or anything, but this is going to be good for everyone. It's going to be good for Americans. Americans can sleep at night.
Right.
They won't have to worry about World War III. Like,
right.
There's just like a million different ways to sell this. Why didn't they think this through and have like a good plan?
Well, I think
it's a very good plan.
I don't know. I mean, when from all the books that I've seen that talks about Trump and all the articles, it's very hard for someone to say, like, here's a talking point, and then he'll just say it. Like, he's gonna say whatever. He has his own thoughts on it, So you could come up with some like great talking point to sell it as a win-win. He's just going to say,
Yeah, maybe
whatever.
they have
Right.
that, right?
Yeah. So
And he's just like, nah, I'll just wing it.
right.
Yeah, a little bit of this, a little
Right.
bit of that.
Right. So I was like, okay.
Security's not that important. Who cares?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is that on the table?
I mean, we read the deal. They can't read the deal. What's the deal?
Yeah,
with
I don't
this?
know. I don't. Well, they're really trying to say like the future deal, the unwritten future deal.
Well, she asked if there's anything in the deal. I'm
I
like,
know, but
the
that's
deal really hasn't been written, or okay.
I know that's the implication, but
No, we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay, and how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am, I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied.
I know that voice. Oh my God.
that's the CNN lady.
Yeah,
She asked the question earlier.
the torture lady. She's the one that had Trump in that town hall, and Trump completely destroyed her. I think they ended the town hall early because it was such a massacre.
Caitlin Collins. That's her name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Occupied. Will you direct President?
Is Caitlin Collins trans? I just got to ask.
No. What?
She's not? Okay.
No, she doesn't look trans or sound trans. But you think
You
she
don't
does?
think so?
No. I
Oh,
don't think so.
she's very masculine looking. She is.
She has.
She's
Yeah.
got like a huge man jaw.
She She has a masculine
Mhm.
jaw shape, but I mean she doesn't look trans at all to me.
She's cis. You sure?
She is 100% cis. Yeah.
Okay.
Not trans.
How do you know?
I've done a full trans investigation on Caitlin
Okay,
Collins.
good.
I've gone to her house. I found used tampons. I took them
Oh
for
my God,
genetic
Sitch,
test, chromosomal testing,
Too
to make
far.
sure.
I get once again. Sitch takes it too far. Too far.
Wow, this guy doesn't like
to
comedy.
withdraw his forces from the
The
That's so
comedy
good.
show. What are you talking about?
No, that's great. I love it.
areas if there's U.S. interest
Well,
there?
we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The
European
agreement
forces?
will protect them.
She's so fucking smug. She's
Yeah, but
so
see-
smug.
Yeah, but yeah, she is. Well, I mean, that's just her tone of voice. But Trump's answer is not. That's a bad answer.
Oh,
He
I
said
know.
The agreement will protect them. It's like,
That's a bad answer, too.
That's not a good answer.
And then he slips into the, shouldn't you be worried about protecting your ratings?
That's a funny.
The
Yeah.
US
Well, that he
Agreement.
knows.
We're
He knows
signing an
that.
agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in their spots?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
That's bullshit. I got to call bullshit on that.
Well,
He
it's
totally
just,
would make a deal.
it's a bad answer because that's the whole thing that Zelensky and Ukraine is worried about. Is that
Yeah.
they don't believe that Trump can just say, "I made a deal, Putin will not attack," and that's enough. And Trump should really be, if he's trying to get this deal going, he should really be, kind of like dragging Zelensky along, like, "Oh, of course we're going to work out a security deal later. Of course there's going to be something on the table." Like he shouldn't be saying this publicly, like, "Oh no, I'm not going to. We don't even need a security deal. It's just totally fine."
Putin pinky promised with me. So
Right,
we're
right.
good. He had to suffer through Russiagate just like me. He's my best
Exactly.
friend.
Yeah.
Putin might hold back for 4 years while Trump is president and then attack after Trump is out of office. So
Well, that's and then I had a kind of a long X post about that exact thing, which it is funny because literally even Scott Adams even acknowledged this,
yeah.
and he's obviously number one Trump guy. He was saying like he thinks Trump has done a poor job at sort of saying, okay, if there's a ceasefire or even some kind of peace deal with no security guarantee, like, yeah, Russia can spend 4 years while Trump is president building up its forces. And then who knows who's the next president? Maybe JD Vance is president and he fucking hates Zelensky's guts. If Russia invades Ukraine and JD Vance is president, maybe he says, I don't give a fuck, right? Or maybe it's some weak, trans LGBT Democrat with pink hair who's president. Like, who the fuck knows what's going to happen in 4 years? Maybe the economy has crashed. Maybe China's invaded Taiwan and we're dealing with that. No one gives a shit about Russia anymore. Like, there's
It's
a million.
Caitlin Collins that's president.
Maybe Caitlin Collins is president, right? So there's like a million different like things that could happen in 4 years that could drastically change the all the little variables in terms of people caring about this. So from Zelensky's perspective, he's saying, okay, with no security guarantee, is it worth rolling that dice essentially and just kind of hoping that if Putin were to invade, whoever's in charge of the US and whoever at the time and whatever the situation is that the US gives a fuck to actually do something about it. And that's not certain without a security guarantee.
Totally. Can you do me a favor?
What?
Just read a couple of super chats. I'm going to be right back.
Sure.
I don't want to miss the good part. So.
Well, the good part's coming up. So.
I know. That's why. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Right. Ryan Wool for $20 says, do you think the mineral deal was a security guarantee for Ukraine? Possibly. It would incentivize the U.S. to have personnel there and deter Russia from optically a win for Putin with Ukraine not being part of NATO. God bless. Well, that is the Trump team's negotiating position, is that just having the U.S. be involved financially with Ukraine is enough to deter them. I think I just coincidentally laid out why I think Zelensky doesn't believe that, or he's afraid of that. Is maybe you'll have 4 years where Trump is president and Russia doesn't do anything. And then what happens when Vance is president? What happens when some pink-haired hippie is president? I don't think it's necessarily going to be the end of, I don't think it would stop Russia. And even I think Adam disagrees with this and we'll probably talk about when he gets back. You can even have some like crazy situation depending on who's president where like, US and Ukraine make some kind of mineral deal. Russia invades 4 years down the road, 6 years down the road. Maybe Russia says, hey, we'll continue the fucking mineral deal that you had with Ukraine, only now it's under new leadership. Now it's under Russia, right? So I don't necessarily see, to me, why this mineral deal is an automatic security guarantee the way that the Trump administration is trying to sell it. And obviously Zelensky doesn't see it that way either.
Exactly.
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please, go.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good.
This guy is really fucking selling it.
I know,
Give this guy a promotion.
Jesus.
And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me.
See, I agree with all of this. I totally agree with all of this. This is true. He does have to do this to get a deal. So,
I mean, I agree with it 100%. I agree with the logic of it.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Obviously, there's different dynamics, but it's interesting because, like, when he's talking to Kim Jong-un, it's completely different. It's like, I'm going to nuke you. But obviously, they're in different situations. That's why I do understand the logic, and I don't have a problem with it as long as a deal that is good manifests from it. Then it's okay. What Trump is saying here, 100% correct. Blah blah blah. All the people saying he's a stooge of Russia are all wrong and full of shit and etc. Blah 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 blah. Right. So I hope we get to be able to know the answer to that question to see what some kind of deal materializes to look like. So
yeah, the deal has to be a good deal for Ukraine, obviously, and
yeah, right.
It has to be a deal that has some sort of punishment for Putin if he reneges on the deal. So there
Right.
has some physical, tangible security guarantee has to enforce the deal. Otherwise, Putin is not going to honor it. So
Of course.
but he wants the deal just for optics anyway. So he has to do this to get the optics deal. But I think obviously the deal needs
You
to
mean that he
have
needs the
some.
mineral deal for the optics deal to work out the actual.
Well, I guess Putin is not really involved in the mineral deal. So
No.
what kind of, is he trying to get Putin to sign something or?
No, not for.
I guess
Well, he's
not,
just. They
yeah.
have whatever's going on in Saudi Arabia.
He thinks the
or
mineral
Jordan or
deal is going to
whatever.
keep Putin out.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I at first viewed the mineral deal as mostly just, and we talked about this, is mostly a way to sell U.S. involvement to his base. But then now it's also sort of being sold as like a security guarantee, which, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And obviously Zelensky doesn't believe that either. So, you could roll those dice where Zelensky was there to sign off on this deal, by the way. Trump is the one that canceled it, not Zelensky. So, you could roll those dice on just signing some mineral deal. And then once there comes to some peace agreement, they could just, if there is no security guarantee in the peace agreement, Zelensky could just say, no, obviously not. We need a security guarantee, if the mineral deal is going to actually go into effect. And maybe that's like the correct way to play the situation. So
Yeah, I guess he's not really trying to get anything down on paper. The deal is kind of, I can't talk shit about Putin, otherwise he'll attack our raw earth mines. Like, as long as I'm nice to Putin, he won't attack the raw earth development.
Is it kind of like, I don't know, I wonder too, and I guess it would depend on understanding like more how Putin operates, which I don't pretend to understand, which is because it is a little weak to keep being like, I have to be nice to Putin. I have to be nice to Putin, right? That's the only way to get him to come to the table. I have to be nice to him. Like, it's being deferential.
What are you trying to
him.
get him to the table for, though? That's a question, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. Like, on one hand, you want to be nice to him, but on the other hand, to keep publicly saying you have to be nice to him, it's kind of like, is that deferential? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that. But I can tell you, the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done.
God, I would love to know what these talks are with Putin. God, I would love to know.
I know.
Because it's like, Zelensky's so mean. He won't let me take over his country. Why do you support him?
Want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I will respond to this. So look.
Okay. Here it begins.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I want
for
to
4
respond
years.
to this.
Yes. I don't know why he entered into this anyway, but
The United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Well, but look, fighting his actions as well.
Right.
It seems completely contradictory to me. It seems like diplomacy is words.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah.
when also there's a lot of strays here, which I don't think people pick up on. When I say strays, again, it's unintentional. That's what a stray is.
Right.
There's a lot of unintentional strays here because the framing of this, the way that Vance is obviously framing it to be like Biden bad, Trump good, right? Which,
Right.
okay, fair enough. But the strays are, number one, Biden did, help Zelensky a lot from Zelensky's perspective. And it's again, it's sort of like saying like, oh, Zelensky, you're like an idiot and all your people died, for no fucking reason,
just
for
because
nothing.
you can't do diplomacy.
Because you can't do diplomacy on your own, because you need Big Daddy US to do all these things for you, and you were thankful and in bed with Biden, who basically gave you a bunch of, money and weapons to go fight this war for no reason. And obviously Vance doesn't mean it that way, but that's how it can be very easily interpreted to Zelensky and to Ukrainians.
Zelensky's gonna fucking spank his bottom right here, because he's gonna be like, we have been doing diplomacy, you dumbass. What do you think we've been doing?
Right.
What
And
do you
that's
think
the
the Budapest memorandum is, you?
Right. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the most important trait, is that again, it's a complete not acknowledgement of the fact that Ukraine has been doing a lot of diplomacy with Russia, including Zelensky himself personally, which he's about to say, we've done this. Like, don't say we haven't done this. We've done this thing. Right.
Right. Yeah.
So
making it sound like all we did was like thump our chests.
Right.
Sure. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 to 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that.
Merkel, Macron, him, Putin, all signed this. Look, diplomacy. Merkel, the chest thumper.
Right. I looked into this because I was curious exactly what he's talking about, which is his perspective, which is generally the Ukrainian perspective, is that, they invade 2014, no one really does anything. Then Russia starts a civil war in eastern Ukraine. They start sending in, secret troops. They start training, rebels, whatever you want to call them, people in eastern Ukraine to basically cause problems, start the civil war. They start giving them guns and ammunition and all this other stuff. And then they sign so that's kind of going on. People are dying. Then they get like the first Minsk agreements, which are supposed to be like this temporary ceasefire to get a peace deal. And then Russia basically, Ukraine perceives this way. I tend to agree with them. Russia essentially uses that period of time to just regroup its forces and then attack again and, get another foothold in the conflict. Same thing basically happens with the second Minsk agreements. Exactly. Russia just regroups again, doesn't give a shit about the agreements, goes forward anyway, starts the conflict anew. And then this agreement he's talking about is there was another agreement, a third agreement now after the second Minsk agreements, which everyone acknowledged the Minsk agreements sucked and didn't work, where they were trying to essentially say, hey, there's going to be there's going to be the ceasefire, you're going to come to lasting peace. And it's like a show of good faith. Not only is Russia is going to do some kind of prisoner swap with Ukraine, and Ukraine will do some prisoner swap with Russia, but also Ukraine is going to turn back on the Russian oil pipelines, because part of this conflict is that there's some major Russian oil pipeline that they built during the Soviet Union that goes through Ukraine into Europe that they would use to essentially sell Europe their oil. And this was kind of the whole thing with the Nord Stream 2, because they want to, circumvent Ukraine to be able to do it this way. And obviously, once Russia invades Crimea, that's going to stop. And so Zelensky signs this deal he's talking about, where he basically says, hey, okay, we'll come to this peace, this peace agreement and we'll turn back on the pipeline. We'll let you, start selling your oil to Europe again, right? And then what happens in 2022, a few years later, Russia invades Ukraine, right? And so that's the perspective that Zelensky is kind of coming from. His personal experiences. I made this agreement. I was and he's kind of laying this out, that I was kind of sold this agreement by Europe, that if we turn on this pipeline, which is worth billions of dollars in money to Russia, that will be a financial incentive to prevent Russia from invading. And then obviously it wasn't. So
It didn't work. Yeah, it funded them, funded their war effort.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. Look, and he's very calm explaining this very nicely, right?
Well,
and it's like, it sounds like what you guys are doing sounds pretty familiar to me.
Right. And that's his concern. Now, to be fair to everyone involved, like Zelensky is calm, but it is a pointed question. It is a spanking, reaction to the thing. It is like a kind of like shut up boy, but in a nice way, right? So it's basically like if things are at like a 0, it's like Zelensky turning things up to like 3 or 4, right? And I think my perspective of part of why this is kind of playing out this way is because Vance, I think number one, he doesn't like Vance at all. He's never liked Vance. Vance doesn't like him.
Zelensky doesn't like Vance.
Zelensky doesn't like Vance. Yeah, he called him a radical in the past. He doesn't like Vance. Vance has been spending the last 2 weeks shitting all over Ukraine on X. So obviously they don't like each other. But I mean, it also, I think there is a status thing of like, Zelensky feels a lot more comfortable airing his grievances in a more pointed way towards the vice president than obviously the president, right?
Yeah, of course.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
You started it, bitch. Bitch. You here bragging about your fucking diplomacy chops. Now you want to have a diplomacy conversation, and all of a sudden, someone's a little pissed.
Well, it's interesting because
I know he put him in his place.
I know, because I mean, obviously, this has been a back and forth the entire time, but obviously Vance opened the door. I do think it was incidental. I do think it was a stray, but he did open the door on the whole thing. There's been a lot of throwing back and forth, from Trump and Zelensky. It's about, litigating this thing publicly. Like, it really comes off as like Omega soy cringe to me. It's weird to me that people are casting it as like an alpha chat move, because the alpha chat mood is to just, you fire back without like crying to teacher. Appealing to the audience, appealing to Trump is calling for teacher. It's not saying like, oh, fire back in kind. Like, well, Zelensky, the difference is that now we have Trump and me, or we have Trump here, and that's what you didn't have before, and Trump's gonna figure out the deal, right? And maybe you can throw a little insult about Zelensky can't cut it on his own, and Trump's gonna pick it back up. Not just be like, wah, how dare you disrespect me in front of the cameras? Wah, how do you undermine my authority? Like, it just is so soy.
Yeah, look, he basically said the difference is we're smart and we're going to use diplomacy. We're going to give diplomacy a shot. And Zelensky says, look, everyone says that. Here are 5 examples of people saying the exact same thing. What is different about what you're doing? And Vance's response is, it's disrespectful to ask me what is different about my diplomacy chops when I'm the one that fucking brought it up.
Right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
You brought it up.
Exactly. But that's why it's soy. That's why the whole thing is soy.
If you were prepared to talk about your fucking diplomacy chops, why did you bring it up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President,
I'm talking about the diplomacy that's going to save your country.
Yeah, right.
How is this not chest thumping, right?
I know.
There's absolutely zero substance to this. We save your country. I'm sorry, but look, people are pitching this as JD Vance putting Zelensky in his place.
No,
I think
it's super
substantively,
cocked. Yeah.
I think substantively, Zelensky puts JD Vance completely in his place.
He did. That's why Vance spurred out because that's why he got so triggered because he knew he got put in his place. He knew he got put in his place. Now, again, it was soft, but he knew, like, it was a little bit of a shut up, sit down moment in front of the cameras. And so he
Look,
got
the
super
presidents
triggered
are
by it.
talking over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's the
Your
presidents are
job
talking.
is
Get
to-
your shine box. Okay.
Your job is to observe and learn. Okay.
Right.
You're not president yet, dude. God. So horrible.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the open.
Look, with respect, you disrespectful piece of shit.
Listen, he did the classic Brianna Wu move. Okay. With respect, go fuck yourself.
With respect, you're disrespectful. This is
Right.
This is the signal right here to Trump. You're disrespecting us.
Yep.
Look, and this is why I wanted to rewatch this closely with you because does this seem like a setup?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Do
it
you
doesn't.
see it? I don't see it.
Yeah.
I think people see that. I think there's two ways. I think people on the left see it as a setup because they want to assume the most negative
Oh yeah.
version of Trump possible. And I think some people on the right see it as a setup because even if people don't want to acknowledge it, I do think most people intuitively watch this interaction emotionally, vibe wise, think that Vance came off pretty cucked. And they're like, well, how do I justify that? Well, it must have been, Vance doing what Trump wanted. Like, that's the only reason Vance would be like a kind of teacher moment.
He took
It's
one
like,
for the team.
when I think he's just kind of autistic. So
Vance is autistic. Maybe.
I think he's just kind of autistic. Well, you'll see, because he does the classic autistic move here where he when you're sort of like the way that a lot of males interact with each other is they'll slightly insult each other. They'll do slight ribbing of each other.
Of course, we do it all the time. That's
Yeah,
part
like,
of the
oh,
comedy show.
you're
Yeah.
gay, fuck
Yeah.
you, fucked your mom. Like, there's all this
You're
shit.
taking
And then-
one for the team.
Right. You're handling packages right. There's these little things, these little funny jabs. And then if you're a guy, you've had this experience of there'll always be that one guy in class or in the friend group or whatever who's kind of autistic. He doesn't understand male interactions, and so they take it too far. They're like, oh, that's a
Start
nice
talking
shirt.
about the tampon examination.
Right. They'll be like, no, not like that. They'll be like they'll be wearing a shirt and he's like, oh, it's a nice shirt. Did your sister get it? Did you get it from your sister's closet? And everyone laughs and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, that's real funny. Like when your dog just died yesterday. And everyone's like, goes silent. And they're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, you took it too far. Like, you don't really get
Yes.
how the interaction is supposed to work. And so that's
JD
kind
Vance
of
is that guy.
JD Vance is that guy. He doesn't understand how to do it properly. So he just goes to 12 when it's not appropriate.
Right. Trump seems not very triggered right now. So
Right.
Oval Office to try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems.
That's the taking it that's the your dog died. I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. You're going around and you're conscripting people against their will, you fucking monster. It's like, holy shit.
I only saw
Vance,
one.
What are you doing?
Look, I looked for information on this because this is obviously horrible. There's one clip I see going around Twitter, but there's no context for it whatsoever. And so this whole idea, I don't know where he's getting this from. I sure wish there was some citation for it. I mean, we drafted people during Vietnam. We drafted people during World War II. So
Of course.
yeah, that is a conscript, right?
Yes, of course. And it's one of those things where when you're in these, he's supposed to be signing, and this is why I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if Vance is autistic, like I said. I don't know if it's just massively egotistical and he got massively butthurt and just started raging out. I don't know if maybe, and some people have suggested this, maybe Vance is just trying to use this as his jumping off point for 2028. I don't.
Oh, I think he totally is. I think that's the only reason he's in this meeting.
Right. Maybe. I don't know. But for whatever the reason, because from a perspective of okay, you're supposed to go sign a deal after this. right? Just think about it this way. Even if you're on JD Vance's side, you're supposed to go sign a deal after this. You're asking a question and bringing up something in such a way that's making it nearly impossible for the person to sign that deal by saying something so incendiary.
Yeah, he's basically saying
incendiary.
you're fucking like turning on your own people. That's what he's saying.
Right. All in response to him saying our diplomacy, no, you guys are too stupid to do diplomacy. Him saying we tried diplomacy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, how are you going to do diplomacy different than we did in the past? That's basically the question.
And then he takes it up to like 12 and he's like, fuck you, you're a
you're
monster who's drafting
kidnapping
people.
your citizens
Your
and
own
forcing them
citizens.
to fight. Yeah.
Right. How do you then turn around and be like, okay, well, I'm supposed to sign a deal. Like, you understand that, right? You're not supposed to. It's like when Jordan Peterson talks about married couples fighting, and it's like the goal is not to destroy the person because you have to live with this person, right? So the goal here should not be to destroy the person.
Russia's literally using their soldiers as drone bait. I'm not sure that the Ukrainians are doing the same thing.
I know. Well, and that's an interesting thing too, because I've also seen videos of Russians running, grabbing people that are Russian that are trying to run away from the conflict too. And yet, for some reason, like all the people that keep posting those videos, like the same 2 videos I see of the Ukrainians doing that, they don't post the videos of the Russians doing that either.
They also said that the Russians are forced to go around and finish off the wounded of the Russian soldiers, their fellow men.
Oh, really?
So that because they got no medical.
Jesus.
That's fucking insane. Can you imagine you and me fighting together and you get wounded and they're like, oh, go finish him off.
I know.
We got to move forward.
Right.
Fuck you.
I know. It's crazy.
Look, this is the thing that makes me think Ukraine's got a shot. Like if Ukraine is actually fighting like a real military and not this fucking piecemeal garbage bullshit, insane, put a gun to someone's back and say, run in there and fight.
Right.
Yeah.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been.
Look at this. He's like, how dare you say that I'm fucking forcing people in Ukraine to fight? You piece of fucking shit.
Yeah.
This is where, look.
No, and again, he's the vice president too. It's like, come on, you need to shut the fuck up, okay? Like
all the people who think this is good behavior on JD Vance's part, just they buy the narrative that Zelensky is a dictator, evil dude. And look, it's impossible for me not to believe that you can't trace these conscription videos right back to Moscow. Like it just seems like Putin propaganda, especially since there's no context to any of these things.
Well, there also is this interesting thing too about how, when it comes to Putin, the person that started the war, who is unironically a completely evil piece of shit, who could just stop the war by stopping the war, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't need a security guarantee. He could just go home, and it would be over. And it's sort of like there's so much talk of like when it comes to Putin, you have to be so deferential. You have to bend over backwards, bring him to the table, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. Totally fine, right?
Yeah.
Then it's like, JD Vance could spurge out in Zelensky's face and say highly incendiary things to him as president. But he has to go back. Remember, he has to go back, sign a deal, and then go back home and sell that deal, right? So the idea that Vance could just dress him down in front of the country and then that Zelensky's supposed to go with hat in hand back to his country and sell this fucking deal is absurd and not really how any of this works.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
ridiculous.
So
he could make that same claim about Putin with the conscript as well.
Yeah.
But do you think he'd have the fucking balls to do that with Putin sitting across from him?
Of course
no
not.
way. Of course not. Yeah.
Right.
That's why it seems like such a cuck soy boy move here.
Right.
Is he on the phone with Putin? Is he picking up the line, listening in with Trump? Listen, Mr. Putin.
You're dragging your men to conscripting them against their will.
Yes.
Who is this
fool talking? Let me grab my fucking soapbox.
Right. It's like, Jesus.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happened.
I have never been, but I've watched the Twitter clips.
He saw the clips. All right.
How are people framing this as a win, Sitch?
It's what you said. They just, if you look at this from the perspective of you go into it thinking Zelensky is evil and JD Vance is your Lord and Savior, then that's the perception, right?
Even Trump right now, look at Trump's face. He's like, oh, that doesn't sound good. I read an article in the Washington Post. Trump is like, oh, JD, you read the fake news media?
Well, this is why I told you, this is my perception, and maybe it's a hot take. I don't think Trump was happy about any of this. I don't think
he doesn't look happy
Vance
now at all.
doing this. It's super cringe. It's
He
super
doesn't look, revoke JD's Oval Office privileges, okay?
Right.
There's a reason why the vice president has an office in the guest house, okay? There's a reason why.
Right.
Yeah. He needs to watch the show Veep. Have you seen that show?
I have. And also, isn't it like massively hypocritical? Because the first thing he says is, he does a Greta Thunberg. How dare you litigate this in front of the public? How dare you?
Right.
And then he starts litigating it in front of the public. He doesn't just say like, how dare you? Let's move on. Or he doesn't play it off as a joke, like, let's move on. And then behind it, like, that's normally what would happen in a situation. You'd be like, oh, you play it off as a joke. And then behind the scenes, you're like, you yell at them, right? Because you're trying to keep the deal going. But he blows up in public, accusing him of blowing it up in public. And then he continues to blow it up worse in public.
Trump, and look, Trump and Zelensky, we've seen through this entire talk, we've been watching for 42 minutes. They've both taken punches in the faces, right? And smiled.
Yes.
And rolled with the punches, right?
Right.
JD Vance gets one fucking barely a slap, right? And he goes to DEFCON 9.
That's why I'm saying he's the autistic kid who's like, oh, your dog died. Fuck you. And you're like, whoa. Everyone's like, hold on a second here. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That's a great example because, yeah, this is way over the top. And look, both of them, both Trump and Zelensky are there like, who invited this fucking kid?
I know.
I wish they'd show Marco Rubio, who's trying to like slip off out of frame here.
He's trying to melt into the chair.
He's trying to get away.
What happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President.
And look, he's like, you're a fucking propagandist.
Oh my God, he's so stupid. He's so fucking... Okay, it's either... He's either stupid autistic or you're 100% correct. He's just running for election in 2028 and doesn't care about any of this. And it's just like evil, essentially. He's willing to throw the deal under the table just to help his presidential chances. I don't know which one of those is accurate.
Look, there are a lot of people who are like, oh my God, Vance, 2028. Oh shit, our man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yes. Caused World War III. Whoa. Look, if this all falls apart, it's totally Vance's fault. You can't blame Trump for any of this. Trump, well, actually, we haven't.
Trump could have tried to salvage it, but I mean,
Right.
you know, it was already. I do think Vance forced. You said this earlier in the stream. I do think Vance sort of forced. I'm not going to
Trump's hand?
completely.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to say like Trump has no fucking free will or personal responsibility, but
Right,
by
yeah.
framing it as like
disrespecting
disrespecting Trump is forcing Trump to respond in some fashion. Because if Trump doesn't do anything, he just moves on, then you know he could look at it like he's weak. So
Yeah, totally. He had to throw that disrespect word out. Damn.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
He's like, what? I'm attacking the administration? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
yeah, he just said he said to JD Vance, "What are you talking about? What you're saying doesn't make sense." And then JD Vance, but this is again classic soy maneuver right here. Okay, Vance said something stupid and wrong, and Zelensky said, "What you said is wrong." And instead of just taking it or rolling with the punches, he says, "You're disrespecting the entire administration." He's trying to spread it to everyone. Like he disrespected me. He disrespected all of us. Everybody jump in here. He disrespected all of us. Come, back me up. Back me up.
Yeah. Are we going to take this?
Yes. Yeah, it's a total fucking soy move.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all,
Look, he's so calm. I can't believe what a pro, man. He's still calm at this point.
Right.
He's like, a lot of questions. Let's just start at the beginning here.
during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position.
So, because that's the thing that got set.
That
Trump
got
off.
under Trump's skin. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
right. But so I'm wondering. I saw like I had two interpretations of this, and I saw people on X saying both of them. So I'm curious as to what your interpretation of it. One interpretation was that Trump got mad because basically he interpreted it as like Zelensky saying, if America gets attacked, relating to the earlier thing he said about NATO, or if America has to, be involved in a war, you're going to also have problems with, troop morale or whatever, because everyone has problems with troop morale. That's what he said. He said everyone has problems, even America would have problems. And Trump got mad at that because he's like, how dare you? The American individual, the American spirit is so great that no one would ever run away from being in a war or something, right? That was one interpretation. The other interpretation
I don't think that's it. I think it's the other one.
The other interpretation I saw was more like Trump wants to have this sort of idea of, when I'm in charge, everything's just great. So don't tell people that possibly people will feel bad about anything when I'm in charge, sort of situation.
Well, I guess it's a third option.
Oh, what's the third option?
I think he means that we're not we just step aside from this conflict, the conflict is not going to affect us in any way, shape, or form. I think that's what he means.
That's the third. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
I don't. I mean, this is why people are questioning America's commitment to NATO, because a lot of people are saying, yeah, that's what Trump's going to do. He's going to, if Article 5 is enacted, a lot of people think that Trump is going to say we're not a part of NATO anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, I mean, maybe he would. I'm not sure. Like, I don't see anyone on the right saying if Poland is invaded that we need to put troops in Europe because of NATO. Like, I think his base would say we need to leave NATO. Fuck these people.
They would.
That seems to be the attitude. Yeah, exactly.
Right, right.
So, but look, Zelensky did step in it a little bit in the fact, and I think so much of this is a language barrier, because I do think he is basically going down the same argument that he made earlier, that if Putin ends up invading a NATO country, the Americans are going to feel it. There's no way around that. Like, his basic argument is we're fighting them in our country so that you can be safe, and at least you can fund us so that we can maintain that safety for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he feels personally offended when they're talking like he's chopped liver, right?
No, that is definitely part of it, but that is 100% part of it. But I think he was also specifically reacting to this conscription claim that Vance brought up.
Okay, he could have been.
And just saying that, like, and he said specifically, everybody has problems. You would have problems in a situation too,
right?
Which I don't think
Let's listen again.
Unreasonable.
Let's listen again specifically here.
What we're going to feel. Us what we're going to feel
in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
Hold on.
Oh, here. Let's get back to what he said.
States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country.
Feel now.
Wait, you backed up too far now. How many times did you hit it? I hit it.
That was fine where it was.
Okay.
But you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You.
Okay, I love you doing.
Attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
So he says, in a war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have a nice ocean, but you will feel in the future. Right.
Mhm.
But I guess there's a vagueness in terms of what does he mean? What is it that you would feel exactly? Right. That's kind of a
Mhm.
vague thing. So
Yeah, I don't know that it's related to the conscription, but it could be. Could definitely
I
be.
assume because that's what Vance was talking about. I mean, I could be wrong. He could be talking about something completely different, but I'm just assuming it's following the same, line, same track,
If we
same
look,
logic.
if we have to put troops into Poland and there's no fight on American soil, oh man, there's going to
yeah.
be conscription. That's the only. Well, I don't know. I don't know how big the military is now. They give them all these college incentives and stuff like that to join. So
Going back, if we interpret it going back to what he said earlier, which was about, Ukraine is fighting in Ukraine to prevent Russia from fighting in NATO from fighting Russia in Poland or some other country, right? And I think you're right. If there was some crazy war where like Russia and China teamed up and invaded Poland or something, yeah, I mean, there wasn't enough American soldiers and they did have to have a draft or something to that effect. Like, yeah, I think there would be massive problems where people would, not want to participate in the draft and everything. So,
yeah, patriotism is at an all-time low.
right.
Especially
And-
on the right with the people who are the super patriots.
Right. And I think there's a very understandable reasons why patriotism is at an all-time low. I'm not necessarily going to criticize anyone for that. So,
Right.
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You
Don't-
will not
you
have
gotta-
a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
I'm not
You're in no position to dictate what.
I don't know if you caught that. It's interesting. So Zelensky's trying to like back up because he's like, whoa. I'm not telling, like, he's trying to back up. I'm not trying to tell you, what to feel. I'm answering his questions.
question. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And then did you hear JD Vance is like, as Trump is like attacking him, JD Vance is like, that's exactly what you're trying to do.
Oh man.
It's like,
I
it's
didn't
such,
hear it.
oh my God, here, like, but listen.
Trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're
I'm
doing.
not
You're
dictating.
Oh my God, that's so bad. That's exactly what he's doing. That's right. Get in there, defend me.
I know he is such like, as I said, parent yelling at child, and then the other siblings like, yeah, get him. Or like the teacher's yelling at someone, and the other kid's like, oh yeah,
He
remember
did
didn't do his
do it.
homework. He didn't do his homework either. God.
Oh my God.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position.
See, this is just complete miscommunication. This is almost like a skit where
Yes.
people don't understand each other's language.
Well, I mean, I think it is fair. I forget who it was, someone brought up the point of like, Zelensky really should have had an interpreter, maybe.
Yeah,
in this,
he should have.
thing.
He
Because I
definitely
do
should
think
have.
there is a miscommunication here.
Yeah.
You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the very
bad position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position.
I was
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling.
Not playing cards. I'm very serious, Mr. President. This is just complete miscommunication at this point. It's like total breakdown.
Yeah,
I don't even know if he understands the card metaphor.
The metaphor, yeah.
Yeah.
Gambling with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what you're
You're
speaking
gambling
about?
with
What you're
World
speaking
War
about?
III. And
Yeah.
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm
That's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No.
See, again, it's like, oh my God, it's crazy. Because so Trump is like, you're being disrespectful. And Zelensky's like, no, I'm not being disrespectful. No disrespect. And then Vance again jumps in, is like, did you even say thank you once? Have you ever said thank you?
Have you gotten on your knees and groveled? Where is your shoe shine box?
Yes.
Look at that
so-
horrible scuff on Donald's shoe.
I know.
Why don't you get
God.
down there and spit shine it, a little boy?
The soy energy here is so crazy.
Yeah, all because he made
All
JD
'cause-
Vance look like a chump.
Yes, all because he's like, you don't know what you're talking about, JD Vance. JD Vance is like, you know what? I'm going to destroy this entire negotiation.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Have you ever said thank you?
Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so bad.
In this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Today,
You
Wait, not so. Hold on.
I'm
That's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
Very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today.
you said
Yeah, see, it seems like, have you said thank you once? Yes. Today?
A lot of times, even today.
Have you said thank you? Oh God, it's so soy. Oh, every time you have a meeting, you should come in and be like, oh, thank you, JD Vance. You are the savior of fucking Ukraine, of humanity. Thank you thank you so much. Oh,
Yeah.
so cringe.
said thank
Even
you.
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president.
What are you speaking about? So you had some information on this because
Well, yeah. So
this is kind of dishonest, right?
I don't know the answer, the 100% answer to this. So in September of well, first of all, before I even talk about it, again, that shows you sort of the soy cuck rage of Vance is that he's like just bringing in a bunch of random shit. Well, it has nothing to do with anything. He's like, did you say thank you? Remember when you did this thing for the Democrat? Like, it's like, wait, what? I wasn't even talking about that. It's like when you're mad and you just start bringing in a bunch of like random shit that's unrelated that just pile on. Like classic soy
Subterfuge
behavior.
off of the fact that you said something completely stupid and everyone saw it.
Right. So last September, there was Zelensky went to some like weapons manufacturing or ammo plant or something in Pennsylvania where they produce.
Which seems completely appropriate, right? Because all that ammo is going straight to Ukraine and being used. Right?
Yeah. And like there's only, because this came up before, remember, there's only like 2 or 3, I think, of these large ammo factories in America or something.
He's like, look, I'm a job creator, guys. I hope you enjoy your good pay here at this ammo factory.
Right. And so
you're helping Ukraine. We're helping you feed your families.
And I don't know how it started. I was trying to look into how this came to exist. I didn't spend a lot of time on it, but I tried to look into how it came to exist. And a lot of the articles, none of them really talked about how it came into being. But so he goes to Pennsylvania to this factory to like thank them for ammunition. And of course, the governor of Pennsylvania is Shapiro, who's a Democrat. And so they had, so when he's like at the ammunition plant and he's like saying like, thank you for building ammunition, you got Shapiro there and some other Democrats there. And when he's talking there, he's not saying anything about the election. He's not saying, fuck Trump, vote for Harris or anything like that. But the argument is, well, you had a photo op with the Democrats, so therefore you're campaigning with them, which in itself isn't necessarily an unfair critique. But the counterclaim to it that I saw was that supposedly the Republican representatives of Pennsylvania were invited to be there and chose not to be there. I don't know if that's actually true or not. So
right. So it's supposed to be a bipartisan event, and the Republicans decided not to go.
That was the claim. I don't know the truth of it. I know after it happened.
Well, it makes sense that they wouldn't want to go because obviously they hate Ukraine and Zelensky's a fucking. They all think Zelensky's a corrupt stooge that's stealing money from the American taxpayer. That's the narrative of the Republicans. Why would they want to go?
You're correct in terms of it makes sense that even if the Republicans were offered
invited,
they might not want to go to it because it's sending mixed signals to their base. It's not a clear win like it is for the Democrats.
Yes.
So, and the reason that Vance brought this up, and it's funny because people didn't catch this. The reason Vance brought this up, and the only reason this Pennsylvania thing kind of came up was because shortly after this visit in Pennsylvania is when Zelensky made that comment where he was, he was giving Trump praise. He was saying, oh, I think Trump is, a good leader and he can, help negotiate with Putin. I have faith in him. But then he attacked Vance and said he thought Vance was too radical. That was the big attack. He said he thought Vance was too radical, right?
So that's why Vance knows about it because he brought this up at the thing.
It wasn't at the thing; it was shortly after.
Oh,
but then in the interview when he said Vance is too radical, the Republicans got all mad about this, and they decided because of that comment to open up a probe into investigating the Zelensky showing up at the weapons plant to see if it was some kind of violation of something, or rather.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, the campaigns are not supposed to campaign with the military, so that might be what they were fishing into.
Yeah, I don't remember. No, something like that, or it was something about whether taxpayer dollars were used to facilitate the visit or something, which would be against the law in some capacity. So that's why Vance brought it up, and that's why he's like, and it's funny because people didn't realize that. That's why he's bringing it up, is because it's tied in his mind to the slight of Zelensky calling him a radical. It's all tied together. So.
Well, look, I immediately thought, this is fucking insane. Why the hell would you campaign with the Democrats during the election? You don't know if they're going to win the election. That's
no,
fucking...
it would be so retarded. It would be
yeah.
like the dumbest thing you could possibly do. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
But it sounds like that's not what happened. That Vance is completely misframing this. And poor Zelensky is like, he's can't barely even understand what he's talking about. So
well, and here's another reason why I would be more inclined to believe that Republicans were invited and that Vance is just lying off his ass. Because a few days after this, Zelensky had a one-on-one meeting with Donald Trump. Zelensky,
hilarious.
A few days after this, he went to Pennsylvania and campaigned. This is why it's like so retarded, this framing. Zelensky went to Pennsylvania, he campaigned for the Democrats. Okay. Zelensky goes to the Pennsylvania weapons plant and he talks about, thank you for billing us, bullets. And you got, Shapiro's there and whoever the representatives of Pennsylvania are there. Kamala's not there, right? She's not there.
I don't know that she can be there because that might be breaking the law.
I don't know. But then a few days later, Zelensky literally goes to Trump Tower and has a one-on-one photo op conversation with Donald Trump.
Okay. Yeah.
And he says
ridiculous.
And he says nice things about him.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything bad about him. Okay. So how is that not Zelensky campaigning for Trump?
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I don't know. I felt this was completely dishonest. Once
It's a completely dishonest.
Yeah.
It's a massively dishonest attack. So.
Who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of...
That's completely insulting.
Oh, very insulting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
You're a loser.
Yeah. It's not great.
That's the worst thing Donald Trump can say too. Cause in Donald Trump's mind, being a loser is like a death sentence.
We
coming
are
out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid
thank you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have our...
See, he's totally triggered now. But he even
is.
throws in your men are brave.
Well, no, it's funny. Yeah. Cause so Trump he's totally mad now. So now he's just like in mad mode. And it's funny because even in mad mode, he kind of pulled it back a second there. He's like, oh, your men are brave.
I want the
Your men are
deal.
brave. Right. Yeah. You're better brave. So,
But they needed our equipment. I mean, they did need our equipment. So
military equipment.
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do.
this is look,
everyone's just mad now.
Zelensky slaps back. He does.
right.
I heard this all from Putin too. 3 days.
Yeah.
We
that's
lasted
pretty-
3 years.
Yep. So I'm looking it up on the timeline now. So Zelensky met with both Trump and Harris and Biden. So he met with everyone essentially. So to frame it like he was campaigning for one side is
For the
not-
Democrats, it's just
is
dishonest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dishonest JD. Damn, I was hoping JD was a good guy. I really was.
yeah. Well,
He got butthurt. What could he do? He got triggered.
I know he got totally triggered, or he's trying to
Yeah.
run. So who knows?
But that's not the presidential temperament that we're looking for, right?
No.
Business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
Just say thank you to Daddy, and we could all go to bed now.
It's so cringe. Oh my God. It's so cringe.
Just
say
get on
thank
your
you.
hands and knees and grovel a bit.
Just say
Shoe
thank
shine
you.
boy.
Ah.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong.
Then he has to look, and he has to throw in the "you're wrong" at the very end.
This is
I'm
how
right, you're wrong.
Like it's so clear that Vance is like such a snake because he starts the
He
blow up.
started all of it, yeah.
He starts the blow up, then he criticizes Zelensky for the blow up when he started, and then he brings it up again, and he's like, "Let's litigate this behind the scenes because you're fucking wrong." Like it's like, come on, what are you doing? This is so obvious. This is like, and I know it's because we've had arguments. I've had arguments with lots of people on stream.
Of course,
it's like it's so funny when you get into those arguments with people where they're like trying to move it on, like they're trying to like end the argument, but every time they like end it with like a "fuck you" at the end.
Jab,
Obviously,
yeah, totally.
with a jab that starts the argument up again. You're like, okay, that person obviously doesn't want to end the argument.
Yeah.
So
yes,
they just
yeah,
want the last
no.
word.
They come on and they always got to get that jab in.
It's so funny. It's so ridiculous.
We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
So-
Trump tries to salvage it. He's like,
This
was
is
all planned.
This is now. This could be you. I'm curious to what everyone's interpretation of this is. This is when I saw this, I thought, "What? This is why Trump actually doesn't like what Vance is doing here."
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see
Okay.
that part.
I don't think. Here's my thought process. I'll kind of bias you with a little bit of my framing, and you can see whether it makes sense or not. I don't think Trump likes the idea of Vance saying it's disrespectful for you to like air this all out in public, because he doesn't even want, like, Trump doesn't want the idea that like Zelensky or anyone's disrespecting him at all. And so like Vance attacking, like hitting that avenue of attack, Trump doesn't even want like that at all to be near him. And so I don't think he likes that Vance keeps bringing this up.
Yeah, that
And
Vance
that's
keeps
why-
saying you're being disrespectful. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it looks horrible for Trump.
Because Vance brings it up and Trump says like no. He says it in a nicer way. He says it in a nice way, but he says no.
Very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements. And
He did give the head shake there that I think was aimed at Vance, not Zelensky.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, fuck. Why can't this guy just shut the fuck up?
I know.
He's like, I should have never listened to fucking Eric and Don Jr. What the
I know.
fuck? What the fuck? If I had Bergman here, he'd just shut up and give him the fucking contract.
He'd shut up and Zelensky would be too busy staring at his big eyebrows to notice anything, to fight back.
Exactly. They had to give me this fucking Curtis Yarvin crazy man.
And let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important.
See, now that was very quick, but did you catch it? He says, whoa, I think it's good that we're having this in public. And Vance immediately says, I understand, sir. Right? Like he immediately, like, listen.
Disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this.
He undermines Trump's transparency argument, and Trump picks up on it immediately. He's
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point.
You're trying to hide this behind closed doors, man?
Yes, that's a great point.
What the fuck are you doing?
Because that's been the big argument with Trump and Doge and everything. Everything's supposed to be transparent. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
That's a great
That's
point.
why he's saying.
Yeah.
He's like, we should be having these talks in public. You fucker. How dare you?
Well, and also, I mean, if Trump does want to extricate himself from Ukraine, I mean, it would be a benefit to him to have some big blow up in public, right? So he could say, as you were saying earlier, he could sell, like, listen, it's not my fault that the deal fell apart. Zelensky's an asshole. So.
Yeah, but look, I think Trump just got lucky. I think the this was all planned, or just those arguments are overstated.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it was planned. I'm just saying theoretically, if that's the argument, right?
Right, yeah.
But see, the fact that Trump said this to me is further evidence it wasn't planned. Because he wouldn't have said that otherwise.
Trump reels it back in here.
Yeah.
He's got a sense of where it's going. He realizes that JD Vance is a big diaper baby and he fucking needs a spanking.
Right.
But he's going to give him that spanking later on.
Right.
Well, I don't know, because maybe JD Vance is like worm tongue, because they end up sending Zelensky away, right?
Yeah, they do.
They end up throwing him out. So JD Vance is probably there crying to Trump about how he made it look so embarrassing for him. Oh my God. Well, no, JD Vance would never pitch it that way. He'd say, "Oh my God, that's so embarrassing for you, Trump. Are you kidding me? He completely disrespected you. You can't let him stick around now."
It's possible. There's two possibilities. Either Vance is worm tonguing Trump into something, or it's just Trump thinks optically after this big blow up and Vance crying and saying it's disrespectful, that it's going to be seen as too soy if he then turns around and signs some agreement with Zelensky to his base, which maybe it would be, right? So he could 100% have, after this meeting, reamed Vance, tore him through a new asshole, and still had, thrown Zelensky out.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and he could have sensed that this was a good off ramp for him just to extricate himself from the entire situation, which I do think at this point, Trump realizes he's overextended himself. Like him getting some sort of long-lasting peace deal out of both of these players is it's never going to happen. He needs an excuse why it didn't happen, and then all of a sudden this presents itself. I think afterwards, watching the fallout for a couple hours, he could probably think, "Oh, this is perfect. We got our fall guy."
I think that's definitely possible. I mean, even in Trump's ex post where he attacked Zelensky, he did leave the door open. So I still think that they'll.
Okay.
Because it's still. I'll have to bring it up. But
I thought it was pretty definitive, but I just glanced at it. I didn't really do the deep dive on the post.
I mean, it was still saying like, oh, they can come back when they're not being pissy, right? It was essentially what Trump said.
Right. Come back when you're ready to blow Putin.
Yeah.
Putin's got his dick on the table. If you want to come in and suck him off.
Yeah, he said, "I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespects the United States of America and its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace." So he said he can come back.
So he can come back when he's ready to surrender to Putin. That's basically what that says.
You could interpret it negatively like that, sure. But I'm just saying I will be a little hopeful to interpret that to mean that, the ability, to come back to negotiations and have this agreement is still on the table.
I'll come back when your fucking poodle is not pissing on the carpet anymore, Mr. President.
Well, that would be interesting. See, is if these things are salvaged and there is some comeback, is JD Vance going to be there? And if he is he going to he's going to be fucking dead silent, right? If he's not silent and he starts mouthing off again, then I'll say, okay, my theory is totally wrong. Trump is in favor of Zelensky. I mean, in favor of Vance going off. But if he's there and he just says fucking nothing, then I'm like, okay, Trump gave him a talking to.
Zelensky's got to walk in and Vance has to have like a giant muzzle on. Where's that picture? I want to see that picture of him with his shit-eating grin. You said
with Rubio next to him, looking like Rubio's sitting there looking like oh my God, all this work I've done is dashed to shit. This is going to be a massive fucking mess for Trump. And then fucking Vance is looking there like, yep, 2028, baby.
Sitch sent me this picture right after the
I saw Megan
blow up.
So it's just like, Jesus.
I brought it up, so
right.
Vance is like so happy with himself. That's right. teacher likes me better. And
Yes.
Marco Rubio is like trying to be part of the couch.
Yes. Well, it could be, again, could be Vance is autistic and retarded. It could be that this is his 2028 bid, so he's happy about it. I mean, I think Rubio is like that because he realizes this is I think it's going to be a bad political outcome for Trump, or it's going to make things more difficult for Trump. I don't think this is going to end in some big win for him. So
Yeah, there's no win to be had. There's no big win to be had here. I've always thought there's no fucking way Trump is going to get any kind of deal that's going to be good for anyone. So I
Right.
just look, where's the win? What is the big win here? And obviously just sustaining the status quo is not going to be a big win for him politically or for his base. They're going to hate it. So
no, but that's why, I mean, he wants that ceasefire pretty quickly.
yeah,
So
that surrender. I don't see how you call it anything other than a surrender.
mm-hmm.
That really irks me a lot. That a lot of the MAGA people are trying to spin it as, oh my God, it's like this magnanimous peace offer. Look, you just surrender and it's peace.
Like it's very interesting watching people argue about this, because 99% of people arguing this don't understand the mineral deal. They don't understand the ceasefire agreement, or even, I mean, there isn't one, but what it would even entail. They don't understand what Trump is asking for. They don't understand what Zelensky's asking for whatsoever. They don't understand any of the moving parts here, what the people are talking about. And then on top of it, there were so many people who were saying, oh, Zelensky is the asshole because he wouldn't sign the deal and ran away from it, when it was literally Trump that canceled the deal, and Zelensky was still going to sign it even after this blow up. So it's like almost everyone talking about this doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I think we're going to watch the Rubio interview, and also the interview he did with Brett Baer, right?
Yeah, after this, there are
yeah.
interesting interviews. Zelensky talks to Brett Baer, which is interesting, and Marco Rubio talks to, I think Caitlin Collins, actually, we were talking about earlier, in these kind of interesting interviews, things that they talk about. So
see, this is a spin here. Adam wants Ukraine to keep dying.
Yeah,
obviously. How it's just
There's a lot of like pre-programmed NPC responses to things. Like,
right, yeah.
You just want Ukraine to die. If you care, why don't you go to Ukraine and fight in the war? All these like NPC responses to things, which are just, just shrug them off. They're not real arguments.
No, I get it. It's so devoid of, like, there are objectives in war, right? Like the Revolutionary War was a fight for independence from Great Britain, right?
Right.
So if you just surrender before you've achieved that objective, right? Just so people stop dying, like,
then those people die.
Then you're not independent from Great Britain, and also all the people who died in vain. They died for nothing, right?
So you actually have to address that argument. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't just say, "Oh, I want people to stop dying." So, and it's so funny because people come at you like you're the one child posting, right? You're the one that's like the childish one.
Right.
For actually considering the reality of the situation. So.
Right. What's I say? It's because most people don't understand. I don't necessarily blame people. I mean, it's a very complicated, decade-long conflict, but people don't understand what exactly is being discussed here, and they're everyone's attacking everyone over not understanding the situation.
Yeah, look, I had friends and family that fought in Iraq in both Iraq and Afghanistan, and I mean, it hurts to think, we pulled out without achieving anything. Because the buddies that they fought with, the people that they fought with, did literally die for nothing, died in vain. Yeah. So these guys get more and more invested in whatever the objective of the war is. And the objective for the Ukrainians is to kick the fucking Russians out and take their land back.
Did you see Elon's retarded tweet that said that exact thing that you're talking about?
What was that about
he had the trolley meme. And
it's yeah. I saw it. You showed it to me.
Yeah, and it was like baffling. So the meme is it's got the trolley going to run over everyone, and Zelensky has the the operation of the trolley, and it says you can stop the tram at any moment, but you refuse because you need guarantees that it won't start moving again in a few years. And and Elon posted that like it's some kind of big own, and I'm like, yes. What are you talking about? That's how this works. What are you fucking if you're like, well, I'll stop the trolley from killing people now, but 4 years from now, the trolley is going to come back outside of my control and kill everyone I know, then yes, that's the point. That's the entire fucking point, Elon. Like, what are you talking about?
Elon should know because he's in business, and in business, timing is so important. Timing is like everything. So it's so silly that he doesn't get that. Like if this is their shot,
mm-hmm.
and their chances of winning are going to just deteriorate as Putin regroups and builds forces and builds relationships with the West, then obviously they want to take their shot when they got it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
there are
it's important because,
objectives.
again, it goes back to what you said. Obviously, Zelensky at least believes that he's winning, and believes that, or at least believes he either believes he's winning or he believes he's holding Russia in a stalemate, and that if they have a ceasefire without an actual peace agreement, it will just allow Russia to regroup.
Right.
And that's the thing that he's worried about addressing.
It's still got to be painful to have Ukrainian citizens on the other side of the line that are basically caught there because they're under Russian control, and who knows what people are doing to them. I don't know the situation. So that's another thing that is constantly being conflated over and over again, is the difference between self-defense and violence. Like, obviously Putin is trying to take the country by force, which is the equivalent of like walking into a liquor store with a gun and robbing the place, right? Zelensky and the Ukrainian army are trying to prevent the robbery, right?
Right.
So I don't see how you can say, oh, because you're equipping the Ukrainians to fight defensively for their land, like they basically have an intruder in their home that they're trying to rid themselves of, you're in favor of violence, right? There's no difference than there's no difference from the robber using a gun to rob the liquor store and the police officer that shows up and tries to arrest him. Like, if you're in favor of either of these actions, you're pro-violence. It's fucking, that's bonkers. That's totally fucking bonkers.
That's a good analogy. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But it's constantly done. It's constantly done. If you're like, yeah, look, I think the Ukrainians should fight, obviously, because they're fighting in self-defense for their own country. Everyone's like, you're in favor of fucking violence. You're pro-war.
If we get to a situation like that, argument to me would only make sense if you get to a situation where
they start taking Russian land. Yeah.
Well, no, where there is some peace agreement on the table, like a lasting peace agreement on the table with a security guarantee that seems reasonable. And then Zelensky's like, no, I will not do this unless we have nukes, or unless we literally get every, square inch of Ukraine back, or like, until like, then you could be like, oh, okay, this is like ridiculous. Right. But that hasn't happened at all. And people, they just keep pointing to like comments he's been making, he's made in the past comments about like not giving any land to Russia, which is like, okay, obviously that's a negotiation tactic. I don't know why with Trump, you'll give infinite charity for him saying everything is a negotiation tactic. But if Zelensky says something, it's no, he's just crazy and unhinged. So
that's the narrative that they've been spending about him for 3 years now. So I just go back to the fact that he stuck around. Like, he might, I don't know what levels of corruption he's been forced to deal with just because of the situation. Obviously, if you live in a corrupt nation, there's some level of corruption that you're just forced to engage with. Like I think in the Kornakovsky book, he talks about the Russian police. They are kind of like freelancers. They force them to make their own living. is by basically shaking down the Russian citizens. So, I mean, that's not good. But
Right.
then at the same time, they do this because if they want the police to do anything corrupt for the government and they don't do it, then they say, oh, they did all these shakedowns of citizens and took bribes and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden the law comes in and arrests them. So it's a completely corrupt, unfair system, which obviously we don't want to see that kind of shit in America. I'm sure there's some level of corruption, but this is just like unheard of levels of corruption.
Right. No, I mean, listen, there's massive corruption problems in Ukraine. Massive corruption problems. Which is why Biden wanted them to fire shook. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, don't stir them
I'm
up
just
too much.
kidding.
I was watching a bunch of videos that were of Ukrainians around the 2014 thing, because obviously there's the 2014 coup narrative. And I found this one video. I don't know if I could find it again. I don't think I saved a link, which is super unfortunate, but it was this Ukrainian police officer, and the Maidan revolution kind of inspired him. He was like, this kind of shit goes on in Ukraine, the corrupt police forces, people in the government, they get total leniency, and all the regular people get is fines and shakedowns, right? So he's like, I'm going to start a police department that is not corrupt, right?
Yes.
So he basically starts his own police department, but all of the other cops make so much more money in the corrupt police department that he can't get anybody to join. Yeah. It's so fucking sad, but you see, okay, well, this is the reality of living in one of these corrupt situations.
Yep.
Like everyone I know who wants to be a police officer is like, they want to be a police officer because they want to catch the bad guys. Like they're doing it completely for noble reasons, because like we just are indoctrinated as American citizens with all these cop movies, right? The detective movie where they're going to solve the case and get the bad guy. I'm not going to kill you here, vigilante style. I'm going to take you in, right? I'm going to book you so you get your fair trial. It's so hard to build up that kind of ethic. So look, and I think Ukraine was trying to march in that direction. It takes time though, because there's this prisoner's dilemma that's constantly going on with society. But so many people, they just think Ukraine is as corrupt as Russia. Sad. Anyway, are we reading super chats, or what's the next?
Well, let's finish this.
Oh, we got to finish this.
And then
it's
we'll
not
watch
over yet. It's not even over yet.
And then we'll watch the Red Bear and the Marco Rubio interview.
All the Fallout ones.
Yeah.
Be great.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Didn't he say, I know my place? I think he did.
Then you tell us right there, your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn.
He said, "Don't place." I don't know what he said.
Damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this. Look,
Trump was just like totally triggered. He did the little the Cenk Uygur, the mock.
I don't want to see. He did, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Maybe that's where Cenk gets it. Maybe that's why Cenk hates Trump so much, because he's like, he's just like me.
Nah, Trump's done in the past, but that's pretty bad, obviously, the mocking thing. But this is also what confused people, but it is also interesting too, because Trump is so like angered at this point, triggered at this point, that you are getting a little bit of insight about what's going on behind the scenes, because obviously it's showing that in these meetings, Trump is pushing for a ceasefire deal, and Zelensky's saying no, he doesn't want the temporary ceasefire for the reasons we've laid out throughout the whole stream. He wants something more permanent, and that's obviously something Trump is not happy with.
Yeah.
If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what
that wasn't with me. That was
wasn't
with
with
a
you.
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins.
Who made that statement, Sitch? Where'd
Well,
that
it was-
statement come from?
It was one of Donald Trump's favorite senators who made that
Right.
statement. Actually, I don't know if
A
you guys ever-
winner? A winner?
Yeah, a very big winner, a senator named John McCain.
Someone who wasn't captured in war?
It is.
Oh,
funny 'cause
wait.
I didn't know that till I looked it up in response to of this interaction, because I know I'd heard it before. And I was like, is that true? And I looked it up and I was like, actually, John McCain was the first person that like made this claim. And I was like, oh great.
Wow.
Trump is quoting John McCain.
You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you.
Look, he's giving him the Trump leer. And Zelensky's like, this guy.
Yeah.
He's being scolded.
Yes.
Dad, he started it.
Well, this is why it's
You know-
interesting too, because like Zelensky, I mean, there was a little bit of like them talking over themselves, but a lot of people, it's really weird. They were like, they interpreted this like Zelensky's like, shitting all over Trump. And it's like once Trump goes off, Zelensky's just trying to diffuse the situation for the most part. So
Yeah. This is what they love, because they don't,
Sure.
they see Zelensky as a bum. They really see Zelensky as a bum.
I mean, you have a very, very clear two movies here. If you're on the right, you see it as, Trump and Vance are the heroes who have America's interest at heart and also want to just end the killing. And Zelensky is an evil, corrupt troll who wants to keep the war going for his own selfish purposes and also just wants to steal a bunch of money from America. And so they look at it as like Trump and JD righteously slapping this evil troll, which is kind of also, well, I mean, it's a little weird because you're like, well, why did Trump even placate this president in the first place if that's the case?
Yeah, why do they invite this troll to the fucking Oval Office? It's a sacred Oval Office.
Right. But anyway, but that's sort of like one view. And then sort of the more left view is that they look at it like Zelensky is, God's gift to Ukraine and America, and he's just this like wonderful angel of righteousness. And Donald Trump and Zelensky and Vance are, evil Russian stooges who are just trying to bully a person who's watching, thousands and thousands of people in his country die. Right.
Yeah.
They're just watching like, these kind of corrupt politicians bully someone whose country is being taken over. So that's like highly triggering their moral disgust emotions. So those are the two movies. I think there's a third movie in there that we've been talking about this whole time, but
Of course, that's the movie that we see, right?
yes.
Where Trump is just wanting a deal that he can take back
Yes.
to his base that looks good enough that he can save some face and
Yeah, that Trump wants
move
this
on
deal.
to pivot to China.
You're right. He wants to get this all wrapped up. He wants to win. And then JD Vance is an autistic spurt. So that's the third movie. That's the third movie I'm pushing. So
It's not really a movie. It's more of a documentary. I mean,
I think it's what's actually happening.
Yeah,
I think it's reality.
Yes. We're the nonfiction lovers on this channel.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Yes.
You don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
I mean, Europe is a card. I do think the good thing that's going to come out of this is the Europeans are like, fuck, the Americans are insane. We got to fucking do something. We're going to have our asses out here in the cold. They're going to start sending us sheets.
Right.
Yeah.
Question to Mr. Vice President.
Did you see France is moving its nuclear weapons to Germany? They're like, we got to get closer to the fucking action here.
I didn't see that. No.
They have some nuclear weapons that are on airplanes so that they can just fly them over there and park them in Germany. Yeah. So Germany is not a nuclear power, but right now they got a bunch of nukes there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sorry,
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What
I love Trump's response. Like it's like Trump is angry. This person's asking a question that's going to anger Trump even more.
JD Vance totally rolls his eyes at this.
Well, because the person's asking, they're asking the Zelensky question. What if
Of course.
Russia breaks the ceasefire? What are you going to do about it? Yeah.
Diplomacy, bitch.
Yes.
What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if
It's so funny that he's so triggered that JD Vance has to explain the question to him.
Well, I mean, he's probably hard to hear, to be fair. But.
Okay. This is the worst response. When I heard this response, I was like, "Oh shit!"
We have to hear it in its whole glory. It's pretty funny.
No, I'm just
yeah.
JD Vance. It's funny because JD Vance is like, "Oh, I got the diplomacy chops here. He'll never break the ceasefire."
Yes.
Of course he's gonna break the ceasefire. You fucking idiots.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you,
I know.
Did you see Zelensky's look?
I did. Yeah.
He's like, well,
he's not buying it. He's not buying it at all.
Well, look, I don't think Putin respects anyone. Okay,
No.
so it's not unique to Trump. I just think Putin doesn't respect anyone. Okay,
Well, even
Putin's
if
goal is to take advantage of people.
right. No, I mean, I 100% agree with that. But even if theoretically Putin is shaking in his little baby seal leather boots about Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
Okay. Like Trump's only going to be president for 4 years.
I know.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Like, so Trump's gone. Is Putin afraid of fucking teacher,
JD
JD
Vance?
Vance,
Oh,
Greta
no,
Thunberg? How
he's
dare
not.
you? Of course
He is
not.
not.
Give me a break.
How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on.
No, Putin is laughing his ass off at JD Vance right now.
Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia.
Look, he brings it up again.
It's so
Sitch.
weird.
He
It's
brings
so
it up
fucking weird.
again.
So I've said he frames it as like this brother in arms thing. It's very strange.
Well, look, that's why I'm thinking, what was the phone call with Putin? I could just see Putin constantly talking about Russia. Oh, they treated you so unfairly. And I was watching all of it. And I wanted to reach out and help you so much because of how unfairly. And it hurt me to see them using my country against you like that. That was very painful. I was right there with you through the entire struggle.
Right. And then I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what Putin said, like word for word.
Yeah.
And then after it, Putin would follow it up with like, this is the only reason why, Biden made it so that I had to attack Ukraine. This is the only reason why Biden was attacking me and, forcing my hand. It's because he was pushing the fake Russian narrative.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Putin knows all of this shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting.
He's basically saying the Steele dossier.
Came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom.
Well, he's saying that Putin
I know what
felt
he's
bad about the Steele dossier because they blame that on me. I would never do such a thing like that. Oh, the P tape. Oh, it's terrible. So disgusting. Oh, these people. That Shifty Adam Schiff and that Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
The whole time he's like, oh, this guy's such a sucker.
Disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam.
Now, the laptop was made by Russia? That was a Russian laptop?
Well,
they said it was Russian disinformation.
There was
That's what he's
those
talking
people
about,
that said it was Russian disinformation.
Right,
Which
yeah.
was obviously completely not true.
I called Shifty Shift President Trump, and I told him we didn't do that. He wouldn't believe me. Really? Oh, God.
And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this.
Putin was super upset, super chapped that they were accusing him of that, too. God, he was losing so much sleep over it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I've killed 50 men this month, but I really feel bad about this laptop deal.
I'm really upset that America has become divided, massively divided over this thing that my name's associated with. Oh,
Right.
boo-hoo. So sad for me. Yeah.
I had to kill 50 of my political rivals, but
He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal.
Zelensky's just, look at the existential dread in Zelensky's eyes.
Well, he's just, he knows he's like, I'm just going to shut up. This is like not, there's nothing he could say at this point.
Yeah.
The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty.
It's interesting. Even as he's coming down after the anger, and he made that comment, the tough guy comment, which is a pretty dangerously shitty comment to make. And he walked it back like a little bit immediately because he knew that was a little too close.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, your people are brave though. So he's like, because if you just left it hang there without that qualifier, that's pretty bad. Because you're basically shitting all over everyone who's died in Ukraine. That's why he added that your people are very brave wisely after he said that. So
Trump is legitimately trying to get a deal here. He really is.
Yeah.
I think he is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
I don't think Vance. Look, I don't know what Vance is thinking.
I don't either. Yeah.
Yeah. Trump does the problem that I have is I don't think any deal is like Putin is not going to abide by any deal whatsoever. And I worry that, Trump's intelligence community could tell him, look, Putin will tell you whatever you want and he's going to lie to you. He's basically going to lead you on, shine you on. He's not going to honor any deal that you sign with him. And Trump would just think, I know better than my intelligence community.
Right. Right.
Which he should probably listen to his intelligence community. It's so weird. Are they trying to fire all of the CIA? Because I do think we probably need, especially if we're on the verge of World War III, I think we probably need some spies in the world. Sitch, you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation?
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks.
I mean, it was good television. I don't know if it's good for anyone else, but it was entertaining.
This is why Trump is just such a lucky motherfucker. How's he do it? Because I honestly think just showing Europe how fickle the American public is probably going to force Europe to get their act together. Get their act together. They realize how precarious this is. None of them trust Putin. None of them are looking at this and going, oh my God, look, J.D. Vance, the fucking diplomacy master. They all know the score. They all know how many times Putin has broken the rules. I think they're legitimately worried. And they're not going to pull out of NATO once Putin steps into Poland, right? They know that they're on the line. So that argument that Zelensky is making about fight them in my country and we just need weapons and armaments, that argument is going to be persuasive to them, even though it's not persuasive to Trump or the American people.
Welcome back.
Right. I agree.
Brett Baer, look, this is a guy that destroyed Kamala Harris. Oh God.
Oh my God, yeah.
That was so funny.
It was.
She even tried that. How dare you ask me this question? How dare you?
Chad McThundercock, look at that. For $20.
Oh wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
JD Vance's alt is in the chat.
It says, would it be worth handing over Ukraine to Putin on a silver platter if it meant gaining Russia as an ally against China? Maybe even joining NATO. Russia and China do not like each other and are only allies despite the West. I mean, it's hard to say because obviously we don't know the future, right? If there's some future where United States and China, if you have like the Fallout future where United States and China, kill each other with a nuclear war and, cause massive devastation. Obviously, it would have been better if we said, well, we'll basically sacrifice Ukraine for Russia and then we'll join up against China. So in that situation, yeah. But there's also a situation where we sacrifice Ukraine to Russia to fight China. We don't really need to fight China, or things kind of exist in sort of a Cold War fashion with China. And Russia basically looks at us sacrificing Ukraine to them as like, oh, USSR is back on the table, boys. And they start trying to gobble up everything. And they actually are, start expanding and doing all these things. So I would say based on the our not knowing the future, I would think that sacrificing Ukraine to Russia is to try to team up with China. First of all, I don't think that's even possible. Even if we gave them Ukraine, I don't think they would team up against China with us. But I don't think that's going to lead us down a positive future. That'd be my speculation.
Yeah, I mean, you said it in the super chat. China and Russia are kind of natural enemies because they're both imperialistic and they're right on each other's border. So I don't know how us siding strongly with one or the other improves that natural dynamic that we have already.
Right.
Yeah.
Gracias Hechimon for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'm not a politician, but I manage big projects. And if someone is a problem, I don't generally invite them to the table to litigate how to deal with the issue they are actively causing. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
That is true. Josh CK for 20 Aussies. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, got my birthday in a few days. And as an early present, got given the righteous mind. Thank you both for the suggestion and moderating my worldview throughout the years. Can't wait to read the comic as well. Well, thank
Sweet.
you.
That's great. Yeah.
Right.
Righteous Mind is a good book. Great book to.
Yes.
That book will make you 20 IQ points smarter. So read it while you're young.
Gracias Hegemon for $20. Thank you so much. The security of Europe broadly is 100% of the problem. There is zero virtue in ending a war with a person who's a predator and feeds on their neighbors consistently for over 70 years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
when I was thinking about this, I was trying to game out in my mind because my initial opinion on this was Zelensky should just take whatever deal is offered and then roll the dice. Essentially, that was my initial thought. But then I started to kind of come back on it because on one hand, you could say Putin is kind of old. There's no guarantee he'll be around. I mean, I don't know. These fucking evil people for some reason fucking last forever. So who knows? Maybe he'll be around for another 20 years, but he's kind of old. Maybe he'll die in 10 years or something. But then there's no guarantee that whoever replaces Putin is going to be any better. So I do think he needs a more starting to align with the idea of I understand why he wants a security guarantee.
This is the beauty of capitalism. It allows people like Putin to be imperialistic, but in the business realm. Unfortunately, they don't have capitalism in Russia.
Right. Our heretic for $20. Thanks so much. Says, quote, JD Vance stumbles in. You mean gets tired of the fake BS and tells Zelensky to his face what a majority of American voters have been thinking for nearly 4 years. Sitch needs to touch grass. Adam, you're all right. Vance 2028.
I mean, I was beating up on Vance just as much as Sitch was. So
I think Adam agrees with everything I said. So yeah, there's a lot of people, but I think what you're saying is it's interesting because I think that is what I've seen a lot of people on X say that they're like, no. Vance is saying what I feel. And it's like, okay, that may be. You can say that. That's fine. But you do have to take into account two things. Number one, he is sabotaging a negotiation that Donald Trump is trying to put on. That's number one. Okay, so it doesn't matter what you feel. That's what happened. That's what we just watched. Number two, he did it in the soy cuckiest way possible, the soy cuckiest way imaginable. Okay. I'm sorry. Maybe you feel that way, that you feel that Ukraine is ripping you off or whatever, but just, you know, Greta Thunberg saying, how dare you? And then acting like the crying doctor meme and saying, have you said thank you yet? That just reads to me as super soy. Okay. Does not read to me as alpha energy. Does not read to me as sigma energy. It's just beta energy.
Well, and I also think that from my read of it, and I could be wrong. Look, I'm not a MAGA person or a Trump supporter, but what I'm seeing them say, a lot of them say, it seems to be something along the lines of, this ain't my problem. We need to spend our money on our people, America first, rah, rah, rah. So, I mean, that wasn't what JD Vance said. JD Vance said, look, I'm a diplomacy fucking god. We're going to go in and get everything you want. We're going to clean it up because we know how to talk to people, and we're going to talk to Putin and you, and everyone's going to sign and be fucking happy. Is that what MAGA wanted someone to say to Zelensky for the past 4 years? We're going to help you with your diplomacy.
Right. Well, I'm glad you said it too, because that's another reason why, to me, the whole thing reads as like super soy. Because I mean, Trump is trying to negotiate a deal to essentially get money and resources out of Ukraine to the U.S. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, like, I want to get the money back, which I thought that was the big concern that all these people have been talking about and saying over and over and over again. Why am I spending my money to give it to Ukraine? And Trump's over here trying to negotiate a deal to get that money back. And then JD Vance torpedoes it. And it's not over, well, I think that you need to give money to the American people. That's not what he got triggered about. He got triggered because he said something stupid. And Zelensky explained to him why it was stupid. And he got butthurt about it.
Yeah.
And he let his personal, emotional, whatever was going on there sort of ruin, the meeting. So...
Yeah, he didn't frame it as we're going to get our money back. But if he did, it would be even worse, because he'd say, look, we're going to talk to Putin and we're going to get our money back. And Zelensky would have said, ha, Putin always says he's going to give you your money back.
Well, it's
and
not
then he
like
stiffs you.
People in their mind, and this is pretty common, people kind of like, it's not like they're framing it in their mind sort of like a headcanon interaction, as if like Zelensky was saying, I'm not going to give you a dime, fuck America. And then JD Vance comes in, he's like, how dare you say fuck America? We helped, you save you from evil Putin. You're being such a disrespectful fuck. And it's like, that's not what happened at all. Trump is trying to negotiate a deal to get money. And then JD Vance is just mad that Zelensky said he was wrong. That's what happened.
Yeah.
So. Malik for $20 says, Vance, quote, you guys are stupid. You didn't even try diplomacy. Zelensky, actually, we did several times. What's different about your version of diplomacy? Vance, Dad, Zelensky's being mean to me. That's literally what happened.
Yeah, that seemed more like what the interaction was to me.
Right.
So, look, a lot of people don't follow the interaction. Obviously, our fans are very intelligent and are actually tracking the substance of the conversation. Most people are just like, oh, look, he yelled at the man that I don't like.
Well, I mean, you have to, and I found this too, because we watch these things autistically, like and pause every 2 seconds. I find that you have to watch a lot of these interactions, not just this, but anything, at least 2 or 3 times and really focus before you start to see all the little subtleties of the conversation.
Oh, yeah,
that start to come to the surface. Because usually the first time I see a clip or I watch something, I have a completely different take of what I'm watching. Then I watch it again. I'm like, oh, there's something there that I'm not.
That you missed, yeah.
That I missed, yeah. So.
Yeah, what you read and track. We have a narrow focus as human beings. So in order to take it, there's a lot going on in that frame, right? All the different people, all the different interactions.
Right. Daz the for 20 pounds. Thanks so much. Says Zelensky's mistake was trying to have a public dispute with Vance instead of having a private. Vance poured gasoline on the fire instead of cooling things down. Trump's mistake was not stopping in the first place. Yeah, no, I think that's 100% correct. I agree with everything he said.
Yeah, Zelensky should have not gotten involved.
Yeah, obviously in retrospect. So
look, I'm telling you, Trump's a lucky motherfucker. This might be all for the best. I've been watching a lot of these videos of the Europe fallout, and I just think ultimately it's better if the Europeans step up. That's one place where I completely agree with Trump, that The Europeans aren't pulling their weight.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. This all might end up, listen, you're right. Better to be lucky. This all might end up being for good. At the end of the day. Commodore Rosarius for 20 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. Says, I did have hope that Trump would seem like he couldn't get the deal done and that JD would come in 10D chest out and smooth everything over and secure his own legacy. Oh, what a fool I was. Really? Well, that's interesting. I'm sorry to hear that, but that obviously didn't pan out. So, we'll see.
Oh my God.
I'm skeptical.
Hilarious.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says, JD Vance successfully made his pitch to a fistful of people who have a favorite flavor of crayon.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Look at that. Grassroots Hegemon just coming in, calling everyone crayon eaters.
Bunch of Marines. Eric Cecil for $20 says, Ukraine doesn't have the manpower. The soldiers in World War I also died for nothing, yet they get a peace deal. That's true, but they got a peace deal. They didn't get a temporary. Well, I don't know, actually. It depends. I mean, a lot of people argue, obviously, the peace deal is what led to World War II, but there wasn't there was a deal that ended the war temporarily. So
I've heard
maybe that's part of the problem.
I've heard conflicting reports on the manpower thing too, obviously. And I think this is why Zelensky wants an air defense system and also an air force, is because that is a force multiplier where you can make do with less manpower. Yeah.
As I said, I don't know. I see conflicting people say conflicting things. I just never really dug deep into it. So I don't really have I don't have a take on it because I don't really trust a lot of information without me doing my own deep dive into it. So I don't know.
Of course.
I just throw my hands up and say, I don't fucking know.
But there's a lot of these like military foreign policy expert insider channels on YouTube. So
yes, I've watched them.
Yes, so
they say very interesting things.
They do, yeah.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. The only thing that's clear to me is at least Zelensky believes, or at least acting like he believes, that they're in a good or a good military position, or at least a better military position than if they would ceasefire. This is at least how he's acting. So that's what he believes. So,
and I also believe there are people that are in information silos where they only see media that shows Ukraine is like never going to win. They don't have a shot. It's all over for them.
Right.
When there is media that shows the other side of the argument, that's also compelling. So
yeah, I mean, people have been saying that. It's weird. From the beginning, people were saying both.
Yeah, they were.
Ukraine doesn't stand a chance. They're going to get annihilated. And then other people saying, Russia's going to peter out any day now. And then Russia doesn't. And it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I think it's kind of like the stock market. There's like so many different signals and levels of complexity that I think you can look at the map of complexity and it's very easy to draw a conclusion from it.
Right.
And it's
but not
unclear.
The right conclusion.
Right. But it's unclear who's correct until the crash happens. Right. It's like I'm sure if you dug into it, there's like 20 people saying that the stock market would crash incorrectly until the handful of people called it correctly when the housing market came. So it's kind of like, if Russia Russia could be fine until it's suddenly not. Like all these things are like, they're fine until they're not. Right. So Ukraine could hold the line until suddenly it collapses and doesn't. Or Russia could be totally fine until all of a sudden its economy collapses. Right. And all the people who have been predicting it from the beginning will say, aha, I was right. And I'm just kind of like here, like, well, were they, or they just like guessed? They just guessed correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally had a situation. Remember, and this was crazy. We don't even talk about this anymore. Somebody tried to fucking violently coup Vladimir Putin. We all forgot about this. Okay. Remember?
Yeah, I do.
I even forget his name. There was that Russian guy who was some
chef.
big. Yeah, there was
Praetorian, right?
Right. There was the Russian PFC guy who literally tried to start a military coup against Putin, and it was hilarious because all the fucking like Russia simp people were all like, no, it's not a coup. This is some sort of 10D chess brilliant maneuver by Putin to move forces without the Ukrainians reacting to it properly. Putin's such a clever guy. You'll see. It was all part of Putin's master plan. And then it turned out, no, the guy literally did try to coup Putin. I mean, he ultimately failed and didn't get whatever support he thought he was going to get. But
He
it was
got-
an actual coup attempt, and he got fucking murdered.
He got a
So-
plane ride to Belarus and the plane
Right.
crashed.
But that's what I mean. I mean, like tomorrow you could wake up and somebody successfully starts to coup Putin. Like, did anyone see that coup coming? Maybe someone did. I didn't see it coming. I don't think most people saw it coming. So
I do
that's why
think
I don't know.
just like an easy argument that you can make is Russia has 10 times the troops, but Ukraine is facing an existential threat, so they're going to fight 10 times as hard. So it's
Right.
just that's the dynamic. Like they're fighting for their fucking sovereignty and for their lives. And these guys, I mean, 20,000 of them were taken out of North Korea and told that they were going on a training exercise. Like how good are those people? And they've shown videos where the Russian army just sends them off into a field and they're just like annihilating them, just mowing them down. They don't even have camouflage.
Well,
The Ukrainian army is just fucking mowing them down.
There's a couple of signals that I look back in terms of the whole like Russia has the manpower advantage. One of them is why would they even, if they have such a manpower advantage, why are they even going to North Korea in the first place?
Oh yeah, that's a great
all,
point.
like,
that is a great point. Why do they
would you
need them?
even? Yeah, why would you even do that if you have such an advantage? That's number one. Number
Well,
two,
free men. That's why they're doing
I guess,
it.
but it's not free. They got to pay something for them. But it's a weird thing to do. But also, I mean, Russia has a history of this exact thing. This is Russia's history with Japan. Russia gets in this conflict with Japan, like in the early 1900s, where they're like, everyone's like, oh, Russia's so much bigger. They're so much richer. They have such a large army. They're going to totally annihilate Japan. And they get their fucking asses handed to them. They get their asses handed to them so badly that it's such a slap in the face to it wasn't the last Tsar, the previous Tsar of Russia before it all fell, that it like had a lot to do maybe with allowing the communist revolution to happen because people were like so, dismayed with Russia's, Russian monarchs' handling of the war.
Right.
So I believe Russia does have a history of like, oh, we have such a larger army and then just totally fucking it up. And essentially a lot of their positive conflicts that they've done well in the last 100 years are just people invading Russia and failing, not really Russia invading other countries and being that successful. So
We'll see how it plays out.
we'll see how it plays out. Anyway, let's watch some Brett Baer here.
Okay. This is
to special
Zelensky.
report.
Yes. This is right after.
Right.
This is
So
amazing.
Zelensky just got into this huge fight and he's supposed to go on Fox News. So
Right.
And Brett Baer is like, please don't cancel. Please don't cancel.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Soy cuck. Soy cuck Brett Baer. Oh my God. I can't believe this. Apologize.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's for us very necessary to President Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, and battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President.
Pause to make sure we don't get hit with
What?
anything.
What are you worried about?
But
we're cool with Fox News.
I guess.
They're
Oh,
based.
we're good with Fox News, but
We've
I think
never
I
gotten
think
a
this
claim from Fox, but go ahead, make your point.
I guess that's true. Well, I think it's a good tightrope walking answer. He's trying to be respectful and also not cuck out in anything. So I think it's a pretty good answer.
He should say, "Yes, I feel very sorry that Donald Trump has such a massive cuck for a vice president." That's what he should say. I think that should be his apology.
That's pretty based. I feel like if Zelensky said that, he'd win back some people. He'd be like, maybe I didn't like the guy. That's pretty based, right? That's even if I was more of an advanced fan, that's a pretty base thing to say.
Oh yeah. That's where he
Right.
should go with it.
I think Donald Trump is a great negotiator. I think his strength can definitely help
Exactly.
end this conflict. And I am sorry. I'm sorry that he has to be saddled with this massive fucking cuck loser as a vice president. Yeah. That'd be pretty funny.
Exactly. I understand he did it for his kids, which we can understand all as fathers. We do
Yes.
things for our kids.
Right.
They have crazy things, crazy requests of us, and we do it because we love them.
Well, no, it's like, yeah, it's like when, those videos where there's like a man and a woman, obviously like a boyfriend, girlfriend, or like husband and wife, and the girl starts a fight and she's in the wrong and her man's like, fuck, I gotta like
I
defend
know,
her. Right?
exactly.
Yeah, that was a situation. JD Vance is the woman starting the fight, and Trump's like,
Totally.
oh god. Yeah,
Totally.
I gotta like defend.
Everyone's
defend
like,
my
control
girl
your
now."
woman, Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we're speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No.
This is, this is so fucking soy.
It's kind of soy. Yeah.
How can, look, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, I'm not blaming Brett Baer. It's like, it's good television, but it's kind of soy, if, the context of it.
Look, we've had 10 years of the fucking SJWs coming out, right? Constantly. Oh, you need to apologize.
You
Look,
did,
you've
you did
offended.
a microaggression. You offended me.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You've offended these marginalized people, aren't you? Are you not going to apologize?
Right.
To the right getting in power, now all of a sudden they're going to do the exact same thing. Oh my God, you have to apologize. Apologize already.
Apologize. The South Park clip. And look,
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass. Apologize.
Exactly what it is. And he even got the Ronald Reagan quote. Okay. Look at that. He even had a Ronald Reagan quote at the ready here.
I'm sorry. I don't hear an apology. It's so bad. It's weak. It's weak. I don't like it.
I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians.
This is so great. He's like, look, bitch, I didn't do anything wrong. What do I got to apologize for?
Well, I mean, it's a good point. It's like people need to understand what the Ukrainian position is, which, I mean, if you want to have a take about it that's informed, that's true.
What'd I do? I didn't do anything wrong, bitch.
And I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we're very close.
See, Zelensky should have stood up. He should have slapped JD Vance in the face and then turned to Trump being like, your bitch is uppity. Keep her in line. And then he sits back down. It's like, next question.
Look, what he did was he made JD Vance look like a fucking idiot. Okay.
I don't even think, I think that's even way too hard. I think he was just like, you're wrong. He didn't make him look like a fucking idiot. He just was like if that exchange, and here's why I disagree on that to some extent.
Okay.
If that exchange happened, or JD Vance says what he says, and then Zelensky says the whole thing about like, what is this piece you're talking about? If Vance would have just like played it off or whatever, 99% of people watching that wouldn't even have understood what the fuck Zelensky was talking about. They would have been like,
yeah,
oh,
look, I don't think people were
right.
tracking it. It's just in
Right.
my eyes. Like he said, look, I'm a diplomacy god. And he said, well, we tried diplomacy and Vance
didn't work. Right.
Yeah. And Vance, instead of saying, oh, here's what we're going to do different, he's like, you're stealing men off the street. And like you campaign for Kamala Harris. And like he just goes off on a fucking tirade.
He soy cucks out.
To me,
right.
Kind of made him seem like an idiot.
No.
Okay?
I agree that 100%. He's 100% soy cocked out in response to the thing.
Right. So, but just him, what did he do wrong? What did Zelensky do wrong? What is he apologizing for?
Right.
Look,
well, I guess
the level.
Just
Vance
not said
was the
anything
one.
because he knew soy Vance was going to cuck out. So
Vance was the one that leveled the charge that you've disrespected people. I don't think he disrespected anyone. I mean, if responding to Vance was disrespectful, the Vance just kept his mouth shut.
Right.
And this is just, oh God, it's so weak. Like I just imagine Vance on the phone with Brett Baer. You better make him apologize, okay? Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened in the Oval Office? Oh my God, he's coming on your show next.
Right.
Apologize.
Get him to apologize for me on TV, please. Please, Brett.
Right.
Talk about he's not wearing a suit.
Just look, in order not, the thing that makes people not see this clearly is all the propaganda about how Zelensky's a corrupt dictator piece of shit who just wants to bilk America for money.
Right. Of course.
Like if you don't believe any of that, you're like, oh yeah, this is pretty based. He doesn't want to apologize.
Even if you believe all of that, you should still be able to like put that aside and just look at the actual interaction. Be like, okay, I don't like Zelensky, but that was pretty cucked of JD Vance to have that like reaction the way he did. Like JD Vance could push back on Zelensky in a way that's not cucked. I'm not saying that pushing back on Zelensky is cucked. I'm saying the way he pushed back on Zelensky is what was cucked.
Of course. What would be a diplomacy difference? Well, he could have just answered the question. Like, what would be a diplomacy difference?
Yeah, he could have exactly. If he just answered the question, that would be fun. Like that was not cucked. He'd just be like, even if he answered it and was somewhat insulting, and was like, well, this is what you did wrong, and he answers the question right. You'd be like, oh, so at least he kind of a little alpha pushback there, but he answered it right.
I guess this
teacher.
Look, I guess this is why he kept turning to the media thing, because he's basically not really in a position to answer the question because he doesn't have any fucking say in what the policy prescription is going to be. His answer is, trust me, bro.
If I'm going to give, this is what I think happened. If I'm going to give some level of charity to Vance, to not assume that it's like some sort of Machiavellian thing to run for president in 2028. I think he just, as I said, I think it was a stray. I don't think it was an intended attack on Zelensky, but he had a stray on Zelensky. And so when Zelensky kind of slapped him down a little bit, he was like ultra triggered because he from Vance's perspective didn't think he deserved it. And I think that's why he was kind of extra triggered about the whole situation.
Yeah, Vance didn't feel like he deserved it.
Right. And so it's like, okay, well,
we're just here. Vance was basically saying, look, I'm just here for general glazing of my boss.
Yeah, exactly. Vance just...
and you took it too far.
Vance didn't understand that the statement could be an attack on Zelensky. He just saw it as glazing Donald Trump, and then he gets slapped down because he said something that was kind of stupid.
Right.
And you know, he spurgs out on it instead of just rolling with it. So
Right.
listen, if he could push again, he could push back on Zelensky. And it doesn't him pushing back on Zelensky isn't the cuck thing. Him attacking Zelensky isn't the cuck thing. It's the way in which he attacks Zelensky. That's the soy cuck thing.
Yeah. It is funny though.
It is funny. It is funny.
Did you see the meme going around of JD Vance with the Pee-wee hat on, and that one's funny.
No, I didn't see that one. No.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll
Okay.
send it to you.
I made the little. Someone had this pretty funny meme, and I added that song behind it.
Oh, you made another meme?
Well, no, there's that meme that's kind of like an older meme of like JD Vance, but it's like the emo hair JD Vance.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, someone has a very funny post. They're like, "Do you know what it feels like to never be acknowledged, to never even get a thank you?" And it was the emo. So I took that and I did the zoom in on like the song. You know, no one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man.
Oh yeah, there you go.
It's like the perfect song. Okay.
So sad. He was so based in the tampon Tim debate.
I mean, they were both trying to be super nice with each other, so
He'll make a comeback.
Have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this, and this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. You know, this is so sensitive, you know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees.
So this is very intelligent. He's like,
right.
President Trump has a plan to stop Putin. I want to hear his plan. Like, I need to stop Putin. I want to hear that plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's good, right?
Well, and also and he actually said this a lot more carefully than I remembered, which is that, you know, people, again, that's why I think it's more interesting to look at it from like, okay, what is Trump trying to accomplish? What is Zelensky trying to accomplish? And so like too many people who are American obviously only are looking at it from the American perspective of what Trump is trying to accomplish. So and if they're pro-Trump, if they're anti-Trump, obviously they think Trump is just like evil. But if they're pro-Trump, they can understand the whole, like, he's trying to bring Putin to the table, he's trying to do all this, blah, 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 blah. But they don't understand, like, okay, but Zelensky has to sell, like, Trump has to sell this deal to his base. Zelensky also has to sell this deal to his fucking country, his entire country. And that's what Zelensky's kind of saying here. He's like, my people want to hear, they need to hear that Trump is like on our side, that America's on our side, that America has our best intentions here. Because Trump is essentially asking Zelensky, trust me, I'm going to negotiate this deal. But like at the same time, Trump has been saying Zelensky's a dictator, that, you know, Ukraine started the war, you know, I'm not going to attack, I'm going to be nice to Putin, all these things. So like that puts Zelensky in this awkward position of like, well, how am I going to sell this deal of this guy who's saying all these negative things to me? I have to go back and sell this deal in my country after I, sign it.
Yeah, it's too vague. The people want to evaluate it on whatever the terms of the deal actually are.
Right.
Yeah. So they have to know.
That would be nice.
But Trump, it comes out and he says, Zelensky, Putin is my best friend, okay?
I don't know why he kept saying that. It was weird. It's like, it does not help Trump for him to say that. He should have just been like, yes, even if it's a complete and total lie, he should have just been like, yes, this is the first step of a deal towards, peace and security and blah, blah, blah. Just say whatever, right? Don't just keep saying like, oh, that doesn't matter. It's like, what? Stop. Why are you saying that?
Putin and I were like this during Russiagate. Okay.
Yeah, Trump is like, it's like that scene from Step Brothers. Trump is like, oh
Did
my
we
God,
just become best friends?
Democrats went after you too?
Did we just become best friends?
We sure did. It's like, oh my God. Don't say that.
Let's go do karate in the garage.
Yeah. Don't say that, Trump. What
Actually,
are you doing?
isn't it judo? Isn't it judo that Putin likes?
I think so.
I think Putin is like a big judo fan, so
Right.
they would obviously do judo in the garage after this.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't know if he golfs. Trump is kind of a golfer, so
Mhm.
I mean, I do kind of like the idea of Trump and Putin becoming best friends. I mean, I think that could be
It's a good meme.
that could be good for the world too.
It
Yeah.
could be, yeah.
I just
But probably
everything I
not.
read about Putin makes it seem like he just like has massive duping delight and psychopathy.
Well, that's the thing is because there's some people who just believe Zelensky is evil, and that's like their worldview.
Mhm.
That's the frame. Like we're on the view of like, well, Putin is just fucking evil, and you can't trust him as far as you could throw the guy. That everything he's doing is just for his own nefarious purposes. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more inclined to believe it. This is the guy who's killed multiple political opponents, who literally tried to poison, or he did poison, but didn't kill, a presidential candidate of Ukraine. And
He's
ended
in-
up like disfiguring him. So it's just like a really little bad hombre, as they say.
He's incarcerated a bunch of Russian businessmen to take over their companies.
Right.
Give them to his friends and family and shit. So, I
Right.
mean, yeah.
So,
That's his normal modus operandi.
right.
Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe. And they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is this is not good for both sides anyway, and I very open, but I can't change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think. Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Yeah, it's like a law enforcement thing. Like
Yeah.
the law is great, but if you've got no way to enforce the law, do you really have the law?
Right. Don't defund the police.
Yeah. That's all he's saying.
He said Trump said that he's never going to sign an agreement. Did Trump say that? Did I miss that? I don't, that's not my interpretation of what Trump said.
Well, maybe he called Brett Barron about before.
Maybe J.D.
All
Vance
these
did.
people text each other all the time. They constantly
Right.
talk about it.
Right.
Did you see, like Pam Bondi does these interviews, and she's like, "Oh yeah, me and Kash Patel, we text each other all day long." She literally said that.
Talk about, you know who really benefited from this? People are saying Putin benefited from this.
Mm-hmm.
Pam Bondi really benefited from all this.
How?
Because the heat on her was so high
yeah,
about the
yeah.
Epstein files. Everyone was like, oh my God, this is going to be the story of the weekend. Epstein files, total fuck up from Pam
The
Bondi.
Epstein
Yes.
nothing burger.
Right. What a fucking disaster. What a, you know, she either at her best got totally played, at worst tried to play everybody else. You know, all these people were attacking her, essentially attacking Cash for not really giving a strong statement on what's going on here. And then it all gets completely overshadowed by
Yeah.
this.
Maybe JD Vance did it for her.
Oh, oh my God. You know what? I didn't think about it. JD Vance and Pam Bondi are having a secret affair. And he
Really?
fell on the bullet for her, you know.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that?
Oh, I wish he played. Maybe Trump said it in that interview. The whole he's not going to compromise thing.
I watched that interview, but I don't remember it very well.
I didn't see that one though.
Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
He's like, well, if I could kill every Russian, then, I mean, that would be peace. We would have some peace then.
Then we'd have peace when they're all dead.
No, first of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. That is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to...
So there's a lot of talk about this, and Zelensky kind of repeated it. And this does put me more in the camp of like, you know, maybe he should just roll the dice here. Is that, you know, there is this talk about that these EU countries are willing to literally put supposedly EU troops on the ground, not NATO troops, but EU troops on the ground in Ukraine who are going to, I guess, prevent Russia from invading Ukraine or something to that effect, right? Now, it was interesting because Trump claimed that in this phone call with Putin, that Putin said he was okay with that. But then Putin has never publicly said that. And in fact, the foreign minister of Russia denied that, said Russia would not be okay with that. And in a recent interview that Mario Nawal's, or whatever that guy's name is, did with the president of Belarus, he said that he talked to Putin on the phone, and Putin also said that he would not be in favor of that. So it could be beneficial for Zelensky from a completely political standpoint to just say, just go ahead with whatever fucking deal is on the table that Trump or the U.S. is offering and have these EU troops be on the ground, just because it would seem unlikely that Russia would agree to any sort of peace agreement that ends with, you know, EU peacekeeping forces in Ukraine.
And then Putin's a bad guy because he's the one that doesn't want peace.
Exactly. Right. And it would be hard because then people would have to say, well, it's going to be like NATO. They'd have to try to like twist themselves in pretzels to sort of defend the logic there. So
He's a pullout king
Right.
because he
So the
pulled
front
out of
line-
the deal.
Right. But then it would put the ball more in Putin's court because it'd say, listen, Ukraine and US are on the same page here, about getting this deal done, and Russia's the holdup. So
with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe.
Yeah. So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans.
Right.
If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end?
But will you say you're sorry to JD Vance?
No, thank God he dropped it. Thank God he fucking dropped it.
Will you paint JD Vance's toenails black
Yeah.
for him as a sign of appreciation and respect?
Right now, Brett Baer is thinking, oh my God, JD Vance is going to be crying on the phone to me all night long because I couldn't get that apology.
Right.
How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees.
I love it. He's like, fuck you, America. Europe is going to save us.
Well, I mean, Zelensky has said that he thinks that the U.S. needs to be involved. But I mean, yeah, that would be the worst case scenario, I think, for Trump. Well, I don't know. Maybe just everyone dying would be the worst case scenario. But a bad case scenario for Trump would be if basically the EU handles the whole thing, but then they reap all of the benefits as well from it.
I don't think that's necessarily bad for Trump because I think that's really what his base wants. They just want complete isolationism. They want to be left out in the cold.
Yeah, but like I think you're correct in terms of people would cope themselves into that position, but that's only if they're ignoring what's on the table. Because what's on the table is actually 10 times better than that. Because what Trump is trying to pull off an amazing deal. Okay, is what he's trying to pull off. He's trying to pull off a miracle deal where essentially the United States gets a shit ton of money from Ukraine, and then the EU has to cover the cost and manpower of actually guaranteeing security, which is like if Trump can pull that off, that's a pretty incredible deal, right? People might have problems with it morally, which is a different conversation, but at least in terms of just like on a pure, like money, logic, politics, like that's a pretty fantastic deal if he could pull some magic deal like that off.
I don't see how you can even get that deal though.
Well, that's the deal he's trying to pull off. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And if he pulls off that deal, that's like, holy shit, that's like a huge fucking win for Trump and a huge fucking win for America. He's like, listen, we're going to get all the money back that we spent on Ukraine, and, we don't even have to foot the bill for continual security, you know, blah, blah, blah. He gets to say he's a peacemaker. It's like just such a huge win for Trump. So like that compared to, well, we just pull out, we basically lose all the money that we've already put into Ukraine. At the end of the day, we don't get any money back. We don't get any favorable trade back. And the world is mad at us. It's like, okay, well, and Ukraine's not even our friend anymore. It's like, is that really a win? I mean, I guess you could say, well, we don't have to spend any more money in Ukraine, but compared to the alternative, it seems like a pretty big missed opportunity.
We're like 160 billion into this, right? Those are the numbers.
As 182 billion appropriated and 83 has already been distributed.
So we've only spent 83 billion. Oh my God, Iraq was just so much more expensive. It's crazy.
Right.
I remember like the first tranche of Iraq was like 87 billion, and they were like, "That's it. It's just going to be 87 billion." Like 3 trillion later, we're still going. I'm wondering who controls the Russia's frozen assets. Because if we pull, that's the only way that I could see this really being like, oh God, we fucked up. Is if we pull out immediately, and then the 350 billion in Russian frozen assets are like, okay, well, France is taking those.
Well, I think the U.S. has frozen Russian assets, and the EU has frozen Russian assets. I don't know. I think the EU has more. I don't know what the exact breakdown is, but
so Euroclear Bank in Belgium holds 137 billion. So that's a big chunk of it.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
It says Iraq is estimated to cost $2 to $3 trillion.
Yeah.
So.
Like 87 billion. That's when dollars were worth more too.
Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how the United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today...
That's the question that I have. Like, what would you need weapons-wise to actually push them out? What is the bottleneck here? Do they have the manpower and they just don't have the weapons? Or is, like, maybe he's shading the truth here so that he can continue the war. Maybe he really doesn't have the manpower. Doesn't matter about the weapons.
I don't know.
Holding a defensive position is obviously very easy compared to pushing them out, right? Moving forward and killing everyone.
I would assume. But I mean, that's the argument they've been making from the beginning. Just give us the weapons and we'll get it done. I don't know how correct it is, but
yeah, they've had plenty of opportunities that I think Biden administration said no to.
We'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
What's this cocksucker doing?
First of all, I like his tie.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I do like that tie.
Trying to get on people's good side with a compliment.
I like the tie. It's a good tie. I want that tie. Well, not blue. I don't like the blue dress shirts. I like.
He's got a blue and yellow tie on as he's bitching about Ukraine. It's great.
You're right. I didn't even. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I didn't even think about that. You're right. That's why he's wearing that fucking tie. Oh my God. That's so fucking funny. Oh my God. I didn't even put that together.
What's this rhino cocksucker up to, Sitch? Come
I
on.
know exactly what he's up to. I know exactly
Okay.
what he's up to. That's
Tell
hilarious.
me.
But the tie, oh my God, that tie, that makes so much sense now. That's so genius. Holy shit. Okay. So a lot of people were pointing to this because Graham has been such a massive war hawk and such a supporter of Ukraine and blah 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 blah, and so like they're like, oh, but he's flipping out on Zelensky here, blah blah blah. That means something, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a specific reason besides the fact he's just trying to be in Trump's corner here about why he's taking such an immediate hard stance on this. There's a lie. I don't know if you've seen it. There's a lie that immediately was circulated on X that there was two lies. First, there was some weird lie that a person randomly made up and admitted to making up, and people still spread it. Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So there was a lie that like Zelensky had some kind of meeting with Susan Rice and
oh my God,
Alexander Vindman and
holy shit,
Victoria Nuland.
I was gonna say, is Nuland in there? Holy shit,
Nuland's in there, and there was a fourth person. I forget who the fourth person was. And so, but it was ridiculous. Someone said like, "Oh, I bet Zelensky had a meeting with these four people beforehand, right?" And then underneath it, they said like, "I'm just speculating," but that's what it felt like to me. And yet, there were some massive accounts on X that were just like
up on this bullshit,
just saying it like it's a fact. It was like absurd. It's totally fucking absurd. It was a complete
lie.
And those people are scumbags. They don't even care. They know it's a lie. There's a million people saying like posting the picture of the person saying like this is how you know if you're following someone on X that does this, you should unfollow them. You know this person's actually a degenerate scumbag human being. Is it just like,
well, they want the likes. Come on.
Yeah, because I'm not going to necessarily fault someone for like tweeting something out and then they're being wrong and they delete it, right? Because there's a lot of people who they'll tweet out, they'll get huge likes and they know it's a lie because there'll be a billion fucking comments and community notes about how like the person who said this said it wasn't true and they never take down the post because they don't give a fuck. They literally don't give a fuck, right? That's a degenerate scumbag human. You should not follow the person. Anyway, so that was a complete lie. Then there was something that was like a half lie. That came out very quickly on X2, which was that Zelensky had a meeting before this with a bunch of Democrats, and those Democrats got him all riled up, and they told him, "Don't give in to Trump, don't give in to Trump," and they got Zelensky all fired up, so that when Zelensky went in that meeting with Trump, he was just super extra mean. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
But that's a half lie, and the reason I call it a half lie is because there was a meeting that Zelensky had before that meeting with Trump, where he did talk to Democrats. But you know who else was in that meeting?
Lindsey Graham.
And a bunch of Republicans, because it wasn't actually a Democrat meeting. It was a bipartisan meeting where a bunch of American senators were talking to Zelensky, both Democrat and Republican. And Lindsey Graham was in that fucking meeting.
With
and
his
after that meeting,
tie?
In his special little Ukraine tie. And after that meeting, Lindsey Graham, like all the Democrats and all the Republicans came out and they said, like, that was a good meeting. Like, we're so glad we talked to Zelensky. You know, he's going to have a great meeting with the president.
Right.
And then it all falls apart. And then people start pointing the fingers saying, well, maybe the evil Democrats, mind fucked Zelensky, inceptioned him into a bad mood. And that meeting, the meeting that Lindsey Graham was part of. So Lindsey Graham's like, oh shit.
He was there, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Lindsey Graham goes, oh shit. I need to go out there and immediately fucking shit on Zelensky so I gotta like remove, so my name isn't tainted here because I was in that fucking meeting. So that's why.
That's hilarious.
So that's in my opinion why he came out like immediately and was all like, fuck Zelensky.
I was talking about the part where he was glazing JD Vance. I was thinking he sees himself as the vice presidential running mate of JD Vance in 2028.
Maybe.
He's like, pick me, JD. Pick me. Oh my God.
You know
MAGA
what?
loves you.
That could also be part of the thought process. I could believe that. Well, here's the thing.
You're too young. I'm the seasoned veteran. I'm your Biden, Obama. Pick me.
That makes a lot of sense. And I could believe that Lindsey Graham is delusional enough to think that that's possible, that he could be like Trump's Pence. But there's like no fucking shot of that happening. The MAGA people don't like Lindsey Graham.
Of course. They think he's a big fat rhino. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's weird. He's a neocon, which somehow have become rhinos, which makes no sense, but okay.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
Those deep state neocons.
yes, those, what the Republican Party has been for 40 years before Donald Trump is not the actual Republican Party somehow, but whatever.
So he says you need to consider resigning. Is that on the table?
You got in a fight with the vice president. Are you going to go back to your country and resign in shame? Talk about main character syndrome. Jesus fucking America. Get a grip.
JD Vance, Mary Sue. He's such a Mary Sue. You get president of another country has to resign after arguing with him in the White House.
Get a fucking grip.
God.
I can't believe this. Oh God, this looks so bad.
I know.
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
Look, he's like, Lindsey Graham was very nice in that meeting that we had. Okay, I don't want to piss him off or anything, but no, fuck you. I was elected.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not this happy with me, okay, but between us. Yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukrainian. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other. Yes, and only Ukrainians.
I loved his tie. I thought he was a great guy.
Yes, it's it's interesting because I probably see more just straight like Zelensky clips talking recently than before. Because he's sharp. He's picking up on a lot of things. Because the whole Lindsey thing is because some people like immediately afterwards were like, "Did you see that he didn't say vice president or Mr. Vance? He called him JD." Right.
Oh, okay.
And so they're like, "That's so disrespectful." So that's why when he said to Lindsey, he's like, "Oh, I don't want to fall into that trap again." He's like, "Oh, he's my friend."
Senator Lindsey.
Right.
Oh.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this. What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security.
Now here's the other.
Now we have the other movie. The other
wackadoodle side of this.
Yeah, wacky, unhinged movie. It was planned. A lot of people they're throwing around some SNL had a. I don't know if you saw it. The SNL had a skit about this.
I didn't want to watch it because it was so cringe. Yeah.
It was so cringe. It was not funny. I was like, oh, they got Mike Myers to beat Elon Musk. That could be funny. It wasn't funny. Super cringe. Oh, wow. Depressing.
Yeah. They've kind of lost it, huh?
They have, yeah.
Oh, continuing the tweet here.
Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment.
Oh, my God. Who is this Chris Murphy? Fuck.
It's a Connecticut senator. So.
Okay. He's like, huh? All these people are running for president, especially on the Democratic side, where they're like, oh, my God, we're leaderless. I can be the leader. Look at me. Look at my smirk. I'm Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy from Connecticut. I will be your president.
Everyone's got to try to use this to their advantage politically. So
Trump has become Putin's lapdog.
Yep.
Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. It's nuts. Says nothing else. It's kind of funny.
You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone set that.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say when?
Man, I don't like. He was asking a pointed question at JD, but he was pretty calm throughout the entire. He was like pretty cool and calm the entire interaction when Vance was spurging out and Trump was getting real mad. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
agree with that at all.
When you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is filling, and that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses, it's people's lives. You know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or this. I mean this during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. I mean this. That's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that
he's basically saying, look, you guys are repeating a bunch of Russian talking points and it's bullshit. Stop doing that. Yeah.
We're saying exactly what I said in the beginning of the stream, that people say things that they don't understand have like a million strays. They're throwing all these strays out, unintentional strays at Zelensky. And
the
not only,
Ukrainian people as well. Yeah.
Right. And the Ukrainian people, obviously. And he has to go back and be a leader to Ukraine. And he can't just sit there and say, yes, I'm master. The same way Trump can't just take a bunch of strays from Zelensky and say, yes, I'm master. So it's just the way it comes when you're dealing with politicians and presidents, especially.
Right.
You know, they represent their countries.
If journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean this, he has his interview.
Mr.
This
President,
is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this?
Oh, look at Sitch, 1000% fucking calling it. Oh my God. 100%.
I miss this part in the first watch. He's like,
so did
look, who the fuck invited JD Vance?
Yes, 100% call it. He's like, what the fuck? Me and the president are talking. The big boys are talking. This fucking vice president motherfucker comes in, okay, below me in the status hierarchy, enters in the equation, starts causing trouble. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
I didn't have my vice president come in and start asking Trump a bunch of stupid questions.
I know. Oh, that's hilarious. I missed that he said it directly. That's so funny.
It's like, what's going on here? I
was
flew all the way from Ukraine.
Right. Because it was so funny. That was my first reaction when I'm watching all this. I'm like, I bet Zelensky's mad. He's like, who's this fucking vice president? Like, what's going on here? Shit talking to me.
Dynamic. If you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors. Not
of course. And
so do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good.
He's like, what does regret mean?
He didn't know what that word
meant. He explains it to him and he's like, oh, fuck yeah. I totally regret it. I totally regret it.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly, and I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today.
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wanted this deal. very much. And we've been not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what part in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine, and we had offices even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American or European company or Ukraine. It doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just these will not save us.
I read.
He's totally bursting Trump's bubble here, because this has got to be a real downer for Trump, because Trump is like, oh, we'll bring our American businesses in and they won't fuck with us. And he's like, well, we kind of did this before and Putin did come in and fuck with us. So.
Right. And that's exactly what his perspective is on why. And I'm sure he said this to Trump and to Vance and to all the negotiators behind the scenes. This is why he's so adamant about some security guarantee.
The details, yeah.
Right. And not believing this concept of just this sort of financial entanglement is going to somehow stop Russia, because it hasn't stopped them in the past.
Yeah.
So
it's got to be worrying too, because if he signs a mineral deal and it's all just for show, it's like a deal to make a deal, and we move past this, Trump locks it in as a win and they never actually get the mineral deal. And sooner or later, they're just defunded through the Congress because they're defunding everything. He's like out to lunch.
Yeah.
That's such a horrible position to be in.
What the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like...
I mean, also, he's not going to say this publicly, but I mean, it's true. Again, that's the stray is for him to sell any deal. There's got to be trust. There's got to be trust between Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the United States. And I think that's why Trump has been sort of playing this deal incorrectly from the beginning. We're sort of looking at it like the other deals where he's like, I just kind of pressure, like with Canada and Mexico, I pressure Canada, I pressure Mexico into signing some kind of agreement or whatever, and then we all shake hands and go home afterwards. I don't think that's going to work necessarily, because in those deals, like everyone expects, like when Trump is making some deal with Canada or Mexico to do whatever, like the expectation is that they're going to do whatever's in the agreement. And if they don't, it's not a big deal. You just pull out of the agreement, right? You know, you're not worried about Canada and Mexico invading America.
Well,
So
we
it's a little,
both have similar legal frameworks in both of our countries, so that's a
yes,
huge part of it as well. Yeah.
right. That's what I'm saying. But with Ukraine and Russia, obviously it's a completely different
What are you going to
situation.
do? Sue Putin when he violates
Right.
the agreement?
Right. It's a completely different situation. So I think that's why there's this sort of Trump has been playing it wrong, because he's asking Zelensky to sign this deal based on trust alone. Which if you want that, you're going to have to definitely position yourself a lot differently than attacking Zelensky or attacking Ukraine for the last couple of weeks.
Zelensky laid it out perfectly when he said, you know, we don't want any surprises. We just want to know all the details. And
right.
And Trump is just saying, you know, trust me, there won't be any surprises. You'll love it. It'll be great. I mean, even if it's a surprise to the upside, right? You're still getting a surprise. You're like,
yeah,
can we just talk about the surprise? You're getting nuclear weapons. Woo!
Well,
no.
I mean, it's like right off the bat, whoever's idea it was, I don't know whose idea it was, whoever's idea it was, to send the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent over to Ukraine to try to pressure them then and there to sign a deal on the spot. That's retarded. That's like obviously going to put people in a bad headspace right from the get-go.
Yeah, you feel like you're just being taken advantage of.
Right.
Look, and they got the debt ceiling fight coming up. If I'm Ukraine, I'm thinking we're gonna lose all our funding. We're gonna lose all our ammunition. We're gonna lose everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes. But we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody.
So that was our hand-me-down ammunition. 67 billion of it was. So he's like, look, we got armaments. That was 67 billion.
And we shared it not once with the American side, and 31.5 it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open, it's digitalized, it's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be. Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people help to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful. And sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look, he did say sorry in the very end there. Sorry for this.
Oh.
Sorry for this blow up. Yeah.
Wow. What a cuck.
Well, I think he said sorry, basically, to the American people.
Oh,
so
that's
much.
not cucked.
Seems sincere. That's the problem with the forced apologies. They're never sincere.
Mm-hmm.
And my source today.
All right, we got.
Let's see
big
what Marco's
ears
got
here.
to say. So we got Zelensky's aftermath. We have the Marco aftermath. We'll see how this all plays out. So
Didn't realize Marco had such giant ears. Jeez.
Look at that. Yeah.
He's like got bad ears here. He's a Vulcan. What's going on here? Is
He
this a
got the
Star
pe-
Trek convention?
He's got the penis ears you like so much.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Gross.
I do like his tie though. It's a cool pattern.
Oh yeah. Sitch loves the ties.
Yeah, listen, you gotta have good ties, okay?
Mhm.
It's an important thing for any man to have good ties.
Oh yeah, I got some good ties.
Yeah, there you go. You should be wearing a suit and tie, Adam, every day on stream, like me.
I thought about it. I thought about it for this stream just to like
Look
as
at
a
me.
joke.
I'm wearing a suit and tie every day, every time we stream. And
That looks
it's
like
coming
a cheap,
in.
Looks like a super cheap suit too.
Look, oh my God, chat, can you believe this?
It does.
Can you believe this? In front of chat, Adam, you would attack my clothing in front of chat.
You come in here and disrespect this hollow space.
Have you ever said thank you to me? Have you ever said thank you today?
I got your thank you. I say thank you all the time. I've said thank you 25 times today.
There you go.
Look at this is did you ever think Marco Rubio would be Secretary of State in like a million years? It's just so
Little
weird
Marco. Definitely not from Trump, which is weird. 'Cause
yeah. It's like he
interaction.
got pulled out of nowhere. What happened?
Little
here?
Marco. I don't know. It is kind of weird.
Everyone fawned over him though. Everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Marco's perfect for Secretary of State. He'll do whatever you want."
Well, I don't know. They fawned over him once he was named. Before that, everyone fucking hated Marco. Little Marco. He was a neocon. He was a rhino. He was standing in Trump's way. He's drinking water like a robot.
Remember he was the one that did the water drinking, right? He did
was the one that
during the
did the
middle
water
of the
drinking.
interview. He's like, "Oh, stumble off."
Yep.
Look, as someone who's needed a drink of water in the middle of the live stream, I'm gonna let him go. I'm gonna take it easy on little Marco here.
Okay.
All
Let's
right.
see what-
Does
let's
this
see what
need any
Marco's gonna
setup?
say. No, it's interesting.
Is this the
There's-
next day or the day?
No, this is the same day.
Same
I think
day?
the same day.
Okay.
Yeah. So some interesting things are said here.
Here we go.
My source tonight is the Secretary of State who was in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary.
Oh my God, it's the bitch.
Well, listen, you
can't-
had
look, you
Zelensky
can't
goes
tell
on
me
Fox
she's-
News. You have him go Marco on CNN. Okay.
She was never a man. Come
No,
on, Sitch.
Adam, stop. Kayla Collins is not trans.
Never. She's
No.
never been a man.
No, she's not a man, baby.
Secretary Rubio.
Look at this face, guys.
Oh my God, you're so terrible.
Look, her jawline is more pronounced than little Marco's.
She's got a strong jawline.
She's
okay?
got Dudley Do-Right jaw. Come on.
I
What are you
didn't.
talking
Adam.
about?
I didn't know Adam is joining the transvestigators. Okay, he's a transvestigator. He's gonna pull out like the little what's it called, like the golden ratios and everything, and be like,
Look.
listen, she's obviously transgender.
This is the problem with the transgender movement. Every single slightly masculine woman has to suffer
I know.
under a cloud of suspicion.
Yes.
Okay. Trump or Sitch is vouching. Sitch is vouching for us.
I have a pretty good transdar for some reason. It's funny.
Transdar.
Yeah, because like when Sammy discovered this, she would just start scrolling through pictures and showing them to me to try to like
Really?
to trip me up, right? To be like, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? And you can ask her. I have a really good hit ratio on it. So
Yeah. Okay. We got to get Sammy G to weigh in on this.
You
I want her professional opinion.
Rubio for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology for what happened inside the Oval Office today. Do you feel otherwise?
I do, because you guys don't see.
Go ahead, Sitch. Tell us what a pussy is.
I paused it because I knew you would want to be like, oh my God.
Look, what's going on here?
I think he does.
This is our Secretary of State. We want America to have a strong face in the world, right?
Then get Kaylin Collins, obviously. She's got the
Run-
strong jaw you're looking for.
Running around asking, look, this is the apology tour reversed. You're not running around apologizing for America. You're running around begging for other people to apologize to America.
There you
It's
go.
just as fucking soy.
Right.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Sammy's in the chat. Sitch has a 90% accuracy rate.
Look, 10%. It's 10% right there.
Like you got 10% wiggle room. Okay.
Oh man.
You guys only saw the end. You saw what happened today. You don't see all the things that led up to this. So let me explain. The president's been very clear. He campaigned on this. He thinks this war should have never started. He believes, and I agree, that had he been president, it never would have happened. Now here we
Tell us how. How? Tell us how.
are. He's trying to bring an end to this conflict. We've explained very clearly what our plan is here, which is we want to get the Russians to a negotiating table. We want to explore whether peace is possible. They understand this. They also understand that this agreement that was supposed to be signed today was supposed to be an agreement that binds America economically to Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because we're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was
not if they fucking never come and build the mines or the factories or any of that shit.
Right.
It's nothing.
Right. But also, did you hear there's like a hedge there? Okay, listen to the hedge here. Because he starts off saying very clearly, we've been very clear about the plan. And then it's like the plan is vague. So,
Right, yeah. We've been very clear about this vague plan.
yeah, exactly.
To Ukraine, which to me, as I've explained, and I think the president alluded to today, is a security guarantee in its own way, because
it's a security guarantee
to.
in its own way, right? It's like, why'd you
Not
say
only that,
in its
he
own way?
alluded to
Yeah,
it. He didn't even say
alluded.
specifically.
Right. He alluded to it being a security guarantee in its own way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, okay, if it's a security guarantee, it doesn't need a qualifier. It's a security guarantee.
2 qualifiers. Jeez.
Right. And also, again, I mean, obviously, Marco's just saying this because he's explaining the Trump's team's position to the public, which is fine. But obviously, they've been a long communication back and forth between the Zelensky team and the Trump team. And the Trump team keeps saying, this is a security guarantee. And the Zelensky team keeps saying, it's not. And then they just smash their heads together, I guess, and nothing is actually progressing.
Unfortunate, very.
we're involved. It's now us.
Which I don't even know why. Honestly, I don't know why they don't just say, we'll work it out. You can do something with the EU or whatever later. Like, why not just pass the security buck to the EU? Like, what's wrong with doing that?
The only leverage Zelensky has is giving Trump some kind of win that he can say, look, I said I would get a peace agreement and I got one. Like, whatever Zelensky signs, Trump is going to claim as a peace agreement, and he won and move on. So
yes,
the only leverage Zelensky has is not signing the thing.
Well, I think that's part of the problem. Is this almost needs to be I understand why Trump doesn't want to do it, but it almost needs to be a trilateral agreement between the U.S., EU, and Ukraine.
I think
work all
EU
these
is
things out together.
EU is going to be inking a deal pretty quick here.
Maybe we'll see. I still
holy
think.
shit.
I don't think this is the end. I still think that they're going to come back and do some kind of
America's going to be involved.
Yeah.
Keir Starmer is doing a really good job of like being super giving to Trump to try to smooth things over.
Right. Well,
He
everyone wants the
understands.
U.S.
Yeah.
involved. I mean, they would prefer if the U.S. is
Yeah.
involved.
But Keir seems to understand how to manipulate Trump into being involved. Like,
Right.
Keir is going to cook up the British best president ever medal and give it to Donald Trump. We came up with that's so funny. I don't know if you saw, Donald Trump was super thrilled that he invited him to meet King Charles, the royal family, and Trump is all thrilled about it.
Oh, really?
But
I didn't see
Zelensky
that.
also got an invitation. Yes, yeah.
That's funny.
If Zelensky meets Charles before Trump is going to be very upset.
Maybe Keir Starmer is Starmer, however you say his name. He's doing the
Keir
whole
Yeah.
He's doing the whole, 90s sitcom. Your two friends are fighting. You invite them both to like an outing. You're like, oh, what a coincidence. You're
He
here
is.
too.
He is.
Right?
He's doing
Let's have
that.
a good day at the fair together.
I'm sure he's trying to negotiate. He's doing better
Right.
than than JD Vance. You know who's not going to meet Prince Charles or King
JD
Charles
Vance.
now? Yeah, JD Vance.
He missed his opportunity to meet the
He
king.
might win. If he wins in 2028, he might get to meet him someday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're involved. It's now us. It's our interests. That was all explained. That was all understood. And nonetheless, for the last 10 days, in every engagement we've had with the Ukrainians, there's been complications in getting that point across, including the public statements that President Zelensky has made. But they insisted on coming to D.C. This agreement could have been signed 5 days ago, but they insisted on coming to Washington. And there was and should have been a very clear understanding. Don't come here and create such scenario where you're going to start lecturing us about how diplomacy isn't going to work. President Zelensky took it in that direction. And it ended.
I mean, you're lecturing Zelensky on how he's a fuck up. So I don't know. Like, okay, I guess nobody should I agree. Nobody should be lecturing anyone in this sort of meeting whatsoever. That'd be nice, right?
This sounds like the lecture took place 5 days ago, and
Right.
the crux to the lecture hasn't changed.
Right.
In a predictable outcome as a result. It's unfortunate. That wasn't supposed to be this way, but that's the path he chose. And I think, frankly, sends his country back.
I mean, does JD Vance, he has no agency. He's just like a rabid dog. You just have to deal with. I mean, I thought Trump was supposed to be the person who's like the person that you have to watch out for, right? He's going to lash out at you. He's going to be the big dog, not fucking Vance.
Look, and he was very cordial. He just asked him, what's your super mojo on the deal,
On your
right?
magic diplomacy.
The diplomacy, yeah.
Right. I wonder if that also bothered Trump too. 'Cause Trump is like, I'm supposed to be the person who controls the thing, controls the
Right.
temperature of the meeting, not Vance spurging out.
Yeah.
Backwards in
Yeah, I'd like
regards-
to know if he got a tongue lashing from Trump. I hope
Yeah.
so. I hope Trump really just says, listen, you're not in any more meetings, okay? You go fix the border. You've got a new job. No, not that
Here
border.
my borders are.
Not that border. The Alaskan border.
Oh, okay. Okay.
To achieving peace, which is what President Trump wants at the end of the day, is for this war to end. He's been as consistent as anyone can be about what his objective is here.
Yeah, want. Okay, spell out the plan already. Jesus. We all want the war to end.
But what specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. There was no need for him to go in there and become antagonistic. Look, this thing went off the rails. You were there, I believe. It went off the rails when he said, let me ask you a question to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Well, this is a...
That's not... No.
Oh, wow. I mean, when you say it like that, Marco, it's really just, whew.
He
Five
grabbed him
alarm.
by the collar and he shook him. What kind of fucking diplomacy are you talking about? I mean, that's not what I saw, Sitch.
No.
I saw him very cordially ask, look, we did all these things and it didn't turn out so well. What is different? What do you
Listen,
want to do differently?
Zelensky reached in his pocket. When he took it out, he had brass knuckles on.
Yeah,
That had the
started beating
Ukrainian
him up.
flag on each knuckle. He just punched Vance right in the face, leaving the Ukrainian flag imprint across his cheek. And he's like,
That's
Trump,
right.
shut your bitch up. The big
It's
dogs
like-
are talking.
It's like, I hate to go ass off on you, but I'm going to have to do it, JD. You opened your big fucking flapper.
Oh, God.
serious thing. I mean, thousands of people have been killed, thousands. And he talks about all these horrible things that have happened to prisoners of war and children, all true, all bad. This is what we're dealing with here. It needs to come to an end. We are trying to bring it to an end. The way you bring it to an end is you get Russia to the table to talk. And he understands.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
He's like, look, we've had Russia at the table talking 25 times, you dope. Just like, oh man, this just seems like the comedy of errors.
That attacking Putin, no matter how anyone may feel about him personally, forcing the president into a position where you're trying to goad him into attacking Putin, calling him names, maximalist demands about Russia having to pay for the reconstruction, all the sorts of things that you talk about in a negotiation. Well, when you start talking...
Yeah, but why? First of all, I did not see at all that Zelensky was trying to goad Trump into bad-mouthing Putin. I did not see that at all. I saw Trump was saying things that, being more conciliatory towards Putin, and Zelensky was being obviously not conciliatory towards Putin in the interaction, which is, I think they both understand each other's position, and they don't super have a big problem with that. They both just have to stake their claim for their own team here.
Of
for their own
course, yeah.
public. So yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
To even bring
He's
that up.
like spin, spin, spin. It's just it's so weird that you got the Secretary of State doing spinning. I thought the Secretary of State had like real work to do.
I mean, who else is it gonna be? Can't say Vance out there. He fucked up. He's the one that caused the problem. But then his complaining about like the maximalist demands. Why is that bad? That's a good thing. Don't you want Zelensky to be the bad cop and Trump to be the good cop? Isn't that like, I thought that was the dynamic.
Oh
here.
yeah, that's a
like,
good
why
idea.
are you complaining? Like, oh, he's like, they're acting. It's so weird. They're acting like Putin is this wilting flower. Like he's simultaneously a bloodthirsty dictator, but a wilting flower. Oh, well, if Zelensky makes maximalist demands, Putin will never come to the table and have a conversation with us. Oh, his feelings will be hurt because Zelensky's saying he's a mean bad guy. It's like, wait, what?
Well, Putin's feelings were really hurt over the Russiagate stuff. So obviously,
of course, I guess
he's very fragile. He's a very fragile person.
It's like, give me a break with this.
Very empathetic.
Talking about that aggressively, and the president's a deal maker. He's made deals his entire life. You're not going to get people to the table. And so you start to perceive that maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't. And that active, open undermining of efforts to bring about peace is deeply frustrating for everyone who's been involved in communications with them leading up to today. And I think he should apologize for wasting our time for a meeting that was going to end the way it did.
You yourself have said previously that Putin cannot be trusted in negotiations. That was the point that President Zelensky was ultimately making during that conversation, is that there cannot be an agreement without security guarantees, because he was talking about all the ceasefire agreements before, or agreements that Putin has just blown past. I mean, do you still feel that way, that Putin cannot be trusted in these negotiations?
Well, I was there yesterday when the president said in front of the media that our approach is going to be trust but verify. President Trump's made deals his entire life. He's not going to get suckered into some deal that's not a real deal. We all understand this. We understand it on our end for certain. And so the goal here is to get to a place where we have to explore whether peace is possible. I've said this repeatedly.
So she's like, you've said that you can't trust Putin in the past. And I've seen this clip. I think it was from 2015. It's been circulating, obviously, in response to this whole situation, where Rubio says that you can't trust, anything Putin says.
We have to figure out if we can trust him.
Right. And the response is, I mean, trust verified is fine, but it's just like, Donald Trump has infinite wisdom to determine whether you can trust Putin or not. It's like,
well, there's two ways that you can verify. Like, you can put a bunch of weapons and ammo in Ukraine, so to verify the safety, or you can just wait for Putin to break the deal and kill everyone, and then you verify. Oh yeah, he wasn't trustworthy. Holy shit!
I mean, and I wish some of the reports would ask this question. No one ever asked the question of, okay, say you're right, and Putin fucking has a love affair of Donald Trump, and they're the best bros, and he doesn't invade because Trump is president. Okay, what happens in 4 years? When Trump isn't president, okay? And it's J.D. Vance or some other Republican, or it's a little Marco, or it's a fucking pink-haired Democrat. What happens then if there's no security guarantee?
You got to have a military there that can fight them off. That's the only security guarantee that will work.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry. Look, what are you, Secretary of State? Everyone knows this in the American context. This is why they spend so much on defense. They're like, holy shit, everyone's out to get us because we're cool. We need lots of security.
I don't know. I think it is, based on what they've said so far, but we have to explore that. How else is this war going to end? I ask people, what is the European plan to end this war? I can tell you what one foreign minister told me, and I'm not going to say who it was, but I can tell you what one of them told me, and that is that the war goes on for another year, and at that point, Russia will feel so weakened that they'll beg for a peace. That's another year of killing, another year of dying, another...
Oh my God, they're only a year away from victory, and they're trying to stop them.
I mean, I agree with Marco here. I think it's probably not. I don't like this concept. Just another year, right? I mean, people have been saying that from the beginning.
Not
So,
feasible.
I just
Yeah.
that seems unrealistic to me. That Russia's going to be begging for peace in a year. So
I do think the Russian people are sick of this shit. Yeah.
I'm sure they are.
They've got to be sick of their kids being dragged off to fight in the war, right?
If that was really the case, I think you'd see a lot more overtures from Putin, but it doesn't seem to be the case so far. So we'll see.
Putin doesn't care. I mean, the people would have to.
Right. Have to revolt.
There'd have to be open revolt. Yeah.
Yes.
Which I don't know that will happen, but.
Year of destruction, and by the way, not a very realistic plan in my point of view. So if there's a chance of peace, even if it's a 1% chance, that needs to be explored, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here.
President Trump said just when he was leaving the White House after that meeting that he doesn't think President Zelensky wants peace. But isn't that why the Ukrainian leader was in the Oval Office for that meeting today?
Well, he was in the Oval Office.
She's so fucking smug, I can't take it.
He's a very smart
To sign a minerals rights deal. That's what he was in the Oval Office to sign today. But again, when you have comments that deliberately appear to be after having discussed this repeatedly, deliberately appear to be geared towards making the argument that peace is not possible. Again, he turns to the vice president. What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Almost as if to say, these people, you can't deal with them. You can't have any negotiations with Putin because he can't be trusted, and you're just wasting your time on negotiations. Well, he's basically undermining everything the president has told him he's trying to do. Look, there's no need for that. You start to suspect, does he really want an end to this war? Does he just think that, we have to do whatever he says and give him anything he wants without any end game? That was the Biden strategy.
This is what's just infuriating to me, because Trump marches around all the time and talks about peace through strength, peace through strength. Like, we have peace because we have the big fucking military, and if you fuck with us, we're going to hit you back 10 times as hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't map that onto this situation. Like, it's the same fucking thing. It's exactly the same thing. If you want peace, Ukraine has to be able to give Putin a black eye whenever he pulls any fucking shit. And that's the only thing that's going to stop him from pulling shit. But they seem just completely unaware of that situation in this context. And I can't figure out why. Probably just because they don't want to spend the money on. They know that is going to be too expensive for them to sell to the American people, which, and fair enough, that's a constraint.
That was the Biden strategy. We were funding a stalemate. We were funding a meat grinder. And unfortunately...
Well, look, the problem I see with the Biden strategy was that Biden didn't want to fund them enough to give Putin that black eye. He just wanted to fund them enough to hold their own, to barely stay in the fight.
That was the argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. But.
Well, look, I think they wanted to attack inside Russia, and Biden said no until very late in the game, right? It was super close to him leaving office when he's like, okay, now you can attack in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem, right? You got to give Putin that black eye.
Yep.
That's another asymmetry here, because we in the West are afraid that if Ukraine goes too far, that Putin is going to pull out the nukes and nuke Ukraine. And maybe he would. I don't know. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So until you deal with that sort of asymmetry where Putin is afraid to use the nukes because someone else is going to nuke him back, you're constantly going to have Ukraine pulling their punches. And how can they win the war if they're forced to pull their punches? They can't.
Yes.
They fucking can't.
For the Ukrainians, the Russians...
This is what the Secretary of State should be saying right now, spelling all this out.
Russians have more meat to grind, and they don't care about human life. We've seen it, human waves, the North Koreans, etc. And so this is a very complex thing. It's very delicate. It's very costly. It's very bloody. It needs to be brought to an end, but it isn't going to be brought to an end with public pronouncements and maximalist demands in the public, but in real diplomacy. The vice president was right.
When you say they don't care about life, are you talking about the Russians or the Ukrainians?
Well, Well, the Russians, I mean, they're conscripting by the hundreds of thousands. They brought in North Korean troops that were slaughtered in Kursk, and they keep going because they got more people. That's the other fact. Look, and it's, you know, again, we go back to the same point. I'm not going to fall into this trap of the who's bad and who's evil. People can make those conclusions. People have seen how this narrative has played out and where we are today and how this all started and so forth. The point now is it has to end. And the way it ends is you get people to a negotiating table. And the president, who's the ultimate deal maker, knows you don't get people to a negotiating table when you're calling them names and you're accusing them of things, because at the end of the day, this is not a political campaign.
I mean, isn't that really what every single MAGA supporter is saying Trump is doing when he insults Canada and Mexico and Greenland and Panama and Argentina and every other country on earth?
That's how you get them to the table. You insult the shit out of them.
Like, it's just, I remember listening to this and I'm just like befuddled. I'm like, this has literally been the meme for the first month of Trump's presidency, is he attacks a foreign leader in some kind of way that seems too aggressive. The left goes, oh, how dare he do that? And then they come to an agreement and the right goes, ha, 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 you lefties are so stupid. You don't understand. This is Trump's master negotiation style. And now Marco Rubio is like, what, you think that works? And I'm like, I don't know. That's what you told me what works. That's what every fucking Trump supporters tell me what works, Marco. Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah. You force them into the peace deal.
I mean, it's just, it's funny. It's weird. It's weird and it's funny. And even now, the narrative about this is like wild. There's, I would say like 75% of the people on X don't realize that Trump is the one that walked away from the mineral deal and not Zelensky. And that Zelensky would have signed the mineral deal right after that blow-up meeting. We just watched the clip on Brett Barry. He said, would you sign it? He said, are you still in favor of the deal? And he said, yes, he's still in favor of the deal. And now watch, they're already going to be like, when Zelensky's like, oh yeah, I'm still in favor of the deal, they're going to be like, oh, see, we told you, Trump did it again. He was mean to Zelensky, and then he's made Zelensky sign the deal. And it's like, Zelensky was never against signing the deal. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is high stakes international diplomacy and an effort to bring about an end to a very, very dangerous war.
But you yourself, sir, have said before that you believe Putin is a war criminal, that is a widely accepted fact. You've called him a butcher. And you've said that as a Secretary of State, you do believe it's important for someone with such global influence as you have to speak with that kind of moral clarity.
Yeah, and at this moment, as Secretary of State, my job working for the president is to deliver peace, to end this conflict and end this war. Ultimately, that is the job of the State Department. The State Department doesn't fight wars, it ends them. It tries to end them. And that's usually, by the way, celebrated. I mean, throughout history, I've watched presidents that bring about an end to wars and conflicts, and people celebrate that. They applaud it. I think we should be very proud and happy that we have a president whose prime objective is not to get into wars, but to prevent wars and to get out of wars. That is a very noble, laudable goal. Everyone should be applauding it, and he should be given the space to do that, not undermined by demands that he call Putin names or that we say things that impede the ability to conduct real diplomacy, as the vice president said today.
To follow up on what you just said a moment ago, are you saying that you have doubts that President Zelensky wants this war to come to an end?
What I have doubts about is whether he's willing to say and do the things that we need in order to get a negotiation. Again, you guys, this has been going on for 10 days. And, you know, to see things in the press saying we're not coordinating with the Ukrainians, that's absolutely false. Over the last 10 days, the Ukrainians have met with the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States, had a phone call with President Trump, and he was in the Oval Office today. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Ukraine 3 times in the last 10 days. The argument that we're not engaging, but yet you keep reading these press accounts about, oh, well, they're leaving us out, we're not involved, we're not engaged. None of these things are true, and it continues. So all that led up to today in a deep sense of frustration. And my hope is that this all can be reset and maturity can kick in and some pragmatism, because this war tonight, people will die in Ukraine. Tonight, people will die in this conflict. We're trying to bring an end to this conflict, which is unsustainable. It's an unsustainable, bloody war that has to come to an end. And right now, the only leader in the world that can even have a chance of bringing about an end to this is named President Donald Trump. And we need to give him the opportunity to try and do that. And when you see efforts to impede it, when you tell someone, don't say, let's not talk about these things, let's not go in this direction, because it makes it harder for us to engage, and they insist on doing it anyways, you start to wonder. I don't like to impugn people's motives, but you start to wonder what's behind it. So look.
It's kind of interesting because this, I mean, obviously what he's saying is that behind the scenes, they told Zelensky and his team, can you like not say mean things about Putin publicly? It's making it harder for us to negotiate, which is, I mean, fair, right? Like, okay. But then Trump, when he talks publicly, he can't like say the opposite, right? Everyone's just got to not even like broach the topic. That's how you do it.
Well, and he shouldn't come out and call Zelensky a dictator.
Well, that's already in the past, right? So, yeah. But yes, obviously you shouldn't call Zelensky a dictator and say those negative things about Ukraine. But if there's some topic here, and this is why this is kind of like, to me, a ridiculous ask of Marco here is, yeah, if you want to say like we shouldn't have any discussion or any of these contentious topics in public, that's fine. But then no one can do it. Okay, then Trump can't do it either, because it's gonna require a response for Zelensky, because he has to worry about his own, base, his own electorate, his own people.
Yeah, all of this just seems like a bunch of talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
So until just like a bunch of talk, this whole idea that Trump is the only one in the world that can negotiate a deal. If that's the case, negotiate the deal.
Right.
This all seems like bullshit to me, but whatever. Go ahead, little Marco. Get out there and sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just also, like, why is any of this even on public display? Like, why aren't they talking to Putin and trying to set up a deal? For me, it comes off as massively weak by the United States. Like, we're going out and doing all this stuff in public to try to placate Putin. I know that's a lot of the narrative on the left. And I think obviously the left is spinning it to the point where it's not even accurate. Like, they think Trump is a Russian agent or something.
Right.
But do you really think all of these things that we're seeing, all of these back and forth, do you think this is increasing Trump's leverage over Putin in some sort of negotiation? I know.
No, I think it's making it more and more clear to Putin that he can
do whatever he wants, right?
Do whatever he wants, and
yeah.
Kind of play Trump as a fiddle.
So. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Trump is coming to that realization that I think Trump probably does understand that he's not going to get a deal. Like, he's just trying to save face here, and he's going to move on. And he's going to do the same thing that he did with the Zelensky dictator thing. He's going to say, "Oh, I said I could get a deal." I can't imagine saying that. That's impossible. Right. Putin can't be reasoned with. He's a liar.
Yep.
I don't know how it's going to shake out, but this is why everyone is so baffled by this situation taking place, because it doesn't really serve anybody. It doesn't serve Trump politically. It doesn't serve Ukraine as far as a peace deal goes. I mean,
that's why I was saying, like, Vance is such a fucking retard, and that's why I'm saying I think Trump is mad at Vance, because it's super obvious this doesn't really help anyone. Doesn't really help America. Doesn't in their position in the negotiation.
Doesn't help MAGA, because the MAGA is going to be like, they're going to be more. Deal.
That's why I was saying, like, Vance is a fucking retard in terms of, and we were talking about this last week when you were saying that Trump is like trying to come up with this deal as a way to justify, some kind of continual support or entanglement with Ukraine. And I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense. And I think that's true. But then you got Vance shit talking like Ukraine Zelensky so much on Twitter And then now he blows up the meeting, and it's like, okay, even if they can't work out a deal, it's like this really hurts Trump because there's going to be so many people in his base that just don't even want the deal because of all this, all the damage,
all
that
the
keeps
shit
getting
talking.
done, all the shit talking. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't think the MAGA people want the MAGA people want Trump to just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I'm thinking Trump is just going to walk away. So, I mean, the European people are trying to woo him, trying to keep him back involved. You know, they're basically catering to his ego and saying, oh, he's completely necessary. We need the Americans. We can't do this without the Americans. I mean, they're probably calling and begging Trump, and Trump is fucking loving that. He's like, oh, this is the best thing ever. Maybe he loves Vance because Vance got him in a position where all of Europe is begging him to help. So, but I think they're going to step up and sort of come up with a game plan to phase the Americans out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like the only real rational thing to do here. Trump is not going to get some peace deal from Putin. Yeah. So, but he's going to move on. Trump's going to move on to something else.
I don't know. I think this all is going to work itself out anyway. This agreement is, I think it's going to come back.
Do you think the status quo is still going to materialize? Or Americans
well, I don't know if the status quo. I'm just
Ukraine?
saying, I think Ukraine and Trump are going to, Zelensky and Trump are going to fix this. They're going to come together with some agreement. So
Republicans are still going to be completely focused on this, and they're going to defund this. They're going to defund Ukraine. Like the aid got held up for Ukraine when they were arguing over the debt ceiling for months and months and months.
Mm-hmm.
They have another debt ceiling. Remember in that fight, the debt ceiling didn't get solved. They didn't get rid of the debt ceiling so that they would have the debt ceiling down the road.
Right.
They're going to use that debt ceiling to cut Ukraine out completely. Like, I don't see America supporting Ukraine
mm-hmm.
anymore. I really don't. Which means Europe is going to have to do it. Because I see Ukraine being supported. I don't see anybody just like pulling out.
Okay, I don't know. We'll see.
If Ukraine continues the war without ammunition, I mean, that's not going to be pretty.
Again, let's hope
Can I
that
ask
this
you,
can
Secretary
be salvaged, but
Rubio-
I'm not sure after today.
You don't believe that this can be, you're not sure that this can be salvaged? I mean, can this relationship between Zelensky and Trump be repaired in your view?
I think anything is possible, but it has to go back to the point that President Trump is interested in being involved in this for the purposes of bringing about an enduring and lasting peace. That's what he wants to achieve. And I think if I'm a country... Okay.
Do you think he can achieve that, Sitch? What are the chances? What are the odds? He's saying Trump is being involved in this because he wants to achieve a lasting peace. That is why Trump is involved.
Well, I believe that Trump thinks that he can magic up a lasting peace. Yeah, I do think he thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm skeptical that without a security guarantee that's possible.
Okay. What do you think his chances are that some sort of deal materializes that produces a lasting peace?
I think they're actually reasonable. I think it's 50-50.
Okay, 50%. I mean, I wouldn't call that reasonable, but I mean, that's a coin toss.
I say 50. It's a coin flip. 50-50 just because, well, let me be clear. I think there's a higher chance. I think there's a 75% chance probably that a deal will come into being that gives Ukraine a reasonable security guarantee backed by the EU and not America. I think there's a 75% chance of that.
Oh yeah, look.
I think
90%
Russia will?
chance of that.
Do I think Russia's going to sign off on that?
No, hell no.
I don't think they're going to sign off.
They're not even including Russia in the negotiations.
Right.
Yeah, they're not. Europe is not even talking to Russia.
Yeah.
that's involved in a war with a bigger country, who's losing thousands of people, who's had 3 million people leave my country because they can't be there, who is facing these challenges, I would be thanking a president who's trying to help bring about an end to this war. I would be thanking him, and I would be supportive of what he's trying to do, at least in my public pronouncements and in my public posture. And we didn't see that today, and we haven't seen that for the last few days. Now, will that change? I hope so. It should, for the purposes of global peace and stability in Europe and around the world.
Do you think you can make the argument that he hasn't said thank you?
Well, I think the vice president said he hadn't said it today. He hadn't heard it today in that meeting, and we were hoping that that meeting would begin by thank you for everything you've done for us. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. We wouldn't even have a chance to negotiate a peace without the help you gave us. By the way, without the help you gave us when you were president in the first term, because President Obama refused to provide them defensive capabilities in terms of military hardware. He did provide him blankets.
Yeah, and that was brought up today during that meeting.
It was brought up, but I was there. In fact, I vividly recall at the time Vice President Biden saying to me in a meeting that we had at the Vice President's residence that the reason why we didn't want to provide them those weapons is because they might use them. That was his exact quote, and that was the attitude. I remember clearly then the Ukrainian leaders saying, we don't need more blankets or MREs. We need weapons to defend ourselves, and they didn't do it. President Trump did. He provided them weaponry, some of it, much of it, which was used at the beginning of this war, and without those weapons being in their stocks, this war could have been over very quickly, 2, 3, 4 days. Another pot shot that Zelensky took today, when the president pointed that out, you know what Zelensky said? He said, yeah, we've heard that from the Russians. That's not a Russian narrative. That was the official position, of the United States. I vividly recall being briefed by leaders in the Biden administration telling us that this war was going to be over in 5 to 6 days. They believed that that was their assessment at the time. And it wasn't the case because of the weapons that Ukraine had in its stocks because of President Trump in his first term. So he should have been grateful for that and grateful for what we're doing now. And one more point. It's not just President Trump. There's news reports out there from NBC News, at least is one of the places I recall, reporting that Biden had a shouting match with Zelensky for not being grateful and not being thankful for everything that was provided back in 2022. Now, that didn't happen in front of the press. That was leaked, but it got out there. These frustrations are not unique to President Trump. There was those frustrations in the previous administration, if NBC News is to be believed.
Right. But obviously we've never seen anything like what we saw today. But the point that Zelensky was making there is that everyone predicted his demise, and Ukraine was able to fight and to survive. Zelensky was able to survive. The Ukrainian people have been fighting for 3 years. You yourself have said previously that the United States should assist Ukraine as long as the Ukrainians are willing to fight. So I think the question coming out of that meeting is what happens next year? I mean, you are the U.S. chief diplomat. Is there a path for diplomacy? Is a ceasefire still a possibility tonight?
Well, number one, you know who else said that Ukraine is very brave and very valiant? President Trump. He said it today. He said it repeatedly. Your soldiers have been very brave. Your fighters have been very brave. Your people have been very brave. He said that repeatedly. And everyone recognizes that. But we're 3 years into a war that has no end in sight and no exit strategy. The EU doesn't have an exit strategy. I saw the comments tonight from the leader of the EU saying there needs a new leader of the free world. I mean, these people are just playing silly games and saying these things. What is their exit strategy? What is anybody else's exit strategy? The only person on the planet who is actively trying to bring an end to this conflict is named Donald Trump, the President of the United States. He's the only one that's trying to do it, and we should be helping him to achieve it. And so I think it's possible? Yeah, I hope it's possible, because that's what we do try to do at the Department of State, is we try to bring end to conflicts, not start new ones, and certainly not extend them.
I mean, just wish someone would have given that memo to Vance. That would have been nice.
To J.D. Vance?
Yeah, to not start new conflicts, try to end conflicts. But, you know.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Would have been nice, right?
Senator Lindsey Graham, after having lunch with President Trump today, said Zelensky either needs to resign or they need to send someone over that we can do business with. Do you feel that President Zelensky needs to resign?
Well, that's Lindsey's feeling because he feels very passionately. You know, he's been a very strong supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has been one of the strongest voices for Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said. I can only go off the words from the president of the United States, and that is today this is not going to be productive any further. When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then, and that's when we'll re-engage with them.
that is just such a bullshit response, because it's all predicated on the deal, and just framing it like, if you don't take any deal that we place in front of you, you don't want peace.
Right.
It's just bad faith beyond belief. So,
Yes. But also, did you catch what Marco Rubio just said?
no, what did he say?
States, and that is, today we're not ready to do peace. That's what he's a supporter of Ukraine. Lindsey Graham has
But
been
what
one
is
of the
the United
strongest
States'
voices for
position?
Ukraine. Well, the United States, the president's taken no position on that. What he said today is, let him come back when he's ready to do peace. That's what he said. Let him come back when he's ready to do peace. So I can't speak for what anybody else said.
So it sounds like Trump said, let him come back when he's ready to do peace. I mean, that means that he's the one that canceled the deal. I don't know why there's so many people on Twitter running around who have this complete delusion that Zelensky was the one that canceled the deal. But, you know,
There were people who were jumping for joy that Trump threw him out.
I know,
Like,
but
make up your mind. Which
I
is
know,
it?
I know. It's crazy. We live in crazy times. Okay.
Yeah, I guess people just pick whatever reality they want.
Right. Even if
the facts be damned.
Right. Right.
I can only go off the
Trump
Come back.
simultaneously is based for kicking Zelensky out, but also simultaneously Zelensky ran away, and and it's his fault that the negotiation broke down. It's wild.
Look, there's conflicting information all over the place, so nobody
Right.
knows. I mean, we used to have like a news channel we would turn to with
No, but-
relatively reasonable facts.
Trump himself has literally said, he literally posted that it was Zelensky. I mean, that he's the one that said that Zelensky is not ready for peace. He posted that he's the one that canceled the deal. Marco Rubio is repeating this. There's a Fox News reporter who claims that the White House told her that the Zelensky team begged to stay and that they said, no, get out of here. So it's like, I don't know. We don't even trust Trump anymore. You could side with Trump, but not trust the thing that he says. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. It's all a farce. It's all a comedian. It's all just laugh.
I don't like the framing that come back when you're ready to take any deal we put in front of you.
Yeah,
Like,
obviously that's
who's
not
going to
great.
come back for that? Like,
Right.
fuck you. I'm not coming back for that.
Right.
How long does it take to get to Ukraine? I think he can't even fly into Kyiv. He has to fly to some Warsaw and take a 2,000-mile train ride or whatever to get in, because there's no flying in the airspace. It's got to be a lot of work. He's like, I'm going home. I'm tired. I got a war to fight. Little Marco.
the words from the President of the United States, and that is, today, this is not going to be productive any.
This is why I think, look, they have cover now, because they can say, oh, Zelensky was a big meanie, didn't apologize.
Yes.
So fuck
Yes.
him. We're pulling out of Ukraine. When they really just wanted to pull out of Ukraine anyway.
Maybe
further.
I don't know. I still think it'll be salvaged, but I guess you think you'll just use the opportunity to just
Yeah.
fuck off, essentially. Tell them to fuck off. We'll see.
Just Trump just seems completely driven by his base. And I guess the difference is, in his first term, he had other people around him that kind of micromanaged him, right? Does he have that now? Doesn't seem
Well,
like he does.
Not I wouldn't say necessarily. Yeah, I mean, I guess to some extent there was micromanaging, but I'd say that there were definitely people around Trump in his first term that had a different worldview than I would say the internet right does. And now I don't think those people exist anymore. So
When Zelensky's ready to make peace and he's serious about peace, let him come back then, and that's when we'll re-engage with them. And what he means by that is when
And
he
how will you measure
understands.
that?
Well, I think it's everything I've said already, and that is, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to a table to discuss even the opportunity, even to explore whether there's an opportunity for peace? You're not going to do it by calling them names. It makes everybody feel very good. You can pass resolutions. You can put out very strongly worded statements. Senators can do it. I did when I was in the Senate. House members can do it. Commentators can do it. And countries that have no real skin in the game can do it. But when you are the president of the United States of America and you're trying to bring about peace the way Donald Trump is trying to bring about peace, the only way to do it is you have to create space for people to come to the table and talk. And that is something we should all be applauding, not criticizing, and not pretending that we can just extend this war forever until and that everybody has unlimited resources to continue to fund it on both sides, by the way.
And President Zelensky has said he does want this war to end. He just cares about how it ends. We heard that from the other European leaders who came to the Oval Office also this week. President Trump said to me today, before that shouting match erupted in the Oval Office, that he doesn't believe there have to be security guarantees in place before the ceasefire, that you can come to a ceasefire agreement and then put those in place. Do you agree with that?
That's not what he said. What he said is, why am I going to be talking about security guarantees? Let me get a peace deal first, is what he said. That doesn't mean they can't happen as part of that negotiation, but you have to have an agreement. What peace is there to secure if you first don't have an agreement on peace? Like, what do the Russians need in order to end this conflict?
So you're saying it would happen as part of the negotiations?
Well, again, how do you end a war? You have to find out what the combatants require in order to stop shooting at each other. What are the Russians' needs? What do they need to see in order for them to stop fighting? What do the Ukrainians need in order to stop fighting? And then once you have that in place, then you can decide the next step, which is, and what do we need to do to make sure this never happens again, that it doesn't happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't think President Trump is interested in a one-year ceasefire. I don't think he's interested in a 6-month ceasefire. He wants this thing to end. He has said that repeatedly. But again, he's not going to use the kind of language that maybe plays well in the public sphere or in the political sphere for people that want to take shots at him, but it's not going to allow us to have a negotiation or even to explore a potential negotiation. President Donald Trump is a man who's made deals his entire life in the business, and he's bringing those principles to government, and he's the only one in the world that has any chance. If Donald Trump tomorrow decides, I don't care about Ukraine, I don't care about Russia, and I don't care about this war, and he walks away, I ask you, I ask everyone, well, who on this planet has any chance whatsoever, even a 1% chance of getting the combatants to the table? The answer is there is no one. He is the only one on earth right now that has any chance. If there is a chance of peace, he's the only one that has a chance to deliver on it.
I just, this is putting way too much faith in the power of words. That's my problem with all this stuff. So I just think it way overplays the Trump's hand. So whatever.
Do you still see a meeting happening with President Putin there, President Zelensky, and President Trump? Is that still possible?
Well, I think that's premature. I mean, what would they? You first need to make sure that this is even a possibility, and you have to explore it. And look, there's good signs, I think, maybe, somewhat about at least the Russians' willingness to engage. And but we have to explore all that. But that's not going to be done in front of cameras. It's not going to be done in an open ballroom. There's a lot of work to be done before we get to this point. This is a complex war that has causes behind it that go back a number of years. There's a lot to navigate. A lot has been invested on both sides. Gains have been made by the Russian Federation in some places. All of these things have to be worked through, but it's not going to be done through press conferences and in the media. It has to be done through what the vice president said today, the serious work of diplomacy. It's a lot easier to just say, well, we're with Ukraine all the way, no matter what, however long it takes. Well, 15 years, 12 years? I mean, that's absurd.
It's just such bullshit, because why did this have to take place in the public eye then? Like, if you're saying, look, we're not going to do this with Putin, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, it creates the image that you respect Putin more than you respect Ukraine.
I think it's also part of why Trump was like kind of telling Vance to back off, is because you're right. Most presidents probably this wouldn't happen, because the only part that would be public would be, he shakes their hand, signs the thing, and then they hold up the copy, and then they walk away, right?
Yeah.
And they have a press conference afterwards about for 10 minutes, this is going to be great for America, right? And then that's it. They wouldn't do this sort of thing that Trump is trying to do, which, I appreciate, because I think it's more interesting to watch, but it does have the flip side of possibly creating, these problems publicly when you have these sorts of, things happening in the public eye.
Yeah, look, they put together a deal that they sent the Treasury Secretary over to Ukraine to get Zelensky to sign. They wanted him to sign the deal and just They could say, we win. Look, it's over. Well, look, that might have been a better deal for them because then they would continue to get the funding. Although I think the Republicans could cut the funding. So I wouldn't take Trump's word that he'll get the funding anyway. But Zelensky, there was no security agreements in the deal. So Zelensky says, look, I'm going to come to the U.S. and I'm going to ask directly Trump for security agreements. Like he's like, I've talked to him on the phone. I've had some interaction with him. This is my move. So this press conference was just kind of, let's do a press conference because you're here, right? This wasn't planned. The State Department didn't ask Zelensky to come, right?
I don't know because Marco's saying that they wanted to come to the White House.
Yeah, but because Zelensky asked to come.
Right,
yeah.
that Zelensky asked to come. But
he said he could have signed this 5 days ago. He didn't need to come.
Well,
he said that in the very beginning of this.
Well, we'll pause for a second. I don't think Zelensky asked to have that press conference. I would be shocked. Because that definitely feels like that's more of the Trump thing. Okay, so
I don't think he asked to have the press conference, but he did ask to come and talk to.
Marco is saying he asked to come. But but I'm not sure Marco's telling 100% the truth about the. Well, he could have signed it 5 days ago. Maybe he is because I don't know. I don't remember the timeline because that deal like changed every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe 5 days ago it was the same version of it that exists now. So maybe that's fair, right? And I don't know why they wanted to come to sign. I mean, actually, I do know why. It makes perfect sense. You're Zelensky. You want this deal to look solid to your people, and so you want to have the big press event where you go to the White House and you send a signal to Russia and you say, I'm in the White House and I'm signing a fucking deal with Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
that's a big part of it.
It completely makes sense, like why Zelensky would want to do this. And in fact, that again, completely shits all over the idea that like, oh, Zelensky was coming here to spit in Trump's eye. That doesn't make any sense. Like why he would ever fucking do that. That's retarded.
This might be why Trump pulled out of the deal because Trump ultimately pulled out of the deal. Because if they sign this big deal and it amounts to nothing and Putin just spits in his eye and says, I'm not going anywhere, it makes Trump look bad.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Well, I mean.
Maybe Trump got cold feet on the deal. He's the one that kicked Zelensky out, right?
I think he just got mad, but maybe.
Well, he's the one saying he can come back when he's ready to talk peace.
Right.
I don't know. That sounds like a don't call me, I'll call you.
Right.
That's not sustainable, and everybody knows it. The president wants to end this war. He wants to explore whether there's a possibility to do it and do it quickly. He campaigned on it. It was a promise of his, and he intends to when he says these things, he doesn't just say them, he means them, and he's doing it. And it's the first time we've seen that in a long time in American politics.
Secretary Marco Rubio, thank you for your time tonight and joining us on such a historic day. I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
What was that smile? Oh, my God. He did a Mr. Beast smile there. It's just fake eyes.
Oh, there's one shorter clip too I want to show that was kind of fascinating. It was, I don't actually remember. I have a time code. I don't remember what he said, but I remember it was interesting. It was a little piece of the Treasury Secretary's conversation.
To State of the Union, Ukrainian President.
I think it was that. Go ahead here.
Ain't a bash.
Just mentioned a specific.
And then we'll bring all sides together. That only President Trump can do that.
That's not the Treasury Secretary, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, National Security.
National Security
Michael
Advisor.
Waltz.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Just
find
mentioned
it incredulous he's being criticized for that.
You just mentioned a specific concession potentially that you would like Vladimir Putin to make. Can you elaborate on that? Because we haven't heard any specifics before.
Well,
Stop killing Ukrainians.
We can't get any specifics from the Ukrainians, but this will clearly be some type of territorial concession for security guarantees going forward. I mean, that has been discussed in previous rounds
A
of
security guarantee
negotiations,
from
and we
the
think
US?
that is a broader framework.
Who guarantees that security?
Well, right now, some first principles. This needs to be a permanent end, not a temporary end. This needs to be European-led security guarantees going forward. Part of that.
I think this is part of where a lot of people have trouble wrangling Trump, because you have Marco come out afterwards, you have the National Security Advisor come out afterwards, and they're both like very clearly like, we're looking for a permanent end here. This is going to be a permanent end, permanent. They understand like the issue. So it's like, that's like, I feel like things would have been a lot smoother if Trump would just say this. Like, maybe it's not true, but he just say it. Like, this is going to be, we're going to come up with a perfect deal. It's going to be the best deal. It's going to be a permanent end, a permanent peace. Okay. Going to come up with the best peace deal ever. Like, just say that. Just say that, right?
Well, in a lot of these books that talk about Trump, they say he likes to hedge in case the deal blows up. He has some plausible deniability that he's not totally involved or overstated himself. So
I guess,
if,
but like,
if he does that, then he's
right.
really out there, right? He's like, oh, this is a permanent solution.
I guess, but he has no trouble, like, when he's running for president, he's like, I'm going to bring all the prices down. And then he's like president. I don't know. Maybe the prices won't go down. Like, so sometimes he's definitely willing to just, be super hyperbolic and just say whatever. And, I think he should go for it. I think Trump should just shoot for the moon on this one.
Yeah. Campaign promises and deals. I don't know the difference.
I guess it's a little different context. Unfortunately, in our minds, there's sort of a lot more malleability of people accepting campaign promises are kind of bullshit. So maybe
it's easier to weasel out of the campaign promises, right?
I guess.
Contribution to its own defense, so it has the capability to do so. We've had both the United Kingdom and France talking about their troops on the ground going forward. And then, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. What type of support we provide or not is to be negotiated. But one thing is clear, we do not see Ukraine being a member of NATO, because that would automatically drag U.S. troops in. But Donna, look, we need to get all sides of the table, and we're very frustrated that we did not see that from the Ukrainians after we had negotiated a minerals deal that would bind us together, grow their economy, and change the nature of our aid so that the American taxpayer could recoup
What
it.
are your conversations?
That was all done and ready to be signed on Friday.
What are your conversations like right now with the Russians in terms of reopening conversations and perhaps diplomatic normalization, embassies, and so forth?
Well, Secretary Rubio's team at a working level have met with the Russians about broadening our embassy operations. They were virtually shut down on all sides. It's just a practical matter and common sense. If we're going to drive these negotiations forward, our embassies have to be operable. Those conversations are happening, and we're also having conversations about how they will end and what they need to see to end this war. There will obviously be differences on all sides, and the United States, through shuttle diplomacy and the leadership of President Trump, will drive forward to bridge those gaps. Our point is, talking about the fine details of security guarantees is like talking about the details of a warranty before you know if you're going to buy the thing. We're driving both sides to the negotiating table, and yet people are trying to put the cart before the horse.
And last question.
I think if you want to make the argument that there can't be some level of security guarantees until you get into nitty-gritty with Russia, I think that's fine. I mean, it's kind of a bullshit argument, because you should enter into negotiation with, we're putting this high, like we're putting all what we like maximally want on the table, and then Russia's not going to agree to that, and so you walk it back, right? You're going to give some wiggle room to negotiate. You should enter it with something, essentially. And to kind of give this example of like figuring out the warranty before the car, I don't know, to me it's kind of like a ridiculous analogy, because that's the car for Ukraine. The car is a security guarantee. That's what they want.
Yeah, and
That's the
look,
main
if they
thing.
sign some mineral deal with the United States and then they're forced to deal with the rest of Europe, and Europe is like, well, we want those minerals. They're weakened their negotiation hand. And they're offering
Exactly.
to put troops in.
Right. And there's like that's exactly it that people aren't talking about. And I think that's a great point. Why is Zelensky going to say, here's a bunch of minerals without any guarantees when maybe he can get some kind of guarantee from
From
Europe?
Europe, yeah.
Or like another, like the doomsday scenario, which I think is what Zelensky's worried about, is he's going to sign some agreement with the US. He's going to start forking over tons of money to the United States. And for 4 years, 6 years, Putin's just going to open up all his trade negotiations back with EU and US. He's going to get a bunch of money. He's going to get all his assets unfrozen. He's not going to be having to pay big chunks of money to the United States like Ukraine is. And he's just going to use all the time to build up again. And then Ukraine's going to be caught with their pants down 4 to 6 years
Exactly.
later because they've been giving away or they've been paying or whatever all this money to the US and they don't have the military support to fight anymore.
Well, not only that, I saw someone on Twitter was saying that Russia only controls 20% of Ukraine, but that 20% of Ukraine has 50% of the natural resources. And I was like, oh, well, that's fucked.
Right.
I don't know if it's true or not, but if those, I mean, wasn't Europe buying a bunch of gas and oil from Russia? If that gas and oil is in that area, that occupied area of Ukraine, I mean, Zelensky could make some deal with Europe to help him push the Russians out. And then you'll solve their oil and natural gas, their energy conundrum with a democratic nation. That's probably super better for Europe and super better for Ukraine, obviously. But Putin is terrified of that. What do you think?
Question, there are reports that the Trump administration, you are talking about pausing offensive cyber operations against Russia. Is that true?
What the fuck? Is it true you're going to attack Russia with cyber?
No. They said
cyber.
They made this weird comment that they're going to pause. They're going to pause any sort of like cyber attacks or defenses against Russia, which was weird. It was like a weird statement to say.
That has not been part of our discussions. There will be all kinds of carrots and sticks to get this war to an end.
Of course we're going to hit them with fucking cyber. What the fuck?
All right. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Boy, Dana Bash is just really phoning it in, isn't she?
She looks real like tired.
Like, holy shit.
Fuck about this.
I've been up for 48 hours since this thing blew up. Jesus.
Right.
You know, Trump does love that.
What?
Trump is like, oh my God, everyone's going crazy over this story. They fucking love it.
I'm sure. He said at the end, it's going to be great TV. Which
Yeah.
I guess it was.
He does love that part.
Yeah.
Oh,
No
show.
bad press. Okay.
Super chats?
Super chats.
Hey, I closed the campaign. I guess I was saying this in the chat and I never got to say it here. So I closed the comic campaign on Indiegogo because Indiegogo does this really super scummy thing, super rude thing where they tack tips on, but it's ambiguous. So you think you're tipping us. You think, oh my God, I love Sitch and Adam. I'm going to give them a little extra money here to help them with the campaign. But Indiegogo pockets the tips. So they put like a 15, 20% tip on there and you don't know it's going to Indiegogo, which I thought, oh my God, this is so scummy. They weren't doing that when I actually opened the campaign. And I'm so angry that many of you might have actually tipped us and thought you were tipping us, but you were really just putting money straight into the pocket of Indiegogo. Indiegogo charges us 9% just for like the platform fee. So any money that you give us, they take 9% directly from us, which is quite a bit. And then they charge you 20% on top of that. I'm like, no, fuck this. Fuck you. I immediately close the campaign. I see some people are like donating. Don't donate, okay? like if you did a donation, ask for a refund. Ask for a refund of the donation. Ask for a refund of the tip, because it's the tip part that really pisses me off, quite honestly. So I will, you can email me or I guess we'll figure something out. Look, we still have comics. We can still sell comics. We'll do them on a different platform. Some people message me and I just had them PayPal me directly. So we'll figure something out, but don't use Indiegogo anymore. Anyway, that's it. That's my TED Talk.
That is totally
scummy, creepy, fucking bullshit. Right.
Crazy to me. Because you would like assume that when you see the tip thing, you assume it's a tip to the creator, not a tip to fucking Indiegogo.
Yes. Not only that, in order to turn the tip to zero, and some of you said you were obviously smart, you turned the tip to zero. You got to click on it, and you can't just click zero. Zero is not an option. Like the option is 20% tip, 30% tip, 40% tip, right? You have to click on other amount and then put 0% in. So it's like they make it super difficult for you to even take the tip off. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's so.
I will never use
scummy.
Indiegogo again.
Yeah.
There's
crazy.
There's other platforms that we can use. Backit was one that somebody suggested. So I do have extra comics.
It says backers can request a refund of the tip only, so it will not impact their contribution to the campaign. So if you're listening to this and you accidentally sent a tip because you assumed it went to us, you can ask for just a refund of the tip.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Check that out. You know, it would be great if there was some kind of
Consumer Financial Protection Agency.
Oh, you're right. Now look into such a scummy business practice and, tell them to not do that. Yeah, that would be great if that existed. Yeah. Okay.
Well, they probably, I mean, the campaign's been going for quite some time. So, and I think a lot of money's gone through the campaign recently because we started delivering it. It's like, oh my God, they really are going to deliver a comic.
Right. And it's just, and when we started the campaign, that wasn't a feature.
It wasn't, no.
And
if it was, I would have
feature.
never started on Indiegogo. I know the Comicsgate people are a bit married to Indiegogo. They're like, if you do a campaign on Kickstarter, Comicsgate is like, we hate your guts. And I think it's because Kickstarter kicked some early Comicsgate people off of Kickstarter. So, and Indiegogo was the only alternative platform that they could go on to. There's another platform, I think it's called Backit, which looks good too. I mean, I don't know that I'd be opposed to using Indiegogo or Kickstarter, just because that tip thing is so fucking scummy. It is so scummy. And as a creator, you can't even turn it off. So
yeah.
But anyway, there's the word. You gotta love this Wooster super chat, right? Oh my God.
$20 says, as an anti-Putin Trump supporter, I think Vance fucked this up.
I know. Look at this.
Look at that. He was carried away by playing tough guy against Starmer in Europe, and then he went full chud against Zelensky in a cynical play to appease the base for a 2028 run. Yeah. I mean,
I agree.
I can definitely see that that's a, I mean, I can definitely see that that was a possible motivation. If that is the motivation, that's pretty fucking psychotic. But it's possible. So, not great.
Oh my God.
Lives in Deswell says Indiegogo uses the tip to get the whole shaft in.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very, very scummy.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
They're like, we don't have any fans of us. We want to milk your fans.
Right. Yeah, no one would ever think that in a million years. That tip goes into Indiegogo.
They have a little thing that you can press on to figure out what the tip is for. And if you press on it, it's like tiny point type.
Well, and also even it's also obnoxious too. Like when you close the campaign down, it's they have that donation button. So it's it's unclear. Wait, does that mean I not get the comic? It's all super unclear.
Yeah,
terrible
it is.
UI, which I think is intentional to get people to
totally
to waste money by accident.
Yeah, the people who've, because like 3 people have donated, and all those people probably paid a tip.
Yes.
It's supposed to close today, though. Today is the day that it's supposed to, like, you can't even do anything to it. So
Right.
there's like a 3-day lag when you actually ask them to close the campaign, though.
Oh, interesting.
And then they hang on to a big chunk of your money for like 6 months.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Oh my God, they're the worst.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we got comics. You guys want comics? We'll figure it out.
Simon McGrath for $2. Thank you so much. Says late. That's true. We were.
Yeah, we were super late, but
we were late because we were arguing. Okay, I didn't want to tell you guys this in front of chat, but me and Adam were arguing about not arguing in front of chat.
I was arguing with people on Twitter. That's why I was late.
Very disrespectful, and I just don't think Adam appreciates me enough. He doesn't say thank you enough to me on stream in front of you guys, and it bothers me.
Sitch is my boogie. I love him to death. It's not.
It bothers me. Okay. It bothers me.
Sitch and I both have super gay nicknames for one another that we use when we are on stream.
That's true. Well, I think Boogie's the gayest one, and that one is used publicly. So I don't know if I
Boogie's funny because it just is gay.
Yes. That's like what you call your grandmother.
Yes. Yes.
Fada Brawley for $2 says, "Stop being late. You don't have the cards." Thank you.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
That's pretty funny. The Real Hallstander for $2 says, "Wait, how much is a comic? How much is a single comic?"
Well, the comic was $25, but I think I'm gonna up the price.
Wow.
Just because of inflation and whatnot.
Wow. Well,
I charge I think $20 for Canada, which you can't actually ship to Canada for $20. The international shipping was $25, but I haven't found any international shipping that's less than like $32.
Ooh.
So it's like $7, eating $7 out of the order.
Right.
That just to ship internationally. So
Right.
I want to make
Yeah,
sure
so
I get the international right.
If you didn't get a comic, because obviously we didn't know it's going to happen with Indiegogo being scammy or scummy, just DM Adam.
Hang 10. Oh yeah, or you can do that.
Yeah, or either wait or DM Adam. And I guess if they send you their information, you can figure out like how much shipping and everything's going to be. So
yeah,
sorry to make more work for you, but
I am gonna, once I get the international shipping done, I mean, we might wait and just do a second chance campaign or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe we can do it. Yeah. So.
The thing is, you don't want to be, I don't want to be like, oh, I have 2 packages to ship today. It's fine if I'm going to the post office and I have 300 packages, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I went one day and I had 500 packages, Sitch. You ever deliver 500 packages to the post office?
Listen, I'm a straight man.
You're
I've never delivered so many packages.
You're like a fucking package handling king.
Wow. Okay. He handles all the packages.
If you show up at the post office with 500 packages, you're like, you dirty whore.
Right.
Anyway.
The Real Center for $2 says, "Can you post a link where to pay?" Well, do you want anyone to DM you, or do you want everyone to just wait and then we'll figure it out?
Let's figure it out on Tuesday.
Okay. Well, just hang tight, Holsteiner. We'll figure it out.
Maybe I can put a link on the website or something for, I don't know. I'll let me look into it.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Hold
on. How did you not already have a comic? Like, what the fuck? You realize that this campaign's been up for like 3 years. How do you not have a comic?
Listen, people.
How long has he been a member here?
Waiting.
What's this say?
Okay, people were waiting, right? They want to get closer to the. They want it to be done.
Look at this, JMac for $50.
Listen, as a procrastinator, I don't behoove anyone for procrastination. Okay,
should we tell about Mommy Sitch?
Yeah, my parents. This is how I found out about this. My parents, literally, like a few days ago, they're like, "Sitch, how do we get the comic?" And I'm like, "Oh," I didn't even think about that. I'm like, "Oh, you didn't already order one?" I'm like, "Oh, well, you better hurry because the campaign closes on Sunday. And they're like, "Oh, we got to go get the comic." And then they call me and they're like, "We can't buy the comic. How do I buy this?" I'm like, I think they're just being like retards because it's like the internet.
Right.
And I'm like, "Oh, hold on, I'll go check. I'll go do it for you. Like, give me your credit card." And I go on the website and I'm like, "Oh wait, what the fuck? How do you buy the comic?" That's what I DM'd you and you're like, "Oh, you told me about the
Yes. Yeah.
campaign." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
What the? Don't make Mommy Sitch buy the fucking comic. I can send Mommy Sitch some comics.
She watched it. She's like, "I want to support you guys. I want to give you money for the comic."
No, her money's
Adam,
not
okay.
good here.
Guys,
Sitch is like co-writer on the comic.
Hold on. Okay. So I'm telling Adam about this, and Adam is like, "Oh, I'll just give you guys comics." I'm like, "No, my parents want to pay," and so we're kind of going back and forth, and Adam is like, "Which?" He's like,
Does
"Should I
she
send
want
them
the
3?
nudie cover?
Should I send 3 of every cover?" And I'm like, "Adam, they don't want the naked woman cover. Obviously, what are you talking about?"
Well, I didn't know it was obvious. That's
You
like
did
the
know,
most
okay.
popular one in my family.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay. My parents don't want the naked cover. Shockingly.
Yes.
JMac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, Tag JMac, for $50. Says, or DM me at JMac_slacking. I have a ton of extras that my wife was going to put in her library, but I'd rather they go to fans first. Well, look at
this.
Look at that.
JMac volunteering to send you guys a comic. You should take him up on it.
There you go. Our surrogate father to all, Daddy JMac.
That's great. Yeah. I sent JMac a nice big box of comics right out of the bat. I tried to do it where the bigger orders went out first, so.
Right.
But Sitch drug his feet on the drawing, so the orders with drawings I had to wait on. But
I know. That's my procrastination.
I'm waiting for one of the Sitch drawings to show up on social media because everyone has been good about posting stuff when they get them.
They can post my terrible
which is fun. I love the Sitch drawing.
I'm glad you like it. Clockwork for $5 says, I don't have Twitter. Yeah.
Okay. I don't have Twitter.
But my buddy showed me a super based Adam tweet about Ukraine. I know that ruffled some feathers. Have some money. Yeah, listen,
Look at
you
this.
were like, thank you. And you were on fire on Twitter, man. You were just bam, 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 bam. You were smoking people left and right.
Everyone was getting mad at me.
I loved it.
It's so funny too because
I was liking and retweeting everything. I was like, Adam is just on fire.
So many people were like, "Oh my God, Adam's lost his mind." Have they not heard us talk about Ukraine?
I guess not. I don't know. I mean, it's been a
I guess
while.
maybe we haven't for a long time, but this has always been our position on Ukraine. Like we've gone through all this stuff in so much detail, and people just drift off into this complete echo chamber of bullshit lies about Ukraine.
Yes. Yes. I
Yeah.
know. Did you see Pierce Morgan had a super base tweet?
Oh yeah. Pierce
Retweeted.
Morgan is actually on our side on all this.
Yeah, I was really happy to see it. Let's see if I can find it. It was pretty hilarious.
I love Boccia, but Boccia has
gosh,
been eating and drinking a lot of the Kool-Aid, a lot of the Putin propaganda Kool-Aid.
Yeah, no, she's just fucking terrible on this. So Jimmy Dore was crying.
Oh, I know. I sent you that one.
I know. Oh yeah, Jimmy Dore. Jimmy runs for the door. Dore was crying. He said, Pierce Morgan has had the truth about the Ukraine war explained to him over and over. Its actual origins, the 2014 coup of Ukraine by the CIA, the Nazis, the bombings of ethnic Russians. And he's once again being schooled, yet he still repeats pro-war lies with a straight face. Pierce Morgan is a blood-soaked war propagandist without a shred of actual conscience.
Terrible.
To which Pierce responded, I've had the Putin propaganda explained to me over and over, and yes, it's all utter bullshit.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah. Of
course, I had to throw in my little 2 cents about Jimmy Dore running away from our conversation.
Us. I know. You didn't have the clip though. Damn it.
Should have had the clip prepared. Yeah. So.
Gotta bookmark that one.
I should have done that. I should throw that clip in there.
Who cares?
See, Spaffy for $2 says, I hate that goddamn red jacket. Wow, look at that. Doesn't like your jacket.
My jacket?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
He doesn't like the red jacket.
It's actually orange, but
Oh, I guess it looks red. Yeah.
I got your. This jacket's cool. I don't know why you wouldn't like it. Never been hit by a car in this jacket, that's for sure.
Too loud, okay. You
Very
deafen the
safe.
drivers as they walk by, right?
I always feel safe in this jacket.
What was the Nick Fuentes Kanye jacket red or blue?
Blue. I have I have
Okay.
that color too. I have that
Oh,
same
right.
exact jacket.
Right, yeah, okay.
It's an odd blue, but
Yeah.
you could
Look
tell
at
Nick
you.
Fuentes just got taken from his home and like bought a jacket at Walmart. I think that might actually.
Well,
I
no,
think
they
it
were
was
all.
Target.
No, I think they gave it to him because they were all wearing the same. Like Milo was wearing the same jacket too. They all had the same jackets.
They all got the jacket at
But you're right.
Target.
It did look like he just got picked up from home. He didn't have any clothes.
Yeah, he didn't have any clothes, so he's like, "Look, I'm on a whirlwind vacation with Kanye West,
He's
where
like,
he's going
"Drop-
to destroy his reputation."
Dropping my old bay for new bay, Kanye.
Yeah.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says Musk is now backing U.S. withdrawing from NATO. Quote, is this stupidity or is it treason? Choose any as the consequences are the same. Yeah, I can't wrap my mind around what's going on with Elon, just mind melting about the situation. So do you have a take on that?
It's disturbing. It is, because I mean, I don't really know what to think about it. I mean, I have some Tesla stock that I'm thinking I really need to dump the rest of this on the next pop, because I'm starting to lose all faith in Elon Musk. Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if it's just placating the base or what, but it's just it comes off as unhinged to me. So obviously retarded.
Look, and there's no rhyme or reason. He at one point realized, kind of how our minds work and how our biases work, and it just seems like he's completely shut that off. Like someone needs to sit back and go, he needs to sit back and go, okay, I'm predisposed to believe that there's all this fraud, waste, and abuse in the government. Why is that the case? Like, am I just finding it because I want to find it? But I don't, doesn't seem like any of that is going on.
Mhm.
Right? There doesn't seem like any rhyme or reason to what they're doing at the old Doge thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he seems completely consumed by we can go bankrupt and we need to basically pay off all this debt, which is not factually correct at all.
Right. But that's a common thought.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna I disagree with that, but I'm not gonna super hold that against him. I mean, obviously, I guess we should because he's in the position to affect the
To actually
policy.
do it, yeah.
Right. But the NATO thing to me is a much more like obviously like weird thing than all the Doge stuff. So, but maybe it's just some empty virtue signal.
Well, no, but maybe he's talking about pulling out of NATO because it's expensive, and he's like, "No, we need to. We're on a cost-cutting mission here. We need to cut all of the costs."
Right, that would be retarded. Yeah, maybe.
How much do we spend on NATO? I don't even know.
Lou Silver for $20 says, "Guys, some chatters are saying their earlier supers have been inadvertently skipped over." I mean, I just started reading from the top just now, so that's what they're talking about. So we do like the $20 ones, and then we go back to the top and read them all.
Yeah, I guess we didn't.
I haven't skipped
say
anything
that
so far, at least unless I'll check it. Nothing is been refreshed from my monitor.
So during the show, a lot of times we'll read just $20 and up super chats, obviously to encourage people to give $20 and up super chats. Also, people who do the $20 and up super chats are usually super chatting about something that's relevant to the show immediately. So that might give the impression that we're skipping super chats, but we go back and we read all the super chats. So
right.
I think a lot of shows don't read any of the super chats or very few of the super chats.
Right.
NATO. How much do we spend on NATO? I'm looking it up.
I mean, I thought that was one of Trump's good ploys in his first term, was like trying to get the other, other European countries to pay what they're supposed to pay to NATO. That was one of the good things he did.
Oh yeah, I totally agree.
All right. Nigel
In
TRC.
in 2024, the U.S. spent an estimated $967 billion on defense. That's not NATO.
That's in
What the
defense,
fuck?
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a lot just for NATO.
Jesus. I know. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're leaving NATO. I guess we'll see.
Nigel TRC 72 for £5 says the lesson from this war is to never give up your nukes. The Budapest Memorandum was not worth the paper it was written on. Yes, 100%. And that's what I argued to Kurt and some of the people years ago when they were basically saying, hey, just let Ukraine get taken over because of the threat of nuclear war. And I said, okay, but you understand if we do that, you're just sending a signal to every country in the world that they need to immediately start building nukes, because that's the only way they'll have any security guarantee from any nuclear power invading them and taking their shit. They have to have nukes themselves. Obviously, that increases nuclear proliferation. The more countries that have nukes, yeah, there you go. The more countries that have prophylactic nukes are more likely to increase your chances of nuclear war or nukes getting stolen or whatever. So, which obviously America understands this. Every country understands this. This was why we were very against spreading nukes. So, but that doesn't come into the people's calculations regarding this for some reason.
Yeah.
Satan for $5 says, geez, dudes, it's Morty. Sorry, Ukrainian slave army may be defunded. Guess Europe will have to take this Russian threat thing seriously in defense spending. Well, it would be nice. That's why I said, if this comes out of this, Europe actually gets their shit together, that'd be nice. Dr. 5 for 5 Canadian says, has any more info regarding who destroyed the Nord Stream pipeline come out, or is it still the status quo? That's a good question. Because actually there was some like weird thing that happened, supposedly. I don't know if it's true, with all these stories. But so there was this story. It says, Putin ally pushes deal to restart the Nord Stream 2 with the U.S. backing. So apparently there's some weird plan. No clue if this is true. No clue if this would ever come to fruition. Or some sort of Stasi Russian officer who's living in Germany is like trying to get some kind of Nord Stream 2 with the U.S. deal going on. So I don't think Trump would be on board with that deal unless there was some kind of peace agreement. I don't think Trump politically could basically abandon Ukraine and then open up a Nord Stream deal with Russia. I think that would be not a good look. I don't think that'd be a good look.
What did Nord Stream 2 do? Nord Stream 2.
It would deliver oil directly from Russia to Germany.
Okay.
Or there's already one, but it'll be the second one. So
here's a story. In August, the Wall Street Journal, citing unnamed sources, published an article claiming that the Nord Stream explosions were ordered by Valery Zaluzny, then commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and carried out by a team of Ukrainian citizens. That's from October of 2024. So unnamed sources, obviously, right?
Right. Well, I know originally the U.S.'s position was it was some kind of accident, right? And then the people were saying it was the U.S., and then people were saying it was actually Ukraine.
Russia, yeah, no, they blamed everyone.
Oh, that's right. They said Russia blew it up themselves, which would like made no sense. So I was like, what? But I guess we've settled on Ukraine. Is that the current talking point?
Who is most likely? Who gains most from it? Ukraine.
Obviously,
right?
Ukraine. It makes the most sense.
Okay.
So
does make sense.
Obviously, you know who did
it.
You know who blew up the pipeline?
JD Vance, that motherfucker.
I was gonna say Epstein.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Maybe they were both doing it.
Yes.
All right.
Where was I? Arthur Tomlinson, thanks so much for the 8 months. Says, strongly disagree on Europe. West Europe doesn't have an advanced army, let alone any industry to support it. The hope is Poland can pull a Thermopylae.
Okay. Poland's going to take over the. I mean, France has nuclear weapons and some airplanes. I know because they're flying some of those nuclear weapons to Germany. So now Germany has nuclear weapons.
I think that's the problem, though, is that we would like Western Europe to develop an advanced army and the capacity to have an advanced army so that we don't have to be world police. That would be nice.
There goes our jobs program.
Well, we still have a big military, but. Anonymous Cow for $5 says, what effect does having Europeans pay more for defense? Would it cause budgeting issues for their social safety nets, or would they just tax more? I mean, that's obviously why they don't want to do it, right? So they're going to have to figure that out themselves. But
yeah. They do their own budget.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We've given them some incentive to do it, though, so that's good. Squeeze Louise for $10. In 50 years, we'll find out the Castro-esque list of all the goofy ways the CIA tried and failed to assassinate Putin. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, because there was all those weird ways they tried to kill Castro that failed. Yeah.
I don't know about this list, so.
That's funny. Well, that's what they're part of what they're blaming of, like, why the theory is that's why the Cubans assassinated JFK and why the CIA would want to cover it up is because they're partially responsible because it's retribution for trying to kill Castro.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the argument.
Cool.
What is your what's your over under on chances that we're ever going to get some sort of meaningful Epstein list files ever?
Impossible.
So you're putting at 0.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be all kinds of people in power on that list, right? That's why it's not getting released.
Including
I mean, this is what they want, right? Like if you're some politician and you know you're on the list,
right?
You want it to appear that the Epstein list was released, right? But it was a list that didn't have your name on it. So everyone's like, oh yeah, the list got released.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone knows, but you don't really want the real list released, right? You're trying to throw them off the scent, right? So maybe that's what happened here. Maybe they're like, yeah, we released this other list.
Well, it depends what the list is. Obviously, it's just a list of people who've ever talked to Epstein or ever flew on the plane. I mean, that's kind of shitty because all people are going to be assumed to be pedos, even if they're probably not. Right. But if they're like a list of people who actually were like weird fucking sex clients of Epstein, like, release that list.
It's Lindsey Graham. And he's like, look,
there you go.
I just had a massage.
Right. Oh, God, you don't want that excuse. I just had, the whole, the Dershowitz.
Dershowitz,
Can you imagine? That's like insane to me. That's psychotic to me. Okay. Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, this whole case, the Florida case, is like Jeffrey Epstein is soliciting sexual massages from minors. And then Dershowitz stays at his like Florida house and he gets a fucking massage from like someone there on staff. And everyone's like, what are you doing? Why would you even open yourself up for that?
Was it at his house or was it on the island?
It was at fucking Epstein's house, the one where he was accused of doing this in Florida.
Really?
I was just like, bro. And he's like, the person they were over 18. My wife was there. I'm like, why would you even?
Oh my God. Because you're stupid.
That's retarded. I was like, bro, come on. Oh God. I don't know. Maybe it's like, when you do the gang initiation and they're like, everyone's got to shoot the body.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's
right?
totally
Epstein's like, everyone's got to get a massage.
Sorry. You have to get a massage.
That's
this barely
initiation.
legal girl. Oh, I swear she's legal.
So bad.
Didn't the woman that gave him the massage try to sue him or embezzle or blackmail him for money?
There was a woman who accused Dershowitz, one of the Epstein accusers, also accused Dershowitz of some kind of wrongdoing, and then he sued her, and then I believe she retracted her claim.
Right.
So I don't know.
She found out that he did the massages, and she was one of the girls that did the massages. And Dershowitz was like, "That wasn't the girl that did the massage."
I remember what she.
I remember that girl. Yeah.
Yes.
That's some other pretender.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So he saw the writing on the wall. He's like, if I pay this girl, I'm going to have 10,000 blackmailers come forward.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, that girl, she wasn't like there are pictures of her with Epstein, with British royalty. I mean, like she's involved. She's not a random person.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know if she had any
that helps
actually
with the
involvement
argument.
with Dershowitz or not. Todd Sullivan for 5 memberships. Thanks so much. Cameraman 502 for $5 says 23 of its 32 NATO members met that 2% in 2024, with Poland spending above 4% above 4% of GDP. Of course, our defense spending is not all spending protecting Europe. Well, that's great. That's great. I think it was less before Trump's first term, but that's great that it's 23 now.
Well, now they got a better motivation.
They do. They certainly do. Real Jose for $5 says, "Nah, Sitch, you had it right before arousal as one hell of a drug." Yeah, and that's crazy. Crazy. People need to understand that. Losing Deswall specifically for $2 says, "Too many powerful on the massage list. That's the rub."
Dun-dun-dun.
True. Hal Vernon for $10 says, "What will Taiwan ever do without a security guarantee? They're protected by America's strategic economic interest. If only Ukraine had rare earth," you should have said raw earth elements for America to protect. Zelensky is a moron. I mean, we'll see.
I mean,
that
that
we're
could
having
be
this
the argument.
conversation. That is the argument, but I'm saying we'll see if we're having this conversation in the next 2 to 10 years if China doesn't invade Taiwan. Then I guess that argument goes out the window, right? So
I mean, it all depends upon how this plays out. Like if Zelensky signs the deal and then Europe comes into play and he doesn't have anything to offer them, then you'd say Zelensky's a fucking idiot for signing the deal. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, also this argument is kind of weird. This was the argument that all the anti-Ukraine people were telling us 2 years ago. They're saying, no. The real reason the U.S. is involved here is because they've sunk all this money and economic interest into Ukraine already. And so they're protecting their economic interest. So they're making that argument. Then obviously that didn't work because Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of that incoherent arguments or contradictory arguments going around.
Fabry Matthew for $5 says, quote, "Ukraine has some great earth, some of the best soil. Well, not as good as my soil, but some great soil. Our Marines will love the Ukraine soil."
It's so raw.
So raw.
So raw and beautiful.
Yes. Lord Gaga for 2 months says, "Watch Sargon's stream on this. Title is Poor Old Zelensky. He's 100% on point with what happened and why." I'll check it out. I didn't see that one. He had another stream. I'm trying to remember what it was that I watched it, and it was just so weird and perplexing.
Yeah, he did a video. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's that video that the left was super mean to the right, and now that the right has taken power, we're obligated to basically do overkill.
That wasn't the part that was perplexing, because that's a common argument. It was the Doge video, and he was saying that like the left doesn't understand. He's like, the left is running around not understanding why Elon is doing what Doge is doing. He's doing it because it's, as you said, to get revenge on the left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's literally what every single person on the left is saying. Every person on the left is saying they're just, the right and Elon are just evil, bad people that are just cutting things for evil, nefarious purposes, for ideological purposes. And Elon is saying, and Elon on the right are saying, no, we're cutting corruption, waste, and fraud and abuse. And I was like, I don't know what fucking news Carl's been listening to. It's like he said like the exact opposite of what's going on. So it was a weird video.
Right.
And then it was weird because also he seemed like he was mad at the it seemed like he was mad at Elon cutting things, but blaming the left and saying it was their fault. So I don't know. Maybe I just thought the whole video was perplexing, but I will check out the Zelensky video. The
Well,
Rooster
just
for $5.
the framing of it is, I don't know, poor old Zelensky. I think,
Well, obviously
doesn't
it's not
Carl
great for him,
think Zelensky is
Yeah, he
the
buys
bad
well,
man, evil,
well, we had
corrupt
like
dictator?
a 4-hour argument with Carl like 2 years ago
Was it over
about
Ukraine,
this.
though?
It was. Remember, that was the whole thing where like a lot of people were mad at Carl's position because remember, it was basically like Putin was this rabid dog who had no free will,
Oh,
essentially.
yeah,
And
yeah,
we all,
yeah.
and like America and Ukraine just have to like react to Putin. Putin has like, you know, Putin and Russia are just gonna like, they're like a bear. They're just gonna do what they're gonna do, and you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had a long conversation about that. So I'm assuming his position hasn't changed, but
Aiden would frustrate us beyond belief because she'd always say, "You just believe Putin is evil."
we're like, well, yes, but there's a conversation beyond that, right? Like
Yeah,
about what
totally.
to do about it. Yes. Yes. The Wooster for $5 says, Adam Sitch, have any of you said thank you today once? That's
Dude,
true.
yeah.
Adam, why have you not sold me?
Well, look, I don't mind saying thank you. It's just don't ask me for a fucking apology.
You don't understand. Part of the stipulation of my partnership with Adam is that every time
I have to constantly say thank you.
yeah, as soon as I enter the Zoom call before the stream starts, he has to say thank you. Thank you, Sitch. Thank you, Sitch, for being the co-host of the stream. Okay. Thank you so much. This is why your name is first on the chat.
Yeah, it's my lot in life to just say thank you constantly. Who like God, it's so weird. It's so weird.
That's not weird, it's just cringe.
Yeah. Just this whole like, oh, did you ever don't you owe an apology? Didn't you say thank you enough? Like what the fuck?
Right.
The fuck?
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says raw earth minerals, and he's got the hot face emojis. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Very hot, that raw earth, baby. We're gonna dig it up. We're gonna dig in all that raw earth. Oh, we're gonna penetrate deep in that.
Isn't
raw
that the
earth.
butt emoji? When people use the peach, they usually use it because it's like a butt, right?
We're gonna penetrate deep in the peach of the raw earth, man. We're gonna get right up in there. We're gonna extract all that raw earth, baby, and then send it to America to be processed, turned into AI or something. The Real Wholesale for $10 says the best part of Ukrainian soil is that there's blood in that soil. Carl frames himself as the victim. Yeah. Carl frames himself as a victim of the left. On the Archcast, he was talking about, quote, the most terrifying force of death, quote.
Well, I do think Carl was victimized by the left quite often. Like they went after his Patreon and got him. Like he must have been making $10,000 a month on Patreon, and they got his Patreon taken away. So I mean that's pretty painful, right? You're making 10G a month, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, psych.
Right. I don't know what does that have to do with the Ukraine thing, though.
I don't know.
Oh, it's the Solzhenitsyn quote. The most terrifying force of death comes from the hands of men who want to be left alone. Oh, I mean, he said that.
Well, I thought the video that I saw, he was making the argument that the left like made his life hell, and now that they're in power, it's his job to make their lives hell. And so he's like completely loving everything that Trump and Elon are doing.
Oh, maybe we watched different videos. I don't think he talked about that in the video I saw. Unless it's
Well,
a different
I
part
was
and I
just
just missed it. But.
I immediately was thinking, I mean, this is how you lose the midterms right here. Like we just got power, and now we're going to take that power and use it completely maniacally.
Right.
Everyone's going to be like, oh, fuck that. Now I remember why we took the power away from the Republicans.
Right.
They wanted to get prayer in public schools. Shit.
Eric Cecil for $10 Says everything you're saying is all well and good, but Ukraine lack manpower, and this is a meat grinder statement. Stop seeing this through the lens of World War II and seeing it through the lens of World War One. Well, I mean, again, as I said, I'm not really making any statements about the future of military efficacy at all because I don't know the answer to that question. So nothing I believe that I'm really saying has anything to do with that. It's very possible that Russia could win, and it's hopeless, but that doesn't really that doesn't really change anything I said in the stream.
And like look up the videos on the North Korean soldiers, okay? It's not the Ukrainians that are in the meat grinder, man. It's the Russians and they're the ones that don't have any of the training. Some of these Russian soldiers were trained for like a week. 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what Ukrainians want. They're like, look, send us more Russians to the meat grinder so that we can get rid of them all.
Pobaxi for €5 says Gordon Ramsay still holding true. It's fucking raw. Picture of Earth instead of chicken. There you go. See, there's your meme.
That's a great meme, isn't it?
There's your meme. Someone can do that meme.
He did say rare earth in the very beginning. Like he got it right once.
He remembered on the cue card the first time on the little note card. Lethal Strain for George says Trump was impeached on the $4 million to Ukraine. True. That was the perfect phone call. The perfect phone call.
It's so funny because that was the aid that he was withholding. And as Zelensky said, that's the aid that they needed for the fight in the Donbass, right?
Yep.
So Trump himself withheld the aid until he would investigate.
Yep.
Yes. And what did Zelensky say? Well, I will. I'll announce the investigation. Just send me my fucking javelins, you piece of shit.
They said, yes, sir. Right away. I'll do that for you.
He must have been thinking that when Trump was saying, I wasn't president, he's like, dude, I talked to you on the fucking phone. You withheld our fucking aid. You were president.
I know. It's funny.
It's so crazy. This is like a soap opera. All these characters, I mean, they just all go way back.
Right. It is. It's like a comic. There's all this like, see this in episode, in comic issue, like Spider-Man number 237 from like 3 years ago. The phone call, the perfect phone call.
It was a perfect phone call. I told him I'd send him the aid.
Yes. The Metal Works $4.11.90 for 35 months. Thanks so much. Because I learned a lot of the weapons we give to other countries is munitions that are not being used, old and or expired stuff like those Javelin missiles. That is 100% true. Yes.
It's the hand-me-downs, but nobody says that. Nobody says, oh yeah, we gave Ukraine all of our hand-me-downs that weren't any good anymore. They just say, we gave them fucking $50 billion.
Yeah, basically.
And ammunition that we couldn't use.
Yeah, the way it works is that the military is like, oh, we have $20 million worth of Javelin missiles that will no longer be, according to U.S. standards, will no longer be viable for the military. And so we need to get rid of them. And I say, okay, well, you go give those $20 million worth of missiles to Ukraine, and then we turn around and we tell the government we need $20 million to make new Javelin missiles for ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
That's
exactly what happens. Yeah.
So.
And then we get brand new ones because we don't want to put an old Javelin missile in the hands of a American soldier that's going to blow up. Yeah, exactly.
Right. We give those to the Ukraine.
Right. Let them blow up. Let them fucking blow their people up.
Exactly.
1 in 5 Javelins actually.
Now, I'm sure if you're in the military, you have many horror stories of gear being outdated or broken or shitty or whatever. So.
Yeah. You're like, holy shit, that grenade didn't go off. Someone go check. What happened?
Magor for 25 months says, I was disappointed in Trump for failing to make any deal, but Adams moralizing on X has pushed me towards ambivalence. Guess I'm emotionally a libertarian. Well, there, look. As long as you know where you're at, that's the most important thing in life, right?
I think Magor was generous to me on. A lot of people were being super mean to me, so
that's true.
I notice when my friends My friends give me a pass.
Your parasocial friends. Magora for $2 says, that said, great work on the comic. It was great. Look at that.
Thanks. Look at this. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, we had a real story there. Don't believe
Yes.
Dane. Dane doesn't know fucking shit.
I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm glad everyone's liking it so far. So it's good.
Yeah, it's great.
Right.
It's a real story.
I read that one.
I gotta go
Satan
into
for
the bathroom really quick, so I'll be back.
Okay. Satan for $2 says, Chad triggered chat with one geopolitical question. Oh, was that would it be worth handing over Ukraine to Putin to gain an ally against China? Yeah, we talked about that. I didn't see what's going on in the chat. People get really spicy after that. That's interesting. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says, another funny thing I learned is that China is laundering money to Russia with fake Russian stores in their markets, but Chinese citizens make their own fake stores, which ended up taking the dirty money. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that. That's hilarious. And also not even remotely surprising, I guess. So, interesting. Liz and Deswell specifically for $2 says, Ukrainian raw earth is too good. Can't pull out. I mean, listen, maybe that's this whole time, Adam has been criticizing Donald Trump, saying raw earth instead of rare earth. It's actually genius. This is some Trump 10D chess genius, okay? He's calling it raw earth because he knows it will have this sexual connotation, and obviously it means America won't want to pull out because it's raw, okay? It's dirty, it's deep in there, it's raw. Who wants to pull out of that? Nobody.
Yeah, you're raw dogging it.
He's raw dogging it, yeah. Trump is a genius. How dare you doubt him?
Trump is great.
Messy Tenant for $5 says we should use Ukraine as sacrificial country is snub Russia. We should be like Europe and not think about any type of peace. This is crazy clown emoji. Well, I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. But Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says third horny mineral joke. Thank you. Lives in Deswall specifically for another $5 says there should be a trap door that opens up under reporters whenever a sensor detects an overly glazy question. Oh my God.
That would be so good.
Yes.
They
And
just
it
drop
dumps
to the
them.
floor.
It dumps them in a big vat of like donut glaze.
Oh yeah.
They're just covered in like gross, old, sticky, gooey donut glaze. And then they had to walk out of the White House just covered in like it looks like
Donut glaze is good, but how
Right.
about whale jizz?
It's got to be realistic, Adam. The trap door that drops reporters for asking stupid questions has to be somewhat realistic. Okay, people won't accept the whale jizz. First of all, I don't know how you get whale jizz and the quantities required for this.
Well,
I don't even want to know.
You
Okay.
need a lot of it, so I figured
You
like
need a lot of
whale
it.
would
You need
be
it.
where you. I mean,
Okay, I understand you get it from a whale. That's not what I'm talking about here.
we can just tell them the donut glaze is whale jizz,
Right.
and I think that would work.
The donut glaze is like, it's a pun, okay?
Mhm.
And they get to walk out of the
Whale
White House.
jizz.
Yeah, there you
Splash.
go. We'll just say it's whale jizz. They walk out and they say, "Oh, you got whaled on by the Trump
Yeah,
administration."
there you
They
go.
Come out the
How
cover.
you like that?
The whale jizz. Everyone takes a picture and laughs about it on social media. Okay.
You got a little too close. Little too
Yep.
close with that question.
Right. Right.
Little too glazy.
Yes. Exactly. Liz Deswall specifically for $5 says, "I like the WWE in the title. Something about this interview in the press gets a conspiracy-oriented portion of my brain to shout kayfabe."
Yeah.
Did you see? Okay. Here's my conspiracy theory. Did
Mm-hmm.
you know there's a massive shakeup in the WWE right now?
No, I had no idea.
So you just put that in the title. You didn't realize there's a massive wrestling controversy going on right this moment. The WWE.
No, but is it going to get us clicks? Look at this. It's better to be lucky.
Yes. So yesterday there was some big WWE championship match or something. I don't know. There's always a fucking something going on. And you have John Cena's there. Now, John Cena, if you don't know this, John Cena has always been a good guy in wrestling. You know, there's good wrestlers and there's bad wrestlers. John Cena is like a.
Oh, that's great because he follows me on Twitter. So
John Cena follows you. Look at that.
John Cena follows everyone on Twitter. All you have to do is follow John Cena, and he will follow you back. Yeah,
never mind. But
look, I'm not sure if it's automatic or what, but I'm like, hey, I like John Cena. He's funny.
In wrestling, if you're a good guy, you're called a face, and if you're a bad guy, you're called a heel.
A heel, I know.
So when someone says someone made a
baby face,
yes, or someone says someone made a heel turn, what they mean is they became evil. So that's where the term comes from.
They became Putin.
Exactly. Well, Putin was always evil, probably, but he was born a heel. So anyway, so John Cena for his whole career has been a face. He's always been a good guy. And I haven't been following wrestling, but apparently The Rock is back and he's like evil or something in wrestling at the moment.
He's mad about that Black Adam. It didn't do the numbers.
Well, The Rock actually started evil in wrestling, and then people liked him too much and they made him good.
Oh,
but I guess he's back to being evil. I don't know what the plot line is or why. So
he did the eyebrow thing. That was like his thing. Like,
exactly. So at this championship, John Cena is there and he's hugging some guy. And it's supposed to be like a good moment. And The Rock comes out and he's dressed all evil. And he's like, come to the dark side. He's telling the guy, come to the dark side, you know, attack John Cena and join me. And the guy's like, no, I'll never attack John Cena. He's my friend. And he hugs John Cena. And then while he's hugging him, The Rock
hilarious.
The Rock looks at John Cena and he like does the like the neck cutting like thing with his thumb.
He's like,
and then John Cena suddenly without warning kicks the guy in the balls and like fucking power drops him or something, elbow drops the guy and stands on top of him and turns evil. And everyone in the crowd goes crazy and starts booing because they're like, what the fuck? John Cena, our great American hero, has turned evil.
John Cena doing the nutcracker.
Yes. It was just a huge controversy. Okay. I'm sure you'll see if you've seen memes of like John Cena's face looking angry, that's what it's in reference to. Because he's like smiling and then right before he becomes evil, he makes his face like angry. So
I'm unfollowing him right now.
Thank you. You should. You should do that. Okay. So here's my conspiracy. Here's why I bring this all up. And I thought this today.
Mm-hmm.
So there are certain wrestlers that become like representatives of America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Hogan was like a representative of America.
Jesse Ventura.
I don't know if he was, but I mean, he was a governor.
He became a governor.
I know, right? But so John Cena is one of those wrestlers who's like kind of like viewed as like America, right?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly wonder, and here's my conspiracy, if the writers of wrestling, of these wrestling things, decided to make John Cena turn evil because of this because of this Russia, Zelensky, Trump interaction.
What? No,
they're like, America, maybe the writers of wrestling are big lefties, and they're like, America has gone evil. America's joining Putin. So we have to reflect that by making John Cena turn evil.
That's crazy.
That's my conspiracy.
You crazy.
That's my conspiracy.
That's a hot take.
No one is. I haven't seen anyone else like promote this idea. So I think that's what's going on here. I think it's secret messaging. Okay.
I know why they're not promoting the idea. I figured it out.
Why?
Because it's crazy.
Okay.
It's a crazy.
Okay.
It's too crazy.
Right.
Can't be real.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see. I'm telling you. I think I'm onto something.
Oh my God. I forgot about the blunts.
I
got that ridiculous picture of
the JD Vance.
JD Vance. Do you like that picture? It's pretty good.
It's funny. I like the emo picture better, but it's pretty funny.
He's got his Pat Blunt now. Look at Pee Wee.
Hilarious.
Where's Tampon Tim?
There you go.
I want a debate.
HSL for $2 says in Russia, the word costume, kochuk, means suit, to be fair. Really?
What?
Oh, shit. Wow. So it wasn't a stray.
No way. Holy fucking shit. That's crazy.
Okay. So it wasn't a. That's so. Okay. It wasn't a stray. Never mind. That was a total translation error. Thanks for letting us know, HSL. I had no clue. I also thought that was a stray. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. See, that's why. That's exactly what I'm
You
saying.
need
Is
a
all these.
translator. You need a fucking translator.
That's the perfect unintentional stray right there. Would never have caught that because I assumed it was like an attack on
Yeah, I
Trump
thought he
or
was
something.
saying, "Look, you guys in your monkey suits, your Halloween costumes."
Right. Or not an attack on Trump directly, but like an attack on the concept of having to wear the suit. Okay, fascinating. Thanks for letting us know that. That's great. Mr. Middleman for 5 months says, I have to catch the rest of the stream later, but I want to say I lost respect for Trump when he claimed he trauma bonded with Putin over Russiagate.
I know. Oh God.
When I heard that the first time, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah,
I just immediately thought, because in a lot of these books about Putin, they say that's like Putin's main move, and I could just immediately picture Putin on the phone,
right,
trauma bonding with Trump just to like blow smoke up his ass.
Right. Michael Struckman for 17 months says, I shared the stream with my buddy Ryan today. Maybe he's listening.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Ryan.
Nice. Thank you, Michael. Lou Silver for $10 says, Adam, getting Putin to the table is a huge win. Trump wants a ceasefire first and foremost to stop the killing. Negotiation starts, bullets stop, bridges crossed.
Yeah, I think it's just relatively easy to get Putin to the table. I think getting some sort of agreement is the difficult part. So,
yeah, I mean, I understand the thought process there. So,
yeah,
I get it. I get the concept. Okay.
Putin is dying to be invited to the table. Remember, Putin famously asked about getting into NATO himself, and he's like, "Oh yeah, but you got to treat us like the big boss. You got to just let us in. We don't want to jump through any hoops or anything."
Right.
So
I mean,
he wants special treatment.
I'm skeptical. I think that whole thing was just a ruse anyway. But
the NATO thing?
Yeah, of course.
Hmm.
He was just seeing what Clinton would say. And Clinton's like, yeah, sure, Vlad, you want to come to NATO?
We'll check it out. Got to do an extensive background check on you.
There you go. Fair and Practical Progress for 5 Aussie bucks says, quote, I will wear a costume after the war is finished. Zelensky replied, the word suit can be translated in Ukrainian as costume. Well, there you go. Thanks for also letting us know. Fair and Practical Purpose. Yeah. Fair Practical Progress. It's crazy. we have conflicting super chats here. Jesse Carlilo for $5 says, bring on Sargon, guys. And then Luke W for $2 says, don't bring on Sargon, guys.
Was
I don't know if he was
in the chat? Yeah.
I don't know if he was in the chat.
Maybe he was.
So I didn't see him.
My DMs are closed, but I've DM'd with Sargon a bunch of times, so I'm sure he could probably just
DMs
DM me.
Yes.
Oh, and I follow him and he follows me, so he can't, right?
Yep.
I had to finally close my DMs because the fucking DM spam was just so ridiculous.
Yeah, I get so many. I should say so many. I get pretty consistently a few times a week, like an obvious fake DM of someone who's like, hello, PSA Sitch. We see channel very, very good, like sponsorship with, and then it's like some American brand in the letter. Like the message is obviously not in English, right? It's like translated. So would you like to be supported by Apple products?
Seems like a scam.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, this seems legit.
One day I logged in and there was just like 14 of them. Ooh. And there are all these different chat rooms that have like 50 people in them.
Oh, there was a time, yeah. There was a time period where that happened a lot. They fixed whatever that is. I don't get that anymore.
Oh, it's back again. So
okay.
I closed my DMs and it was like,
interesting.
No, fuck you. That's
or maybe I don't know, because I know there's like a DM spam tab, isn't there? Which I haven't checked in ages, so maybe it's just filled with garbage. Excuse me. Kristen Baden for $5 says, guys, I feel you need to watch the William Spaniel video on USA and NATO. Also video on Madman Fury. Okay, I'll check it out. William Vance, thanks so much for 32 months of This One Equals Freedom. How are we supposed to DM Adam about the comic if his DMs are closed? That's a good question. I guess you'll have to DM me, and I'll have to relay
Well,
information.
look, that's when I stalled about sending me a DM because I was like, oh, my DMs are actually closed now, so you can't
Right.
DM me. I was like, you can email me. What is my email? friended2157@gmail.com. So if you want to email me, you can.
Okay. And we'll also, we'll talk about on Tuesday. We'll have some like link in the description.
Well,
or something.
I wonder if
We'll
I can
figure out
set up
something.
like a PayPal, just a PayPal link on our website, and just you can just pay through PayPal. I think Eric
see, why
July
not?
did that when he did his like $3.6 million campaign,
Mhm.
and PayPal ended up with like $1 million of his or something.
How did they? Oh no, but he got it right. They didn't like keep it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They stalled on him. They were like, they had to make sure it wasn't drug money or something
Oh,
like that.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything over $10,000. I don't think we have $10,000 left in the campaign. So we're not
Right.
obviously going to be in this situation, but it is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Look, and I think some people wanted to use PayPal, and that's another thing. Indiegogo doesn't even take PayPal, which everyone's like,
shitty.
fuck.
Yeah.
So I'll figure something out.
I blocked you on X. I don't know why.
Who?
My
I
dumb
blocked some people because they were being little shits. So
Mm-hmm.
But,
I usually, I don't know if it was you, if you did this my dumb movies, but I usually auto block people who just reply with like an insult. There's nothing there. It's just an insult. I'm like, okay.
yeah, I do that sometimes too. Sometimes I don't care.
Right.
Look, I usually, if it's just an insult, I mute people.
Right.
But then occasionally I'll look at the mutes and it's just like another insult. So I'm like, okay, you got your 2 strikes.
Well, I'm helping them. Okay. Obviously I'm triggering them. Right. So, you know, I should do them a favor and get myself off their feet.
One of my tweets blew up to like 22,000 likes.
I saw that. That was
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. I was very proud of you.
And it's a super wordy tweet. I was like, I would have never guessed that this tweet would be
The one.
so popular. Yeah.
The one that got
Mhm. I tweeted that without the commas and actually deleted it because now I stopped paying for Twitter, so I don't have an edit button anymore. I have to do the old fashioned way.
I know,
have to like
terrible.
delete the tweet and retype it out.
Terrible.
I don't have extra space in there. I'm trying to get off Twitter. I'm trying not to be on Twitter so much. So, but this all the fucking lies about Ukraine drive me crazy. It's just like, why? And it's so mean-spirited too. Look, I think everybody can agree that, especially in Trump's first term, there were a bunch of incendiary lies that were propagated about Trump and that drove people crazy, right? They're like, oh, this is a lie. Trump is my guy. They're completely, fine people hoax, He told people to drink bleach, although Sitch actually believes that one. what are some
Well, I
other-
don't think he told people to drink bleach. I think he told scientists to investigate whether people could drink bleach. It's different.
But you get it. Like,
I get it.
That was pretty regular.
Yes.
So I don't understand how people can be so blasé about all the lies about Zelensky and just be like,
fuck
yeah,
him. He's
fuck
a bad
him.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not our guy.
Yeah.
I think that's completely hypocritical is the word I'm looking for.
You are correct. It sure is. Truth is important.
Yeah, he shouldn't be that way about anyone. Yeah. Not even people you don't like.
William Vance for 32 months of This One Equals Freedom. Thanks so much. So this is why I don't buy this planned ambush crap. Trump tries a few times to go to bat after a reporter takes a swipe at Zelensky, but this was supposed to be a sign and shake PR stunt, but Zelensky tried to do more. Yeah, again, I compared it to Zelensky's rolling through a stop sign while JD Vance is drunk driving in terms of who's to blame here. But yeah, I agree. I don't buy the planned ambush thing either.
So
lives,
funny.
lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says Sarah McLaughlin needs to sing an ad so all these strays get adopted. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a very young child, Sarah McLaughlin had a song commercial where she would talk about adopting stray pets, and she'd sing
Yeah.
in the arms of an angel.
She's a beautiful, beautiful
I
singer.
used that in one of my memes. I mean, one of my Star
Beautiful.
Wars videos. So. Blue Silver for $10 says Trump is not Zelensky's advocate. Trump is clear that he's the mediator. Trump has zero skin in the game, but to get our billions back, ultimately, Trump wants his legacy to be the peace president. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with that's what he wants, but he's trying to be mediator, but then he's also trying to be advocate by saying, trust me to make a deal. So, but I agree with that mostly. That's what he wants. He wants to get the billions back. So, which would be a huge win for him if he did. Rex Vecna for 18 months says, I assume Trump was just trying to be Mr. Sales Guy and find something that they share to bring up, but they don't have anything real in common. Oh, with Putin? With the, maybe.
You think Trump sold Putin on the Russiagate thing?
I think that the way you say it, probably to me is more likely just because he brought it up in anger as opposed to just bring it up like offhandedly, nonchalantly. I don't know if because I've never heard him say that before, which was kind of fascinating. But
this is the first time I've ever heard that. Yeah. And like he's on the phone with Putin a couple times a week now. So
actually, no, I guess no, he did bring it. He brought up twice. He brought up the second time in anger. The first time he did, it was in anger. It was just someone asked him about what he was talking to Putin about, and he brought it up. So
yeah, he brought it up twice in this
He did,
conversation. Yeah. But did he bring it up any time in the past? Like
no,
aside from this?
Well, that would make us think it was happened recently, right? But
yeah.
It doesn't. Maybe he could have brought it up instead of Putin, but.
When do we get a transcript? Aren't all the phone calls logged from the president?
I think so.
The president doesn't get on the phone and it's not like recorded, right?
I believe there is a transcript of every. There's a transcript or notes of every presidential call with a foreign leader.
We got to get that Putin phone call. If it comes out and we see like them commiserating,
it's not going to be released. So. It's not going to be released.
Why not?
Because it's.
Will it be released and the president? How long do I have to wait for this phone call?
I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, did you? I'm trying to remember. I think Trump like fired the people in charge of the documents stuff. Because of all the documents.
Oh my God. He's like getting even with everyone.
Yeah, it was like retribution. He like fired the fucking documents people. He's like, you come after me for the documents, motherfucker.
Presidential records people, fuck you. I'm taking over your whole program.
Yeah, Trump fires National Archives chief. So there you go. I guess he was still mad. He's blaming them for the whole situation.
All these people are getting fired. So many of them voted for Trump too. I think like, oh man. They're like, holy shit, I voted for him. I thought he'd be good for the country and now I'm out of a job. Oh, that's gotta be painful.
Nomad, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers again. Thank you.
Oh yeah, welcome back. Nomad's great.
Philip Pierce for $10 says, I think I'm alone, but Zelensky was being rude that whole while asking for money. If someone came to my house asking for money, being ruder, if tell to F off too. Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but he wasn't really asking for money as much as Trump is asking him for money, right? He's saying, here, you sign this deal that gives us, potentially huge swaths of your minerals. So
he wants deep in his mineral mind.
He wants deep in that raw earth, man. He's like, Zelensky, bend over and let me get deep in that raw earth, man.
He's got the raw earth.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know that Zelensky was actually rude. Well, if you look at it, I think he was trying his hardest not to be rude. So
I think they both were a little, I don't know if I'd say rude. They're both a little, I don't know.
Zelensky was when he was like, just explain your
I mean, it was
your
pointed.
idea.
It was a little pointed.
Right.
I wouldn't even say prickly. I would just say that there's a tinge of combativeness. There's a tinge of edge to some of the things that both Trump and Zelensky were saying the whole time. But again, they both kept it in check in the beginning, and Vance spurred out and ruined it. Boof Ski McGee for $5 says, "Is it possible that Zelensky has a better deal and we have no idea? Sure, the EU can help, but maybe someone else is out there." I mean, there was a rumor that the EU was offering some mineral deal. The EU has claimed that's not true. Maybe there is some kind of deal. There was some weird. I think there's some Ukrainian politician who talked about trying to snake China away from Russia and to make some deal with China. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I'm not sure who else Ukraine can make a deal with. It's got to be either us, EU, or China. I mean, I don't think Ukraine's going to make some deal with Australia, and they're going to send a bunch of emus and kangaroos to patrol the borders.
What about South Africa?
South Africa? Interesting. I don't know what's going on in South Africa, so I don't know. Maybe they got something going on there. Maybe they can get the lemurs of Madagascar.
The Virgin
involved.
Islands.
Okay. I mean, that's where all the raw
Mars.
earth is. What do you mean? You get the deep in the raw earth in the Virgin Islands. That's why it's named the Virgin Islands.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, exactly. Armagat for $2 says Zelensky has people with Down syndrome fighting. I mean, that makes sense. Aren't they like super strong?
Just send me what your citation for this.
Don't they have like retard strength? Don't you want to have them fighting?
Well, yeah. Look, if they have, I think
they got
you're
superpowers.
Right? You're thinking of berserkers.
Oh, okay.
Berserker.
Am I?
Yeah, that's different.
Are you sure? Okay.
You're thinking of zombies.
Are you sure?
The
zombies aren't
from
strong. What do you mean? Zombies
the
are
zombies
like,
from World War Z. That's what you're thinking.
No. They were weak. They were just like a lot
The
of
berserker zombies.
The berserkers. I don't remember. What was enough?
Every time. Okay, look, I'm actually gonna do a little fact checking here.
Okay.
And see if Zelensky.
You're gonna find the berserker zombies.
Well, no, when people make these claims, I go to the internet and I try to look for, okay, where is the Down syndrome soldiers? Ukraine, Down syndrome soldiers. Like, where is this coming from?
I'm sure
is
there's
this
a video
from the
somewhere.
Donald subreddit?
I'm sure there's a video somewhere that shows something, but. Liz in Deswall specifically for $2 says, "Isn't diplomacy what Huntington Ingalls builds?" I'm gonna be real. I don't know what the joke is there. Huntington Ingalls is the largest military shipbuilding company in the United States. Oh, look at you with the references. Zinc 1998 for 800 yen. Thanks so much. Says the U.S. has provided all the intelligence for the war. To think JD has been briefed on everything that's happened is incredibly naive. Yeah, I would imagine he's been briefed on everything. I guess my question is, would he either A, trust that intelligence briefing, or care? Would be B. So I'm not sure about that. Because remember, that was the whole dust up with Trump Trump wasn't trusting intelligence sources. He was trusting Putin over intelligence sources in his first term.
So I found a source that says this is Russian disinformation. This article that says Ukraine, a disabled person mobilized in the Ukrainian armed forces died a few days after being drafted.
They didn't do what was it? Macklemore's retards or whatever. What was it called?
Macklemore's Macklemore's morons. Yeah.
Yeah, we had that whole conversation about that.
So there is an article, but the only thing I could find was an article saying how this is Russian disinformation.
Okay.
Pro-Kremlin media outlets are promoting this story Telegram channels, and bots on TikTok are spreading information about the death of at the front of a Ukrainian soldier, and they give his name. The propagandists claim that it is a soldier that may have a disability and was suffering from Down syndrome, but he was allegedly force mobilized to the 113th Territory Defense Brigade.
I
And
mean,
the soldier died 5 days later.
how Down syndrome was he? What if he's just like a little bit of, like he just had like a touch, right? I think he could fight then, right?
Doesn't seem that bad to me.
If he just had like a touch of the Downs, he's okay.
Looking, it seems like he volunteered. It seems actually like fighting with the Ukrainian army is. They have some pictures, and it seems like this is the most fun he's had in years.
I mean, that makes it seem like maybe he did. That's right.
So then I put in the guy's name, and the fake propagandist, death of autistic man after a few days. This is like a Russian website. So
Okay. Interesting.
So you
Well,
can see
listen.
the Russian websites are
Right.
saying like they have the articles, but there's other websites saying this isn't true. So
Right. Well, listen, I'm glad that we fact checked it, or that you fact checked it. I didn't do anything, and that it's Russian propaganda. But I'm gonna take the other stance. I'm gonna say they should put more people with Down syndrome in the military. Okay. We need to bring back Project 10,000 or 1 million or whatever the fuck the number was. We
Right.
need to bring back Malcolm Moore's morons. Okay. I think they just didn't try hard enough. We should give them drones. I think they could be excellent drone pilots.
I watched a video, like this old video of some guy who was actually in that program, and he said that these guys were so fucking dumb that they couldn't teach them that you had to arc the grenade in the air. They kept throwing the grenade straight ahead
Right,
like
yeah.
a fucking baseball.
Right.
And,
Right.
and they're like, no, you're never going to throw it 100 yards throwing it that way. And
They
they
didn't-
just
yeah.
couldn't figure it out.
Well, it's like Jordan Peterson talking about, the difficulty of like the people with low IQ who had the job of like folding a paper into thirds.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
right.
They couldn't figure out how to fold the fucking paper the same
Well, listen,
way
you
every
give them a
time.
drone with explosives and they could just run at the enemy.
You think I should click on this website?
I don't think you should click
I'm
on some
s-
like
I
sketchy
mean, it's
Russian
all in
website.
the. It's all in Russian.
I don't think you should click on that.
Oh my God! Something's downloading to my computer.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my
Okay,
God.
look, I'm gonna send you the link. Oh my God!
Live
so
it as
you
well
can-
as specifically says the chromosome drone squad.
The what?
The
The
chromosome drone squad. That's terrible.
It's
That's
so.
good.
This is sad, man.
It's so mean.
These guys are abducted from. They're told they're going on a training mission.
Right.
Not the Ukrainian people, obviously. Somebody please send me another video other than this one that everyone sends me. First of all, the pitch is that there are hundreds of videos of people being abducted and conscripted, forced into servitude in the
That's what I'm saying. I've seen the same two. Oh, like I see the
I've
same
only
two getting
seen
shared
one. I haven't even seen the other
I've
one.
seen two.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is the video that old JD homewrecker Vance brought up.
Right.
God, he should have brought it up in the meeting. Look, it's right here on my Twitter feed. Elon retweeted it.
Oh my God. Sketch for $5 says Zelensky really hit Vance with the what's with this sassy lost child meme from One Punch Man. Ooh. Okay. Now I feel compelled to someone make that, or I'm going to make that. I want the sassy lost child with Saitama as Zelensky and whatever her name is. Tornado is JD Vance.
Mhm.
That's good. Your Ray for $5 says it's soy to be a broke bum Zelensky and to try to big dog his benefactors. I mean, if that's what would happen, I would agree, but that's not really what happened. So
That is soy. That
Yeah.
is totally soy. Sitch is like, yeah, but that didn't happen. So.
I know, I agree. It is soy, but it didn't happen. So I agree with the concepts. Right?
Mhm.
And
Is it soy to talk back to the vice president? What's it? What is a more incendiary term?
I think it would be much more soy to just bow your head and say, yes, master.
I agree.
Give me whatever you
yeah.
want. So, but
what's a better name? Like the substitute president? Like, how do you make the vice president?
the
sound
JV
like
president.
the junior varsity president. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Instead of
Yeah.
JD, it's JV. Yeah. Oh my God, for
Yeah,
$2
I
says
like that.
Vance and Destiny 2028. Fuck this war. There you go. That's the ticket, right?
Oh yeah.
That'd be an interesting ticket.
You're like an Epstein fan now? Oh my God, come on. Get out of here.
I think they're being funny. Memes brand for $5 says, why is everyone so upset about this Poutine guy? He's from Canada, not Russia. So much misinformation shaking my head. There you go.
I wish. Can you imagine? Oh my God. He would clean up. Could clean up Canada for us. Give us a good reason to invade.
Yep. Sketch for $2 says, guess Trump has never heard of ICBMs. I mean, are they still around? I thought they went out of business. I mean, I haven't bought an ICBM computer in a long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So everything's like Asus and Lenovo and all that shit, Alienware now.
Those are bad for you though. They always blow up.
Oh, really? They do. That's why they went out of business. All those ICBM computers, they just kept exploding, right?
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Blow up in your face.
Exactly.
You're working on your Word project and
boom. Yeah, exactly.
Boom.
Jason Magreen for $10 says Zelensky was relitigating this deal through the whole conversation by demanding security guarantees 6 times. Zelensky came in planning to sabotage the deal for the 3rd time. Trump was so over Zelensky by this point, and JD knew it. So I'm going to have to ask you for like a clip because I keep seeing people on X say this. They just repeat it. They say Zelensky was relitigating this deal. He didn't want the deal. Or they say this. Actually, they say the reason it fell apart was Zelensky was trying to change the terms of the deal. They keep saying this. And I say, show me the clip where that actually happened. Because we just watched the entire conversation. Did you see any part of this where Zelensky tried to change the terms of the deal?
He did constantly bring up the security guarantees. And I
For
was
the future.
under the impression.
Yeah, for the future.
Yeah. We read this deal. I think it's on our last live stream too.
We read the deal, yeah.
And it was a deal to make a deal. So maybe he's getting in there and saying, well, when we do finally make the deal, since this is just a deal to make the deal, it's got to have crystal clear, no surprises, security guarantees. So
and he
is advocating for that.
Yes, right. But that's not what people are saying. Okay, there's two things. Number one, every time go back and watch it. When Zelensky's like talking about security guarantees, he's either A, responding to a question that's asked of him or Trump, or B, responding to Trump basically saying the opposite. Say there isn't going to be security guarantees. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I think people only have this like misinterpretation of thinking Zelensky was trying to change the deal because of what you said. People didn't actually read the deal. We went through on stream and we read the deal. The deal is a deal to make a deal in the future, right? And so, yeah, there's conversation about having a security guarantee. He's not talking about this deal. He's talking about some future deal that would be worked out. That's what he's talking about. And maybe because people are all commenting on this without actually reading the deal at all, they're getting confused about the conversation because they don't know what the context is. So,
yeah. So I guess in this deal, this is why he would sign it, because he's not really giving away any minerals. It's just kind of like the framework.
It's the framework, yes.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why Zelensky said in that conversation, he repeated to Brett Barr, he's in favor of the deal. He thinks that's why I kept saying, he said this like multiple times. It's a good first step, right? That doesn't mean I'm going to change the deal. It means I'm going to sign the deal and then we're going to do something down the road, right?
Yep.
So
that's when we get raw dogging on that earth.
When we get raw dogging on the earth. Live in Deswall specifically for $5 says, if patriotism is at an all-time low, I'll have to 10x my patriotic output to make up the difference. There, look at that.
Thank you.
He's got the JMac emoji afterwards.
We are doing our best, yeah. Yes. And the bald eagle with this American flag sunglasses.
Right.
We all love that.
Malik for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year free will seeker. Says Vance sounds like the worst kind of offended soy work virtue signaling leftist right now. True.
Look at that.
True.
Wow, a lot of
tech-
people agreeing with us. I'm surprised. I thought a lot of people were just going to hate our guts after this live stream.
I think a lot of people, even a lot of Trump supporters, they could sense the soy from from Vance's reaction. So
he did so good in that tampon Tim debate, but
well, you know.
Yeah.
Tech in for 4 months says this is how real men talk. Yes, real men. Real men say, "Have you said thank you today? You said thank you to me today, right now."
Yeah, that's very important.
Casper, the friendly Sith for $10. That should be a meme every day. Someone's gonna post like, Vance, have you said your thank yous today?
JMac gave 50 gifted memberships, and I don't see it anywhere here in this line.
Thank you so much, JMac, for the 50 gifted memberships.
It's weird that it doesn't.
They get
show
like
up
deleted
like that.
sometimes. Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Right.
Jeez, and fuck you, YouTube.
I know. I don't know why. It's true. Yeah.
I don't see it in here.
It seems
anywhere,
like specifically JMac memberships for some reason. Maybe he's given so many that YouTube was like bugged.
Look, all of you need to thank JMac for your membership right now. This is probably why you're in the comic, why your
true.
name is in the comic right now.
Yeah.
Because JMac is so generous. So
Casper the Friendly says for $10 says Ukraine is a second thought. If Trump makes the deal that needs to be made with Russia, then Ukraine will have a worse deal. You're simping for Zelensky's hilarious. He's not evil. He's a weak leader owned by NATO nations.
that's so. I mean, how can you say
wait
that
a
he's
minute.
owned by NATO when he literally can't even get into NATO?
Well, and also you understand what you're saying makes no sense, because if you say he's owned by NATO nations, you understand we're the top dog NATO nation. So that means he's owned by the US, which that's a good thing, right? Don't we want people to do what we say? Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah.
Is this one of those, you know, the meme from Inglourious Bastards where the guy's holding up the three fingers? Casper,
yeah.
is this the three fingers meme going on? Right? Okay,
I don't know that meme. I'm lying, but
no, there's that scene in Inglourious Bastards, the way he finds out that Brad Pitt is not actually German is because
he does
holds
the three
up
fingers.
the
He's
three
like,
the
"Oh, 3 of
American
them."
way. Yeah, instead of the German. I'm just
Right.
wondering. But in terms of the first part of the tweet, Trump makes the deal that needs to be made with Russia, then Ukraine will have a worse deal. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what the finger quote deal is that needs to be made with Russia that you're talking about. I think politically, if there was that conversation about, we talked about it with Russia saying like, hey, we'll give you rare earth minerals. I think even after this blow up, if Trump throws Ukraine under the bus and makes some agreement with Russia, I think that'd be such a political dumpster fire for him. It'd be probably, I think that could amount to presidential ending dumpster fire political move. And I don't think Trump is stupid enough to do something like that. So
I don't think Zelensky is like a weak leader either.
no, I don't either. Yeah. The guy refused to run away. Like, you have to also make up your mind, because it's like one half of the people, they're saying, oh, Zelensky's evil and he's going to just fight forever. Then he's also weak and a coward. Make up your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Aussie ODST for 5. Aussie Buck says, Trump's not wrong, though. With the U.S., there isn't a win for Ukraine. JD's a total cuck for ramping this up. Love you both. There you go.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
for love our way.
I don't know. I think obviously without the U.S. winning would be significantly harder. I don't know if it'd be impossible. I don't know what the EU would be willing essentially to do, but
he said it would be difficult in the Brett Baer interview, and
right.
I think with that is obviously the Europe would have to step in. I don't think they could do it just on their own. Like, they're going to run out of ammunition and they're going to be fucked.
I don't know what their capacity is at. So
I don't know what they do with the drones. Like, those drones have ammo, right? They run around and shoot people. Ammo's the hard thing, right? Because you use it up. You're like, we used all our ammo today.
Yeah, ammo, missiles, all that shit.
Yeah. That's what they need. They need armaments. They're like, hell yeah, we got the men. We're ready to go in and fucking slaughter them. Just give us some bullets.
What's what they've been saying from day one? That's the claim they've been making from day one, right?
That they don't have enough ammo.
That they just need more ammunition. They have people. So
Okay.
I don't know if it's true, but that's
We
what they
should
said.
call them on that.
Right.
We should be like, here's a shit ton of ammo. Now shut up.
Yeah. Here's $100 billion of ammunition. Shut up. Never talk to us again.
This is why he went to the ammo factory, right?
Exactly, right.
How much ammo do they make a day?
Not enough.
Yeah.
Doorskit for $2 says Mohammed bin Salman, why don't you wear a suit? True. That everyone should wear a suit at the White House. Men, women, I don't care what your religion is. Get put on a suit. Okay. Dr. 5 for 5 Canadian says, damn, didn't even know this happened until recently. First time I've actually seen it. Could be an interesting week in international politics. Well, there you go. I'm glad we could watch it with you together here for the first time.
Like the response has been crazy. There's been tons of just crazy responses. Everybody's weighing in. I don't know. As soon as it happened, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Like, this is fucking insane. What the fuck?
Gothic for 5 Canadian says, your guys' interpretation of this exchange is peak why the left lost in the landslide. Well, first of all, obviously I disagree, but I don't even think that criticism makes sense, because the critique I've seen from the left on this whole exchange isn't even our critique. It's, it's what I said later. It was, oh my God, Trump and Zelensky are evil, bad people bullying and beating up poor Zelensky. That's their interpretation broadly. So, which, I mean, that would make a little bit more sense in terms of why the left lost in a landslide, which, I mean, they didn't really lose in a landslide, but that's a whole other conversation.
What does that mean? Peak why the left lost in a landslide? Who's saying that? Are they saying that we have some kind of right-wing perspective on this? Because the right wing is very much
No, they're saying that our interpretation is the left-wing interpretation, and that's why the left lost the election, which doesn't really make sense, because again, it's not the left's interpretation of the events. Anyway,
Right.
so, but
They're just saying our interpretation is wrong. Like why the left lost in a landslide is because they didn't go hard enough on the racist or woke enough.
well, they didn't throw wokeness out. Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate.
No, but they would say peak, they were wrong. Like the left saying they did.
You're thinking about this too hard. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
Okay. I think I did miss one. Gracias Hegemon, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I got really exhausted by the very international lie that stopping war is good. It is not by necessity, and so often the people playing peaceniks are the ones extracting value from a tragedy, heavily reworded by YouTube TOS. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're saying is that there is this like lie that whenever there's a war or conflict, it's ultimately good to just stop it then and there, no matter what. And I understand like the logic behind that, the thought process, but it's incorrect. What you're saying, yeah, it's incorrect because, again, if you say, okay, we're going to have a ceasefire, and the ceasefire is just used by your enemy to build up their forces so they can come in and massacre you, well, then obviously the ceasefire was a mistake. So.
Yeah, totally. And look, I feel exactly the same way. So many of these people are just, they're playing peacenik and they're not thinking about the big picture. So ultimately they're concocting a deal that is going to be super bad for parties involved. And they're just saying, oh, it's peace. So you got to fucking surrender and give up. Give us all your raw earth.
Dr. 5 for 10 Canadian says, to be fair to the cop movie genre, you also have the sub-genre of anti-heroes like Dirty Harry, even RoboCop, where you have the good cops trying to work in the corrupt systems, so they have to bend the rules. That is true.
Yeah. Yes. But I think Americans understand that. Yeah. I do like, I guess maybe there are certain American cities that are more corrupt than others. So maybe that genre holds more true in those cities.
Right. Saint for $2 says Putin respects power. Yeah, that's like the MO for the whole thing. If that's the case, that's why I wondered, is Trump publicly being so deferential to Putin actually backfire? Because it makes Trump look weak, that he has to be so publicly deferential to Putin and say it repeatedly, like, I'm not going to badmouth Putin. because I want him to be, brought to the table. Like, if you have to keep saying that, does that make you look weak to the guy who's supposed to respect power?
Yes.
Yeah. So.
I mean, that's the thing that seems so laughable about this whole situation to me. Just look, my read on Putin just has to do with all these various books on Putin and people who've had, one-on-one interactions with Putin in various different situations. And my read is Putin respects power and likes to take advantage of people for fun.
Right.
So this just, I mean, if you're in that kind of mindset, is anything Trump doing gonna strike you as strong?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Sitch? Is he strong or what? Strong or weak?
I mean, I don't think this interaction does not obviously come off as strong.
Right. So are you, as Putin, are you going to respect what Trump is doing?
No,
I would. Like, oh my
if I'm
God,
Putin,
look, he's really trying to suck up to me.
Right. Yeah. If I'm Putin, yeah, you could look at it like that. You could look at it like Trump doesn't have control over, his people, because JD Vance is, whinging soily in the conversation. So,
I mean, Putin might have gained a lot of respect for Zelensky because he's like, oh my God, look, Zelensky totally stood up to these fuckers.
I mean, I don't think his respect for Zelensky. I think he just doesn't like Zelensky. So. But I don't know. So. Dr. Fire for 10 Canadian says, hell, maybe this is some 4D chess master negotiation tactic meant to get NATO to rearm, rely less on the U.S. for defense, and for Trump to get support from his base. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't think that was like the intention, but I think that's definitely a possibility, an outcome. So it's the lucky outcome possibility for Trump.
Do you think Putin was fucking with Tucker Carlson in the Tucker Carlson interview?
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed.
Yeah.
I had the same. Yeah, it seemed like he was just completely fucking with him and having a ball doing it.
That was my interpretation too. Yeah.
This idiot journalist. This fucking idiot American journalist.
Well, to me, it's almost like he's like getting off on the fact that he knows Tucker is trying to suck up to him. He's like making it difficult. So.
That's exactly right. Totally exactly right.
Rex Vecton for $10 says, how long do you think the status quo can realistically be maintained? And what would you want to see happen at this point, at the point that it can't? I don't have an answer. I don't know. I don't know an answer to that. So I don't know if you do.
I mean, it doesn't seem like we're spending an obnoxious amount of money. So I don't know why we just can't. It's just politics are getting in the way. Everybody's like, oh, fuck. Ah. Right?
Right.
Are we breaking the bank on the Ukrainian money? I mean, no. I guess the money that we're spending is going into the American economy, right? Because that money is being printed by our government and given to ammunition manufacturers, right? So Americans are getting that money and spending it in our economy. So maybe it is causing inflation to some extent.
Sure.
Yeah.
Brandon McGregor for 5. Aussie Buck says, sounded to me like Zelensky was saying they needed a lasting piss. Not sure how that will help the war. Well, I mean, think about it. When when you really got to pee, you get agitated, get angry, right? You get a little antsy. So
right,
it makes sense.
You've killed like 20 Russian soldiers.
Yeah, exactly.
Metalworks has it right.
That's right. Metalworks. Metalworks 411 for $2 for $411.90 for $2 says Vance is a beta. That's true.
Right.
That's very true. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says I'm a diplomacy guy. Clearly.
Oh my God, that is so hilarious. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Vance. I'm kind of a diplomacy expert here.
Girls like guys with diplomacy skills. God.
Oh my God. You should have a t-shirt that says diplomacy expert.
Yeah, that's a good one. But it's a picture of you like yelling. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, in the words of one of the greatest pieces of cinema ever, Bad Santa. Putin is an emotional cripple and his soul is dog shit. There you go. There you go. Thank you.
It's true.
Shaman McLamy for $10 has been watching War Report since it started, and for 2 years, Ukraine has been slowly getting beat back. Kursk is just another meat grinding, hurting Ukraine. Ukraine needs peace more than Russia. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing from one side of it. So our hilts hurt for $2. Thanks so much. What's up? Says RFK's voice greater than Zelensky's voice. I'm gonna hard disagree on that one.
Yeah.
Zelensky's got a little bit of an annoying voice, but like RFK's is like, God, it's like nails on a chalkboard. So
Well, Zelensky has the accent, but I mean,
he does, yeah.
There's I keep trying to think, like, what movie does Zelensky's accent remind me of? It's definitely like a movie accent.
I mean, when a lot of movies they have like, the Eastern European bad guy who all have that
Right.
sort of like
But is there one where
smorgasbord
it's
of,
like a good guy?
of Eastern European accents. So. Shaman McLamy for $10. Thank you. Says Zelensky. Oh, I think you mean all. All Zelensky needed to do was make no fuss, sign the deal, and then later make clear that the mineral deal is useless without security guarantees. Who wants to invest in a country that could get invaded? Well, again, it keeps. That's not all he had to do, though. That's what I keep trying to say is that Zelensky, just like Trump, needs to sell this deal to his people. Zelensky needs to sell the deal to his people. So if you have a meeting, this is why it was actually rather foolish, I think, for Trump to have this like public questioning thing before just signing the deal. I should have just signed the deal and just been ceremonial, is because there's obviously disagreements between the two of them. Reporters are assholes. They're going to ask questions to try to draw out those disagreements and try to get good coverage because they either don't like Trump or they just want, a clip for their media show. Zelensky's going to have to respond. He can't just be, for his own political reasons, he can't just bend over and be deferential. So.
Yeah. Both have the same problem. They're politicians.
Lives in Deswalt's for $2 says, how much of this will be remembered in 2 years? Well, that depends entirely on the outcome, because if this, as I think it will play out, just all doesn't matter and Zelensky and Trump come to some agreements in the following week and everything goes forward, then this will be a footnote about a time that was kind of funny that people talk about, or weird that people talk about. If there is no peace agreement and Ukrainian-US relations break down completely because of this moment, then this will be forever remembered as the moment that it occurred. So
this was the moment that the Americans ran and the Europeans stepped up and saved Europe.
There you go.
Yeah. And Trump will go down as like just some weak sauce president that ruined everything.
This is the moment that J.D. Vance tried to run for president, announced his presidency in 2028.
And ruined it. World War III happened in Europe and we weren't even involved.
I know. Thanks,
we were in
JD.
the cuck chair during the whole fucking...
Yeah, isn't that the worst? There's a world war going on and you're stuck in the cuck chair, right?
Right, yeah.
Terrible. Terrible.
Just think the next round of movies about World War III and how Europe saved everyone from...
We'll be like France. No one
Putin.
wants to be like France.
Who was... France was involved in World War II, though.
No, I know, but they surrendered to the Nazis. So everyone
they did.
give some shit for it.
Oh, yeah. We had to come in and save them. We had to save the day. But we did stay out of World War II. Maybe that's Trump's move. He's like, we got to let World War II get really rolling before we go in there.
That's what that's what we did. We said, hey, you guys fight for like a bunch of, for years, and then we'll come in and clean up at the end.
Right. We need our Pearl Harbor to get us.
Right.
To get us into the war. Yeah. To pull us in.
Yeah. I bet Europe's very mad about that. They're like, what the fuck? You guys just cleaned up at the end. And yet we were like, no, we're the heroes. Eat shit. Fuck you, Europe.
Not only that, we have Hollywood. So we're going to make ourselves the heroes for the next 80 years.
Fuck off, Europe. America, baby. Eat shit. Eat shit, Europe.
Exactly.
You're gonna eat shit and you're gonna like it. As real as it should be. As real for $5. As I feel like MAGA is trying to achieve two opposing goals. They want America to retreat from the world, but still end up number one. You can't have both. That is true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Great observation.
Chad McThundercock for $5 says JD Vance is a veteran Ivy League graduate, perfectly mannered and a great American. Any hate towards him is pure jealousy. There you go. I'm very, very jealous of him soy raging out in that high level negotiation.
I think he said in his book he didn't see any real action though. So, and I think Zelensky has seen some real action.
Yes, yes.
So I think if they wanted to exchange war stories, JD Vance would probably come up pretty short.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says there's absolutely no reason for someone being mauled by a feral animal to extend any level of goodwill. Well, you have to negotiate with the animal, obviously. Come on, Grassroots.
Mm-hmm.
Lives in Deswell
Who's the
specifically.
feral animal in this situation? Is it JD Vance?
I think it's Russia. But
Oh.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says ties are overrated. Andrew Yang was right. Oh, boo, boo.
I mean, he'd be president right now if he was right.
If he just wore a tie.
If he was correct.
If only he'd put on a tie. Adam Unfriended for $10 says rookie numbers. I have a 95% accuracy rate for my Gaydar and Transdar. Beat that, Sitch. S-Class is the best class. I went to Malibu Beach for my job the other day. Wow, it's amazing.
Malibu Beach is pretty cool. Yeah.
There you go. You got me at 5%.
Were there fire damage?
That's where he tested his Gaydar and his Transdar. He could tell at Malibu Beach.
Yeah.
Where else the gays and transits were.
Good for you. That's great.
Right. Oh, Loser for $5 says right now I'm leaning on Rubio for 2028 because of this, but I think Vance is gunning for the base to win the primaries and will probably get the nomination. Yes.
It's way too soon though.
Yeah.
He's making all these fuck ups this early on. He's gonna have like 25 fuck ups under his belt by the time
right.
28 rolls around. Everyone's
Well, it
gonna be
depends.
so sick of him.
So it depends. If all this works out, Trump has a great presidency, and Vance is a real good clear ticket.
A real good glazer.
He's Vance is a real good glazer. Yeah. Then.
You think that's what America wants? Is if some glazer, some Trump glazer? No way.
I mean, who else is? It depends who else is on. I mean, there could be some dark horse candidate that comes out of nowhere and is like, bam, right? Who knows? So. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says Indiegogo using the tip to get the whole shaft in. Ugh, true.
I know.
True. The whole senator for $2 says, how do we mess up this bad? Shaking my head. Meme is for $2 says, if you do another run, you should add an MMT cover. There you go.
Oh,
we should.
yeah.
Just covered in money, right?
We just
money.
so we sell zero.
No, we have like the money machine printing, right? Like Adam, you're like on the little crank and you're like cranking all the money in.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. The real Hultinator for $5 says, you know who I am enough to know I should have bought a comic earlier. I just decided I wanted one. Also sent you a
Holy
short.
shit.
Well, thank you. I'll check it out.
Just a massive earthquake. Fuck,
really?
That was scary. That was so fucking scary. Holy shit.
That quickly? Like, it's over?
It felt like a car hit the fucking house. Holy shit.
That's crazy. What the fuck?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow.
Thank God it was fast.
Interesting.
Everyone will
I've never
laugh
been in
at
an
me. They'll
earthquake,
be like,
fortunately,
fucking,
so.
look at Adam shitting his pants because his fucking
Right.
house is falling down.
I know. Jeez. That's crazy.
I guess it's pointless for me to run outside from it, right?
Oh, if it's already over, right? Or the
Or-
aftershocks or something.
Or
I don't know how any of
Yeah.
this works.
Already earthquake Los Angeles is like the number one thing.
Right. Crazy. Okay, well, I'm glad it was over quickly.
Dude,
Did they
that
say
was
how much it
fucking-
was?
No.
Is M M3.6 preliminary detected at 9 kilometers from Beverly Hills. Oh, so it was like right on top of you too.
Is that what it says?
I don't know
You
what
got-
this not. Yeah,
You got the
earthquake
information
network.
that fast?
55 seconds ago, earthquake network on Twitter.
Oh, really? Oh, you looked on Twitter.
M3.6. I don't know if that means. I don't know if that's like the Richter scale number or something, but
3.6 could be. Yeah. It was a 3.6. That's pretty small. But it's
Okay.
big when it's like right under your house.
when it's
You're
right.
like,
Yeah, well, that's what it says. It was right in LA. It was like right
Hmm.
under you. So, or in Beverly Hills. Crazy.
Insane. Let's hope it
Only-
doesn't happen again.
Hmm.
Can you imagine seeing like my whole house cave in right on
That would
live
be
stream?
real not cool. Yeah. That'd be
That would
bad.
the show would get a lot bigger though. That'd be like everyone would, oh my God, YouTuber's house collapses in earthquake.
Middle of stream. Yeah, I know.
Has that happened before to any other
I'm
YouTubers?
sure
I'm
it's
sure there,
happened.
yeah.
Sure.
But their whole house didn't collapse, so.
I'm sure somewhere in the world it's happened. Okay. Commander Rosarius for 10 New Zealand dollars says, did you guys see the petition for Denmark to buy California? Trump should feign interest and see how much they think it's worth. Haha. That's a good troll by Denmark. It's a pretty funny troll.
Oh, they're
So,
trying to get even with us?
yeah. What if Trump's like, we'll trade you California for Greenland? A lot of people would be in favor of that deal.
Does Denmark have universal health care? What are the taxes like in Denmark? Does
Not for Denmark, for Greenland.
Does Gavin Newsom? Yeah, but look, America's getting Greenland.
Oh, right.
and
I forgot.
yeah.
We'd be
And
owned by
and Denmark is getting us, right?
Right, yeah.
Did we get to shoot Gavin Newsom into the sun as part of this deal?
They still have beheadings in Denmark.
Yeah, what?
Yes.
What is their take on capital punishment?
Right. Hypnotoad for $5 says, I will argue to the death on Twitter with you about the nukes, but I will always be A-team because A-team ain't no bish.
Oh, look at this.
Look at that.
Nice. Thank you.
Harrison Dill for $2 says, JD Vance is an evil wizard. He has the magic cards. That's true. That's true.
Oh my God. His geek flag was flying during that meeting, wasn't
He's
it?
trying to make Zelensky mill his deck because he has a disgusting mill deck.
Yeah.
Harrison Dill for $5 says, the reputation of U.S. news channels have become the Russian news network.
Yeah. American
Liz-
media is pretty bad.
Yeah. Liz and Deswell specifically for $2 says, or that one. That one. Squeeze Louise, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Real Halsey for $5 says, also don't get me wrong, I really like Sargon. He's the person who got me into space to begin with. I don't agree with all his recent takes though. That's good. Yeah. No, I mean, it's good that you can be like, I like someone, even if I disagree with, their takes on some issues. So
Carl has always been a good friend to us, though, but we've always disagreed with him politically. So
yeah,
we've
even
had
when we
lots
argue,
of good conversations with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hypnotoad for $2 says, look up the BBC article about James Wilton. Oh, I'll check that out. I don't know what that's about. The Real Halsey for $5 says, we gave them $50 billion of munitions to Ukraine that would have cost $150 million to dispose of when it expires. Well, there you go. We I guess we didn't really save $150 million. Well, I guess you would say we only would have saved the money if we were going to spend the $50 billion anyways, right? To buy all the new ammunitions. But lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, I can help you out. I know a whale biologist. Well, listen, it makes sense. I mean, Trump's the whale psychologist, right?
Right.
So maybe he knows a whale biologist. Adam Unfriended for 26 months. Oh, hold on, I skipped. For 26 months says, nah, is Sitch going on his schizo arc with his John Cena take? Maybe I should be on the good side with Adam. There you go. Listen, I know it's a hot take. I know it's a conspiracy take. But I'm going to stick by it.
I thought it was funny, though. I mean, it was a great take just for fun.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says Zelensky telling Vance talking louder doesn't make you right was definitely rude. I mean, Zelensky was right, but time and place. Okay, that's fair. I'll agree with that.
That part, I guess, was a bit rude. So
Right.
that's fair.
That's fair. Kyle Petty for $10 says, got my 3 comics. Felt kind of surreal getting a package from Adam. Haven't read them yet. They look so good and nicely sealed. I don't want to ruin them. Might need to order another one to read.
A lot
There
of
you go.
people
Glad you
did
got 'em.
order reader copies, which it is kind of cool. You want one? I have a bunch that are like rejects because when they print all the comics, they print a little bit extra because there are definitely ones that are dinged up or have scratches on them or the ink isn't fully on the cover. So I just use one of those as a reader copy. It's great. Yeah. Keep your copy nice. You don't get your fingerprints all over it. And then you got a copy that, you can just beat up. When your wife comes in and points at something, her fingers all over the page. Like, what the fuck? Why are you touching my comic like that?
With your greasy, disgusting fingers.
You're eating fried chicken and you're
Right.
pointing at my comic.
Right. Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, our nukes use those old computers and floppy disks. There you go. It's a security measure, right? No one knows how to use those things anymore.
Yeah, it's great.
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 24 months. Look at that. 2
I'm
year
gold.
membership. Lucy, thanks so much. Says, I'm gold. Thanks, gentlemen, for 2 years of epic entertainment. Much love. Well, thank you for the support.
Yeah. Thanks for being one of our best moderators. So keep all the riffraff out of the chat.
Right.
You know who you are. Riffraff.
The riff. All the correct people that use forks instead of chopsticks.
Ooh.
Satan for $2 says, these books Adam reads are just gossip for dorks. There you go. Listen, you shouldn't read books, Adam. It's just gossip. So
Maybe.
Satan for $2 says, imagine being Sitch and calling someone else soy.
I know. I kept thinking that the whole time he was
Terrible.
saying it.
Terrible. Well, what do you mean? You're the soy drinker, not me.
Sitch is
I'm the oat milk
actually
drinker.
pretty Chad. I mean, I've hung out with Sitch and he's definitely not.
I
a
mean,
soy
obviously
boy.
the land Sammy,
Of course, yeah.
The land the Sammy G, you gotta be pretty Chadly.
That's true, yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, big ups for Adam for being so composed while his house is both running for its life and also on fire.
Well, it didn't catch on fire, but I mean, wow. That was
There
a
you
big
go, yeah.
shaker.
That's crazy. I can't imagine.
Happens all the time around here.
Yeah, look at
so
this guy. Look at this Chad. He's like, whatever, man.
I would have been asleep. I wouldn't even noticed it, but it's like, fuck.
That'd be weird. Yeah, like waking up, you're like, what the fuck? That'd be crazy. Solo, thanks so much for $2. Says another one of the super chats from the other day didn't show up. Oh. Okay. I don't know which one though. If you just tell me that. Oh, this was the one. Okay, so this is from the 27th of February. Solo said, I'm not saying all Trump supporters are assholes, but I work with a lot who are. Some of them think that people like you, city dwellers, can just burn to death while rural people like them can be saved. Well, okay.
Burn to
so
death like in a hellfire?
Yeah, what is I don't remember what the context of that was. If there was a context. Sell for $2 says, I'm big into researching Watergate 2, so I can't wait for your video on it. Well, it's probably not going to come to fruition, so don't wait too long. However, my understanding is that it was only proven that he ordered the cover-up, not the break-in. Is there evidence he ordered the whole thing? No, that is my understanding as well, is that essentially he basically got, he had a guy who worked for him who got a bunch of other guys to just do a bunch of like wacky shit. And that was like the wacky shit that they just kind of came up to do. They were basically all like retards and they came up with the dumbest fucking plans ever. There's a whole video, I'm trying to remember on it. That was kind of interesting about how like the guys that did the Watergate break-in actually did break into other places, but people just like don't talk about it. They never really got publicized because I guess they didn't get caught. So I'm trying to remember.
They got away with those.
They broke into, who was it?
How do they know? They confessed?
Yeah, they broke into some psychiatrist's office and stole his medical records. I don't remember why, though. But
Well, that would be good to have if you want to have dirt on someone, right?
yeah. Maybe that was the reason.
Can you imagine?
They're trying to make
having
someone look crazy.
Trump psychiatrist office reports.
Like the guys that were involved, the plumbers or whatever the fuck their name was, it was like they seemed like the dumbest, like cringy LARPers. They had like all these like stupid schemes, none of them worked out. Nixon like actually like fucking hated them. And then it's like they end up like destroying his presidency because they're so fucking autistically retarded.
Look at this.
So,
oh, go ahead.
Bart Majus for $6.24. Thank you. Says, quote, let every nation know whether it wishes us well or ill that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and success of liberty. JFK. Look at that. When men were men. It's a good quote. Bart Majus for $2.08 says in 2024, 23 of the 32 NATO members met the 2% military budget target. Poland allocated 4.12, even before Trump got into office. Great. Well, you mean the second time. But. And Bart Majus for $2 says, even though Trump said he gave Ukraine javelins, he sold it to them. Remember, all the help for Ukraine was approved under Biden administration. Trump approved exactly $0 to this day. Really? Huh. Interesting. Sodoge for $2 says Sodoge Soladouge, or is that a typo? Sodoge vindicated yet again for rightly calling out that Trump isn't some expert negotiator, 5D chess player. Adam caused me of TDS or cured me. I'm not sure. Well, looky now, those Tuesday stream comments age like milk on a midsummer day. Okay.
What comments?
I don't remember.
You know that the Oscars are tonight, the Academy Awards?
They are?
Yeah, I don't think anyone got slapped in the face. So.
How much I care about them, I guess. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. I think we were streaming the night that Chris Rock got smacked in the face.
You are correct. I guess it's always on Sunday,
huh? Somebody showed us and we were like, holy shit.
Somebody in the chat said it and I didn't believe them.
Of course we didn't believe it. And then when we saw it on stream, we were like, what the fuck?
I know. We talked about it for like an hour. Yeah. It's crazy. So.
But it doesn't look like anything exciting happened. The numbers were probably pathetic.
A bunch of movies you never heard of. One. Wasn't there some weird like trans movie that was nominated? Did that win?
Yeah, but they really pulled their support from it because they found out the actress was a giant like bigot.
Oh, that's Well, what did they do? I don't even remember what they did. They did something. They got in trouble. But,
right.
So I don't even remember what the movie was called.
So I don't think the movie won anything.
Best picture went to Honora. I don't even know what that is. A young woman from Brooklyn gets her chance at a Cinderella story where she meets and marries the son of an oligarch. Once the news reaches Russia, Russia, her fairy tale is threatened as the parents set out for New York to get the marriage annulled. Okay. Interesting.
Beautiful. Gotta watch that. Gotta check that out.
Adrian Brody won for The Brutalist for Best Actor. I know Adrian Brody is. I didn't see that movie. I haven't seen like any of these fucking movies. I haven't heard of any of these fucking movies. So, nope. I guess that's the way it is.
Yeah. Terrible. Amelia Perez. There we go. That's the one that is the trans movie. But what did it win? Oh.
Best Supporting Actress?
No, it was nominated for Best Picture.
Zoe Saldana won for Best Supporting Actress. That's the
Kieran Culkin, Macaulay Culkin's brother.
Huh?
In a Real Pain. What is that? Supporting role. Oh, actor in a supporting role.
Good for him. No, Zoe Saldana is the girl from woman from Guardians of the Galaxy and Avatar.
Oh, you're
She
right.
always plays the woman who's painted up for some reason. So
Is that in this movie? Actress
she
in
she
supporting
won Best
role.
Supporting Actress in the Amelia Perez
Oh, the
movie.
trans movie.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's not the bigot. They were like, we can't
Yeah.
we can't give an award to the bigot.
Right. Anyway,
Nice.
and Wicked won a bunch of like production awards. So okay, enough of that. Who gives a fuck? Let me finish these. Soto
Where are we
Futura
at?
says, it's okay, Adam. Now that you have seen the light, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. We can call it a peace deal. All you have to do is thank me for my magnanimity. A simple thank you, troll.
Mm-hmm. Your magnanimity?
Yes.
Okay, look, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. I like this. A truce. A true truce. Let's hope that Ukraine and Russia can have a true truce.
Right.
That lasts as long as ours lasts. Longer.
Look at this. Arithmus for $2 says, Adam, did you know you can request a USPS package pickup straight up to your home for free? You don't even have to go to the post office yourself. Source, I ship hundreds of packages a month.
Okay.
Try that out.
Nice.
Right.
Just come straight up for free, huh?
Arithmus for $2, $4, $6, $8, $10. Thank you so much. It's multi-parter, so I'll read it all together. I was a big supporter of Ukraine from the start of the war. The idea of another country rolling in and taking territory boils my blood and triggers the shit out of my American conservative (parentheses liberal) sensibilities. But we are at the point now where no significant progress is being made in the war, and it's turned into a slow motion meat grinder. We need to have a serious conversation about what the end game is. Are we going to support Ukraine for eternity until they have driven Russia out of every last corner of their borders? I just can't see that happening without something drastic like the U.S. or Europe putting boots on the ground, which I can't agree to. There has to be a realistic goal for our support in this war to chase after, or else I don't think we should be involved any longer. The threat of this war is no longer existential for Ukraine. It's now about what they are willing to sacrifice for peace. Putin hasn't won, but he hasn't lost either. Thinking that there's going to be a deal where Ukraine negotiates their territory back as well as complete autonomy is magical thinking. Yeah, I think I agree with all that. And I think I thought going into this, one of Trump's benefits of winning over Harris, I didn't actually agree. I think I said this. I didn't agree with Biden's sort of like, we're never going to have a talk with Russia and like, not 1 inch is going to be given back to Putin. I'm fine with people saying not 1 inch is going to be given back to Putin as long as it's a negotiation tactic. And then you go in the meeting and then you negotiate for real. As long as negotiation, it's fine. But I do agree there completely. I think there needs to be a realistic conversation. I thought, maybe Trump could accomplish that about what exactly the end game does look like for Ukraine. Because I agree. I think it is unrealistic to assume that Ukraine's going to just 1 more year and they're going to win everything, right? Like, I feel like we've heard that for the last 2 years. So yeah.
It's got to be some. I mean, they're going to redraw the lines.
Right.
I just think Putin is going to regroup and push forward. He's going to be like, yeah, look, my army's already there. We'll hang out for a while.
That's why there needs to be the security guarantee. Like, for example, if they say the deal is, okay, Russia's going to get some chunk, that they've taken over and they've had taken over for 2 years. They're going to get some chunk of that. But then Ukraine gets some sort of military peace agreement with EU or America or whatever, that if they're invaded again, the EU is going to protect them or America is going to protect them or whatever. I think he would take that deal.
Yeah, if that's the deal, but
yeah.
But if it's like we're just going to end the war and
right,
like hope for the best is not really a good deal.
If the deal is just Putin pinky swear promises he's not going to invade anymore, but then he also gets to keep the territory he's taken. I mean, that's retarded, obviously. So
it's a bad deal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad deal. Solo for 2 hours says 3 years ago, 2 guys at work were talking about it, and one of them said that Russia was just taking land, that Russian speakers there want to be taken by Russia, I had to set them straight that this was a full-scale invasion. Yeah, well, I mean, Saul from $2 says, I'm sorry for bringing him up so much, but your boy Zach had a weird take on Ukraine years ago. He summed it up as the second most corrupt country in the world, invaded the third most corrupt country in the world, and that he lost interest in it. I mean, I don't know if I'd say second versus third, but I mean, obviously Ukraine, as we said, does have a lot of problems with corruption. So,
But people, the rank and file people don't necessarily want to live with corruption, though. That's the
yes,
thing.
they
There's
want to
just
get
this
better.
prisoner's dilemma
Right.
thing going on where if you're in a corrupt society, you kind of have to be corrupt. You're forced to be corrupt just to survive.
Right.
Yeah. So everyone has to abandon corruption together. So, and it's a tough thing to do.
Ace for $10 says the America press has problems, but they are no level as bad as the Russian propaganda network. That's fair. One will keep you imperfectly in contact with reality. The other will turn you into a Kremlin goon.
Yes. Yeah.
That's true. Alex Wright for $2 says rare Adam W today, but big L coming March 19th.
What is March 19th? I saw that, but I didn't know what the March 19th was.
I don't know. What happens on March 19th?
I don't know.
I Googled it and nothing's coming up.
Yeah.
No, turn off phone. Forgot I said the G word and my phone activated.
National holidays on March 19th.
Ace for
National
$5
Let's
says
Laugh Day.
that's Adam's favorite day. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Ace for $5 says, and after seeing Trump compromise his inner political circle with Kremlin bots and use morons, he's functionally indistinguishable from a Kremlin goon. Well, that's why I was saying I'm more optimistic. That's why I had a wait and see attitude about seeing whatever this deal is that they're going to try to work out to see if it is an actually good deal, or if it is some sort of roll over and placate the Russia deal. So we'll see. I'll hold out hope. Okay. I'll be optimistic.
I think at this point it's odd because we've switched places. Sitch seems more optimistic than me. I just think everything Trump is doing is silly.
I think it's stupid.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I think, well, I don't necessarily blame him for this. I mean, I think he could have salvaged it and he didn't. So I do blame him for that. But I think this whole meeting, the way everything went down was stupid, obviously. But I guess we've only switched in terms of, I think that it will come back together. So.
Yeah, I'm not real optimistic about that.
Okay.
I think, look, and we'll find out. I think Trump could just take this as a huge, off ramp and completely avoid the whole subject ever again.
We'll see. Elusive Dome for 35 months says, I know I will get my comic last from all trolling, but A-Team still reigns supreme.
I'm going to send the Canada out soon, so I know you're in Canada.
Right.
Let me know. Canada's next up, and there's not a lot of Canada, so you should probably get them next week.
Ace for 3 months says, no matter how much I disagree with you guys, I will always be a fan. Squad enlightenment till the end. Well, thank you. That's nice.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I get that. That's cool. We
All
can
right.
disagree.
Liz and Deswalt for $2 says, heavy recommend for Nosferatu remake. Yeah, everyone says it's good. I mean, it's hard for me because I just don't really care, but everyone says, of the topic, but everyone says it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen anyone say it's bad.
Well, how are the robots in that one? Are they good robots?
I heard they're really sexy.
There's no robots in it.
Super sexy. Nosferatu, yeah.
I judge movies by how good the robots are.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Adam's a big Transformers fan.
My God. That movie is the worst because the robots are great, but the story is fucking garbage. Painful.
What are you talking about? That guy gets peed on by a robot.
So painful.
That's like peak cinema.
So painful.
He who slaps horse for 21 months. Thank you. 21 months. Free Will Seeker says, always good listening to you guys. Want a mind-blowing watch? Look up weirdest golden balls. Defies prisoner dilemma.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Golden Balls is a great show. Yeah. I don't know that there is I think it's a UK show. I don't know that there's an American equivalent, but Golden Balls is a great show. And I think I've seen the weirdest one.
What? I've never even heard of this show. It's like a split steel. Oh, it's like one of those
Yeah.
shows. Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah. You try to
Interesting.
bluff or trick your way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Interesting. Okay, I'll check
You
it
try
out.
to get them to write split, and then you write steal, and you take it all.
It's a prisoner dilemma show. Interesting. Blasphemy for $2 says, just got my comic. The boobas are great.
Look at that. The boobas are the best part.
There you go. Anyways.
Oh, right. Look at this. I'm exhausted. So this is
I'm
a good time.
exhausted too. Yeah.
This is a good time for us to call it quits.
I think the wonderful Sammy G, this is how you know she's a wonderful, the best girlfriend. She always tries to like time my food right when stream's ending. Okay.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
What everyone gives her applause for being such a wonderful, wonderful individual.
My wife has the Pavlovian response when she hears the harmonica. She's like, oh, the stream is almost done.
I can get some hugs now. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who have made it in the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai anime protagonist. You are the true people who would never, ever, 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 ever be in a high-level meeting with Donald Trump and lose your cool and completely sabotage the whole thing because you're a fucking autistic retard. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, guys. See y'all on Tuesday.
No, but seriously, did you ever thank me?